Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
The fact that we're gearing up right now for Black History Month, and me being here at the Hyde Park Academy in the shadow, really, of the Obama Center, I don't take that lightly.
What I've always said is that, yeah, I'm the CEO of Exelon, but what do I want people to remember? What contributions did I make to making the communities that we serve better? Shame on me as one of the few Black leaders if I don't show up in those communities and say, I understand what you're going through, and I'm here to help you to get what you need.
I wanted these young people to understand that I'm CEO of a Fortune 500 company, one of 9, but the reality of it is that there should be many more. Never let someone tell you you can't achieve something. If I can do it, I know you can. First one in my family to graduate from college, and I know they can do it too.
I don't know. Maybe we should continue watching that video. It's actually a pretty good one. It's about a palace cat. Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm kind of late. Sometimes it's tough waking up early in the morning for old people. One quick housekeeping note. I'm thinking about moving this back to 3 o'clock in the morning instead of 2. Main reason being is the news stories will be read at a later time, which is better for the morning crowd. What I'm going to do this morning is start off with a bit of Tom Gully's show, and then I'm going to get into news stories. And then once the news stories are done, then I'll have a few videos. Probably won't be a long show this morning. That's the other thing I'm going to try and stop doing, though it's harder than it sounds, is, going, past like, 12-hour shows. I'm not sure that that's really that great a deal. It's harder for me to recover from that because it's hard for me to sleep during the day. So we'll see how it works out. If I need to adjust that, I will. What we're looking at here, by the way, is a bit of the Namibian desert. This particular shot doesn't have any, but occasionally there are animals running about. Looks pretty nice, though. Doesn't look very deserty there, but let's see. It says this is Etosha National Park. I guess it's at the edge of the desert. But anyway, let us sally forth with the content. Oops. Now I want to skip past that part. Oops.
Hey, everybody, what's going
Oh, by the way, we're not going to watch the whole thing. Just the part about the topic, which is a set of, I guess it's serial killers. I'm not exactly sure what it's about. I haven't watched the show, but the topic sounded ending. Cleveland torso murders. Never heard of them, so wanted to know more.
on? What's hot? What's hip? What's happening? What is shaking on your Thursday night? Hope you're having a good one. Tonight, I'm going to tell you all about the Cleveland torso murderers. Now, murderers, more murders, or we'll get to the bottom of it all. It's kind of confusing. Luckily, though, no one in tonight's program will have been beaten with a cane. Good news there. Hey, Diana O'Brien is with us. We haven't seen her in a while. We hope her health is doing well. Rumpled Trenchcoat, Columbo podcast. If you're not checking that out on YouTube, you are really, really missing out. What you do is you go there, you get the name of an episode, then you go watch the episode on Tubi, and then you listen to it's a process, but it's worth it. Tim Jenkinson has joined us, says it looks like I had a good day. Well, Liverpool dropped 3 against Man City, so that makes me very happy. But it's brutally cold here in Dallas-Fort Worth, and there's a guy whose car broke down right in front of the place here, and that car doesn't have a muffler, and they've been working on it. And Julian Caesars, were those torsos steaming? Were they Cleveland steamers? Those torsos? I don't know. Diana Bryan saying hi to everybody. We do have the most cheerful chat room on the internet. And while you're all here, please, I don't ask for much. If you could like, share, subscribe, retweet, notification bell, especially those likes on YouTube, and subscribe. Doesn't cost you a penny, and it helps us with the algorithm, the almighty, all-powerful, all-seeing algorithm. Plus, we have super chats and memberships. We love it when you do that because it helps pay the bills around here. And last but not least, turn on those gifted memberships because some very generous, kind, benevolent, good-hearted people will gift. They'll just give away a membership. Just toss one into the wind. You might just be the person who gets it, and then you get access to that exclusive members-only content that we do on the weekend. It's pretty much material that I'm too scared to put out there in the open on the internet. Wow, a lot of comments here. Coach Mike Rodick says, finally made it for the opening credits. Well, again, good to have you here for the opening credits, Coach. People saying hi. People saying hi. Hello to the people in the chat. Oh, hey, Tom. 73 Caddy Daddy 93, who I will heretofore call Caddy Daddy, says hi to Rumpled Trenchcoat. People saying hi. 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 Gilman wants the Eagles to repeat. Dupa says we can only dream. Rumpled Trenchcoat says hi. Tim Jenkinson says, oh, yeah, Arsenal are only 8 points behind with a game in hand. We are closing the gap. When is the live show, Rich? Oh, yes, that's information we all would like to know. I want to see that end-of-season award show. And anytime we can see Rich's partner in crime, well, it's just a good day for us all. Bright, sunny. Well, all of the people on that show have these just dazzling smiles that beguile. enrapture the audience as much as the information on the Columbo podcast with Rumpled Trenchcoat. And I think people saying hi if I didn't get that one there too. So last night we talked about Elliot Ness. We, in passing, mentioned that Elliot Ness was in charge of a bunch of stuff in Cleveland. He was the safety director, and as such, had an involvement in investigating what had become known as the Cleveland Torso murders. And the person that they think did this was known as the Cleveland Torso murderer, which I think is good for consistency's sake. Also known as the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run, which mad, clearly, if you're leaving torsos, you're mad, angry, disgruntled butcher of Kingsbury Run, just didn't have the same ring to it. And I got some bad news right up front. This was an unidentified serial killer who was active in Cleveland, Ohio in the 1930s. And the killings, 13 known victims, were sort of characterized by the dismemberment. Dismemberment, you see, was the main connecting factor. And then disposed of the bodies in the poverty-stricken neighborhood of Kingsbury Run. Most of the victims came from an area east of Kingsbury Run, which isn't that always the way, called the Roaring Third, or my favorite, Hobo Jungle. Yeah, Hobo Jungle. And it was known for bars and gambling and brothels, and vagrants. Yeah, vagrants. You don't hear vagrant that much anymore, but yes, vagrants. Now, despite what I will describe in a second, an intensive manhunt, search, investigation to catch this guy or gal, let's not, me too, that was led at one time by Elliot Ness. Yeah, they never found this person. I will tell you about two of the leading, in fact, pretty much the only suspects a little later on. The good news is, and this is great news, that last year in 2024, the Cuyahoga County Medical Examiner's Office teamed up. They teamed up in a team, like, the Avengers, to exhume some of the victims and use the DNA technology that we have right now to identify them. So, yeah. Oh, by the way, here's a picture of, the authorities at the time. And I think it's great that back in the 30s, the authorities would either wear a tie or a suspender, and caps were optional, but most people wore caps. They really wore the caps a lot. You had to have a cap. And I like it that they rolled up their sleeves, not just rhetorically. They really rolled up their sleeves. Okay, now the official number of murders here is 12. Although recent research has shown there could have been as many as 20 or more. The 12 known victims were all killed in a 3-year period between 1935 and 1938. Some investigators, including the lead detective at the time, Peter Marilow, believed there may have been 13 or more victims in the Cleveland, Youngstown, and Pittsburgh areas between the 1920s and the 1950s. Now, two very strong candidates for addition to the official tally were an unknown victim nicknamed Lady of the Lake and a dude named Robert Richardson. Lady of the Lake was found in 1934. Robert Richardson was found in 1950. So, yeah. The victims of the torso murderer were usually drifters. Drifters. Where do they get these terms? whose identities were never determined, although there were a few exceptions. They did identify some of these people, like this fella here. Yeah, Edward Andrassy. They identified him. Lucky fella. Florence Palio and possibly Rose Wallace. By the way, here's your good friend Rose Wallace. Nice sketch. They didn't even have a picture. But you know what? Did they really need a picture? Because yes, they took death masks. I said it, death masks of some of these folks. And that's what you get there with a death mask. And they didn't even take really good care of the death masks. And then that's just insulting. It really is. Andestry and Polio were both identified by their fingerprints, while Wallace was tentatively identified via her dental records. Victims appeared to be lower class and I would say lower income. These could have been very high class people. Class and income are because you can be classy and not have a penny in your pocket. So anyway, they were very easy prey during the Great Depression. Many were known as the working poor, who had nowhere else to live but ramshackle shanty towns or places called Hoovervilles. And Hoovervilles were common in all the big cities and even in small towns. They were basically little tiny huts and things that were just sort of cobbled together. They were shanties. They were not permanent structures. They were just, cardboard box, whatever. They were named that way because Herbert Hoover, the president of the United States, was blamed for the economic conditions of the Great Depression. And these were in an area called Cleveland Flats. The Flats now is kind of an upscale gentrified area in Cleveland. So there you are. And now for those of you who have just always dreamed of having your chat put up with the death mask on this program, your dreams are about to be answered. Tim Jenkins says that Torso Tom is a better name for him. Well, I don't know about that. Why drag me into it? I didn't get my coffee today. Yes, that's why he was the Mad Butcher. He was just angsty, a little testy. The testy butcher of Kings. It just doesn't have the same ring to it. Metal Maid Vicky's here. She says, hello to everyone. Metal Maid Vicky's Metal Euphoria can be heard on SonicAsylumRadio.com from 3 p.m. to 8 p.m. every Saturday to satisfy all your heavy metal and musical needs over there with our good friends at Sonic Asylum Radio. Rumpled Trenchcoat says, hi, Vicky. People saying hi. Unlucky for number 13. Yes. Imagine the insult added to injury, Diana, of being victim number 13. Even it might not have even been your favorite number. People saying hi. And Caddy Daddy says, welcome to the Hobo Jungle. We got lots of me. Welcome to the Jungle was a sort of the intro song for one of the, professional, slightly soccer teams I played on. Anyway, Julian Caesar says, in the Hobo Jungle, the lion sleeps tonight. Yeah. We home away. Rumpled Trenchcoat says, the Suspender Squad. Yes. Call the Suspender Squad. We're on it. The Suspender Squad. Filmed in color. The Mad Butcher is a killer album and a song by the metal band Destruction. Hey, Metal Maid Vicky with some metal tie in there. Dupa says, Vicky from the 80s. Oh boy, people know the band Destruction. Terry Nee says, what's in the water in Cleveland? Well, there's a red road rising across the Cuyahoga River. Randy Newman. Roll on, Big River. Burn. Yeah, the Cuyahoga River would catch on fire for a long time. It was very polluted. It would catch on fire. On fire. Let's see here. Rumpled Trenchcoat. Yeah. Listen, pal, are you a vagrant or a drifter? Or are you loitering? Say, Mac, move it along, you vagrant. Tim Jenkins says drifters because it's hard to swim without any limbs. So, yes, it's a guy named Bob because all he can do is. Caddy Daddy says, dude was padding his stats with tomato cans. It's like a pitcher. Like a pitcher who just got called up from the minors. Doopadoo says, Ropa, listen, pal. Say, I always like watching movies from the 30s. Say, Rumble Trench goes, well, Doopa, the chief asked me to stop calling the suspects fella, Mac, Bub. Bub is a real good one. Listen, Bub, I've got 1 million of those. And by the way, I use them on people. As a matter of fact, the wolf is here. He and I often say, listen, fella. People saying hi. Very understandable. Yeah. I love the Suspender Squad, though. In fact, I'm putting them up on the screen again. The Suspender Squad. Quinn Martin production. Elliot Ness and his men gave way to a much superior force called the Suspender Squad. That should be a yeah, that should be a sort of a sequel show to The Untouchables, the Suspender Squad. Anyway, I'm not early, but still happy to be here. We're so happy that you are here, Doc. And thank you for using the HB, the H2BH designation. Middleman Vicky saying hi. Julian Caesar says, if I get serial killed and someone makes a death mask of me, feel free to publish it here on this show. Well, of course, that's what they're for. And by the way, it's never too early to create your death mask. If you'd like to get a start on it, I'm sorry, I shouldn't be laughing at any of this tonight. Not one thing. It should be somber and serious. But you can just, I think in Boy Scouts, you can get a merit badge for creating your death mask. Why wait till the last minute? That's, although, an interesting conversation to have with the Mad Butcher of Kingsbury Run. Hey, okay. I see you've got the bone saw, but listen, do you have any paper mache or perhaps some modeling clay? You can show my torso from the waist up. Hey, now. Doc says the urge to sing In the Jungle is just a whim away, a whim away, a whim away, a whim away, a whim away. Julian Caesar says, Doc, you win. People are laughing. People are complimenting others on their equally morbid black humor. Dupa says, Suspender Squad needs to be a T-shirt. I think it's, I don't think you can roll your sleeves up with a T-shirt, but I can see him doing it. More like a T-shirt tank top. I refuse to call it by the culturally offensive name. A Quinn Martin production, yes. At the end where they put the Mark IV on with the chisel, it's a bone saw. Well, I try. Somber, seriously funny. Well, it could be both things. Doopadoo says, I really didn't expect to get giddy while watching the Cleveland Torso Murders episode. Well, you gotta laugh because otherwise you'd cry. Now, this fella here, would you like to see? Oh, here's the museum. Here's the museum for the Cleveland with more than one death mask, I might add. The Cleveland Torso Murderer. Say what you want about him. Despicable, yes. Ghastly, of course. Diabolical, certainly. But consistent to a fault, because this person always beheaded. I mean, beheading, that was a layup. I mean, he was going to do that every time, or she. But then often dismembered the victims, occasionally severing the victim's torso in half, or just for, a diversion, just to kill the boredom no pun intended, severing their appendages. In many cases, the cause of death was the decapitation, which is never good. You know, Bactine, a Band-Aid, not going to take care of decapitation. And it would either be the decapitation or the dismemberment itself. Most of the male victims were relieved of one of their most prized bodily digits located in the groin region. Some victims showed evidence of chemical treatment being applied to their bodies, which caused the skin to become red, tough, and leathery, which, you know, you got to get some lotion on that. Many were found after a considerable period of time following their deaths, occasionally in excess of a year, in an era when forensic science was largely unheard of. These factors further complicated identification, especially since the heads were often undiscovered. So, you know, they couldn't find the head. During a time of the official murders, 1935 to 1938, Elliot Ness, leader of the Untouchables, was serving as Cleveland Public Safety Director in a position of authority over police department and ancillary services, including the fire department. Ness contributed to the arrest and interrogation of one of the prime suspects, Dr. Francis Sweeney, and personally conducted raids into the shanty towns of Cleveland and eventually burned them down. Yeah, he burned them down. He burned down all the shanty towns. And his reasoning for doing this was to catalog fingerprints so they could identify any new victims. As you remember from yesterday's exciting program about Elliot Ness, he had that mentor up there at the University of Chicago that was pushing for more professional and scientifically, forensically advanced ways of conducting police work. So he wanted those fingerprints. And so to get possible victims out of the area, he burned all the shanty towns down, saying, "Get out of here, you bum, you vagrant, you stew bum." He figured if they're not there, they can't be dismembered, which, you know, is, I guess, technically true. 4 days after he burnt these shanty towns down, Elliot Ness launched an equally draconian practice where he personally dispatched 6 two-man search teams into a large area of Cleveland, stretching from the Cuyahoga River to East 55th Street to Prospect Avenue, under the it was subterfuge. He said that he was conducting city fire inspections, but they were really searching for more bodies. While the search never turned up any new or incriminating information that could lead to the arrest and conviction of the Torso murderer, it did focus the public's attention on the terrible conditions in the downtown area. Teams uncovered hundreds of families living in hazardous fire traps without toilets or running water. And that brought about a whole bunch of social reform by accident. Yeah. At one point, the Torso murderer taunted Elliot Ness by placing the remains of 2 victims in view of his office at City Hall. Yeah. The man who Elliot Ness believed to be the killer would later also give him the business, if we're going to be using 30s parlance, give him the business by sending him postcards. I don't have any of the postcards here. I wish I did, so I could tell if they were good postcards. Yeah. Most of the researchers of this horrible, horrible thing that happened, by the way, here's another fine victim for you to look at. Most of the researchers consider there to be 12 victims, although some have counted as many as 20 or 40. Evidence suggests that a woman dubbed the Lady of the Lake could be included. There was a second victim who was also considered in 1950, named Robert Robertson. due to the fact his head was also cut off in a manner very similar to the confirmed victims. Only 3 victims were positively identified. The other 10 were 6 John Does and 4 Jane Does. By the way, if when you're born they name you John Doe or Jane Doe, I would not predict a bright future. It just seems like people with that name. Exhumations of identified victims started in August of 2024, like I mentioned earlier. So they're trying to identify those people. This fella here, who we'll call Eddie, Edward Andrassy, was 29 years old, and he was discovered in, wait for it, a gully at the base of Jackass Hill. I'm not making this up. At the base of Jackass Hill, where East 49th Street dead ends in the Kingsbury Run, his head was discovered buried near the rest of his body, which was found to be deprived of that very coveted by all men of their own groinal region thing. And all he was wearing was socks, which is never a good look. Guys, look, I don't care if you're dating a girl that likes a lot of air conditioning or maybe keeps the temperature down in the wintertime, or even if you're the person who does that, take off the socks. It's just not classy. The autopsy stated that Andrassy was decapitated in the mid-cervical region with a fracture of the mid-cervical vertebrae. The coroner also noted he had rope burns around his wrists. Cause of death, of course, decapitation, hemorrhage, and shock. He'd been dead for 2 to 3 days. And at one time, he'd been an orderly in the psychiatric ward at the Cleveland City Hospital. However, at the time of his death, he was unemployed and had no means of financial support. A John Doe was found, who they called John Doe 1. And then there was this lady, I showed her to you earlier, Florence Palillo, or Palillo, if you're Hispanic, but I don't think this lady was. She was 44 years of age. She was found dismembered and had been wrapped with paper and packed into half-bushel baskets. But her head, not so much found ever. The autopsy report stated that her cause of death was a slit throat, but due to the lack of a, head, the coroner could not definitively rule her death homicide. Let's get to some of your comments, shall we? Because there's a lot of them. There are a lot of them. Wow. There's so many of them here. A lot of people have urged me to not read so many of the comments, and we may do that at some point, to stimulate the super chats. But right now, so many of these comments are really funny.
Of the
starting with
comments.
Doc Torn. Anybody else hungry? Rumple Treadcoat says the torso murderer was pretty lazy if he partial skeleton and rotting human flesh. Head were never found, and because they were less buoyant than the torso, and they may have sunk to the bottom of the lake. They don't know. So they found the upper portion of the torso, and then like 3 months later, they found the lower half of the torso, and they could, like a Lego, they could piece it. And on a roll, this is Jane Doe number 2 right here. Yeah. It's just a tragedy they didn't take better care. But Jane Doe number 2, who was found rotting in a burlap bag along with a newspaper. She was found in June of 1937, but the newspaper was from June of 1936. And it was just like a partial skeleton and rotting human flesh. It was decapitated, missing a rib. And she was tentatively identified as 40-year-old prostitute Rose Wallace. Rose Wallace. But that couldn't be confirmed. Incidentally, Rose Wallace vanished from the same bar as Francis Palillo. They were the last place either of them were seen. And that couldn't be confirmed that it was her at the time. But officially, it's Jane Doe number 2, but they're pretty sure it's Rose Wallace. John Doe number 5 was then found, upper portion of a man's torso wrapped in a burlap sack for chicken feed, plus his 2 thighs, no wings, just the 2 thighs. I'm sorry, it was a chicken thing. And they were found floating in the Cuyahoga River in the Cleveland Flats, just below Kingsbury Run. The head, as well as the internal organs within the abdominal cavity and the heart, were never found. That's John Doe number 5. Jane Doe number 3, woman's leg was found in the Cuyahoga River. A month later, 2 burlap bags, and he really got on a burlap bag kick around this time, containing a woman's nude bisected torso, thighs, and feet, were discovered floating in the river to the east of the West 3rd Street Bridge. As her head and her arms were never found. She was the only victim to have, drugs, morphine in her system. Jane Doe and John Doe, Jane Doe the 4th, John Doe the 6th, were found, and they were found on the same day. Dismembered body found in a dump by men combing for pieces of scrap metal, a common pastime during the Great Depression. Body of a woman was wrapped in rags, brown paper, and cardboard. Uncharacteristically, the head and hands were found with the rest of the body. Victim's head had been disarticulated at the level below the 3rd intervertebral disc, and that was Jane Doe the 4th. On the same day, the body of John Doe the 6th was discovered at a nearby location. His head was severed from the body, and his remains were never identified. Coroner ruled the cause of death undetermined, although he noted probably a homicide. Well, give that guy a raise. Probably a homicide, or one of the worst shaving accidents ever known to man. Oh, brother, I tell you what, I gotta find some of your comments to read here. Let's see. Let's just see. Don't bother with the comments, Tom. They're in bad taste. Well, that's why I bother with them. Doc says, guess she will never get ahead in life. Well, some cases they didn't get behind in life either. Rebel Trenchcoat says, no head means definitive homicide. That seems a little silly. Well, she doesn't have a head. Clearly, natural causes. Yes, it's a really, really hard sneeze. Metalman Vicky says, I think reading the comments enhances the show. Good engagement. Well, yeah. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes there's too many. Agreed. Tattooed Man is a callback to the Fantasy Island episode, Decapitation. Decapitation. The plane. Purple Trenchcoat says Kolchak would have figured this out. He would have had it figured out after 3 or 4. Kolchak would have been all over this. Metalman Vicky says, can you just imagine finding someone's head? Bad enough finding a decapitated body, but just a head is worse. Yeah, it is. It is worse. People are laughing, rumpled, and agreed about Kolchak. I'm surprised they didn't call the killer Queen of Hearts. Or King of Hearts, let's not be sexist. Rumple Trenchcoat says, kidneys removed. Is this a Jack the Ripper crossover episode or a Jeffrey Dahmer? It's hard to say. Dupa says, Vicky, my husband agrees about finding the head unless you're out looking for the head. Then he asked me if I was watching Tom Gully. You talk seven head, yeah, ingrown toenail, yeah, haggis. You got to be watching Tom Gully. That is hurtful and fills me with pride at the same time. I hope I don't lose my. I hope I don't get big headed. Did he greet his victims with "Hello, Clarice"? No, but sometimes when he would, like the two bodies were together, he did say "quid pro quo." Elliot Ness, Dupa, he knows you well. That is kind of funny. Rose Wallace says, "Nah, man, I'm pretty far from okay."
I think we pretty much get the gist of it. I'd never heard of this incident, so or incidents. So I figured that we'd watch a little bit of it. Apparently, the murderer or murderers were never caught. So now we know more about trivia stuff in general. So this next video, again, I very rarely pre-watch videos. If the title sounds interesting, or something I'd think you all would be interested in, I generally just snag it, and we watch it uh, in the blind, as it were. This video is called "Black Americans Need New Organizations," and the reason I selected it, maybe it's worth watching, maybe it's not. We'll soon find out. It's been on my mind, now 3 weeks or so, about the nature of the term Black community. For years, I actually thought, in terms that almost everyone does, hey, at a national level, the Black community, needs this or does that or has a leader. The question, who is the Black leader, or who is a Black leader? Do we have a Black leader? All those questions from time to time kind of pop up. And, and this is kind of actually literally years of me kind of thinking about it in the background. And a lot of it has to do with being in these so-called Black conservative spaces. I've come to think that, a Black community, or, SKC would call it communita, does not exist. What does exist, in my opinion, and I'm not a sociologist, is, Black communities. There's, and even in a particular locality, let's take, for instance, Atlanta, there will be several communities, within the Black community in Atlanta. Basically, what I'm saying is, Black communities are much more localized. You may have a Black mayor, for instance. Savannah, my hometown, has a Black mayor currently. You could say he's a Black leader, but that's on a national scale, that he would not be considered a Black leader. There are no national scale Black leaders. So, this is right in line with that thinking. Black Americans need new organizations. I would imagine, this would, the NAACP is a Black organization, but there are probably thousands of different types of Black organizations, social, professional, what have you. So anyway, before I get too far into rambling, there is no Black community overall. I think Blacks as a demographic have so many varied interests that it's almost impossible to have a leader like back in the day, a Martin Luther King. And even if you go back to the Martin Luther King days, late 50s up until his death in 1968, I think there were Martin Luther King was kind of recognized as a leader, not so much by black people as much as white people, who I guess needed someone to talk to about, the quote Negro problem. Even back then, there were several national leaders that were rivaling him. Not even, when I say rivaling, I mean at his stature. Malcolm X is one. You could even say, Ralph Abernathy, who was, kind of like a King lieutenant. He was a leader. But Martin Luther King just happened to be the most, maybe the most articulate. Um, you know, so anyway, I'm belaboring this point, but we don't have a national level black leader, and quite frankly, I don't think we should. Um, this balkanization of black people, kind of as a nation within a nation, like an Indian tribe almost. I'm not sure that really is useful. As a stance, like black nationalism. Not actually sure that serves a positive purpose. So, anyway, we'll go ahead and listen to what this guy has to say. I've never heard of him.
IOB. All right. What's going on, people? IOBA, my name is TC. So, I guess today, being we still in Black History Month, happy Black History Month, by the way, I'm going to put it down like this. This is the kind of shit I want to talk about. I want to talk about the fact that we need new black leadership organizations to replace the old ones. I'm talking about we need, while we got Trump in office, while the mass deportation is going on and the people are being separated, you can have your opinion on that. I mean, I know how I feel about it, but the people are being separated, people being sent home, deported, whatever. White folks are circling their wagons. Us Black Americans, the people that they can't deport, we got to start taking steps to protect ourselves. We got to start taking steps to protect ourselves. And if we waiting on organizations like NAACP, the Congressional Black Caucus, Black Lives Matter, and them people, well, we're going to be stuck right where we at right now. Only we just going to be driven further and further until we almost second-class citizens, if we don't take steps right now. You know what I mean? Now, people are talking that shit about DEI. Yeah, well, DEI and affirmative action, that shit never really affected us anyway, because it was all people of color. So in the people of color, in the people of color hierarchy, the blacker your color is, the less of a person you are. In the people of color hierarchy, the blacker the person, the more color you got, the less of a person you is. So that's how people of color work when it came to black people. So we didn't benefit from DEI programs like that or affirmative action like that. So none of that shit fucked with us. But now they separating and pulling people apart and sending motherfuckers home. There's still gonna be a lot of immigrants here. There's still gonna be a lot of immigrants here, and a lot of those immigrants gonna still have that same funky ass attitude towards black people, towards black Americans. Right now, they're realizing though that there are probably 40 million of us ADOS, FBA Black Americans, freedmen, multi-generational Black Americans, and probably 40 million of us, and we the largest group. And we fight the hardest when it comes to this sort of thing. But right now, it's kind of everybody got to fight their own fight. Listen, man, for years and years and years, I rep Jamaica. Y'all see me rep Trinidad and Tobago. Y'all see me rep African color. I represent really the art that went into making the hat. That's what I like. Because I try to, when I tell somebody like, I'm wearing a Jamaican hat somewhere, you know, and a Jamaican person roll up on me and ask me, where you from? I said, I'm not Jamaican. Where I at? I like the colors. I like the culture. I like the music. So I wear the hat. And then they don't talk to me anymore. Or they make some kind of smart ass remark and move on or some shit like that. Same with the African brothers I met when I wear an Angola hat or a Nigeria hat or some shit like that. But like, you know.
I'm going to let this play out. So far, I'm not sure where he's going with this. It's kind of disjointed. Does this mean he's a Pan African? Maybe I'll contact him and find out.
I am a DOS, foundational, black ass American. So that's who I got to look out for in this coming paradigm. We need whole new organizations. NAACP, that is National Association for the Advancement of Colored Peoples. Colored people. That's what they used to call us back in the day, colored. The Congressional Black Caucus, all of them motherfuckers.
Hey, Dave, I was going to type it in the chat why I disagree, but it's easier just to say it, I guess. Um, I mean, do we have a Jewish leader? Do we have uh, a Mexican leader? Do we have a white leader, for that matter? Now, many people would say, yeah, well, Trump's the white leader, but I'm going to take him at face value and say he is the American leader. I don't think I've ever heard him say that, hey, I'm the president of white people. Um, I don't think I've ever heard anybody identify as the Jewish leader. Now, I'm assuming, I mean, we may need, basically what he's saying is organizations that represent Black people. But the NAACP, BLM, FBA, ADOS, they all claim some form of like speaking for the whole demographic of Black people. Some, like FBA and ADOS, are very want to represent a very specific portion of the Black demographic. Descendants of slavery. Some like BLM want to rep, I guess, all Black people. And I just don't think you can represent even 45 million people. And in theory, political leadership of blacks, um, I don't know. Even the politics within the black demographic is pretty diverse. So there's really no way you can represent all black people. We are a diverse enough demographic that it may be impossible. I don't have a problem with black organizations per se. I have a problem with black organizations claiming to represent all black people. So it's for me, it's not a matter of trust. It's really just a matter of how do you represent such a diverse um, uh, body of people, um, especially after Jim Crow times. I think we're better served being a little bit more individualistic. I don't mean individualistic to a point to where it's it's my way or the highway, or rugged individualism, which used to be a thing in America. The cowboy diplomacy, that sort of thing. But I just don't think you. I think I think we have enough organizations. Some of them should probably go, but no one organization can represent all black people. That's in America. That's where I'm going. Trust has nothing to do with it.
Fuckers is from somewhere else. Most of them, this first and second generation Americans from somewhere else. They don't have our best interest at heart. What has the Congressional Black Caucus accomplished? Even when they had a black president in the White House, the CBC couldn't do shit. And when they went to Joe Biden and asked him about the promises he made, he told the Congressional Black Caucus, y'all need to work with the Hispanics. I can't do shit for y'all. I can't do nothing without Congress. After telling black people he was going to have our back. Nope. The needle didn't fucking move. And BLM got goddamn co-opted coming out the gate.
Agree with that.
Coming out the motherfucking gate. BLM got co-opted and turned into LGBT movement. Soon as that George Soros, that dude, dumped all that money on him, he just bought him. He just bought their motherfucking ass. I forget how much money he gave him, but it was in the millions. But he bought him and neutralized him. Now people be running around. When I hear BLM ain't us. Not really. Some people say BLM just, when they in mixed company, but no, that's not the movement. You dig me? The idea, the concept, the mindset is the movement. Black empowerment is really about a mindset, but we do need to quietly form organizations and networks that we can use to help each other and protect each other. We do need to quietly form organizations and groups and fraternities to protect each other and help each other like everybody else does. You dig me? That's what we need to be doing right now. Coming into this winter we're about to enter into for the next 4 years. Because that's what it is. You dig me? The old organizations that was there and the official ones that white folks recognize, man, listen. They all corporate, sellout, sold out, obsolete organizations that ain't gonna do anything to advance black people up the ladder. They just gonna maintain
Sorry about that. This is where I will part company. At least conceptually, I don't think black people as a group can be helped up the ladder. I mean, you know, I wish I could talk to him directly up which ladder. And um, black advancing up the career ladder or meritocracy ladder, that's an individual's responsibility. It's not a group responsibility. It may have been 50 years ago, 40 years ago, 30 years ago, but in 2025, um, there are no impediments other than, the systemic racism. But I mean, we have enough individual examples like that Black History Month clip that I ran at the beginning of the show. That's a black CEO. Now there are only 9 black CEOs, and they're Fortune, Fortune 500 companies. But let's not even get into that. I don't think um, the black CEO, um, that's not a group effort to get someone there. That is solely an individual effort, so somebody playing company politics. But nonetheless, there is no group that's going to help an individual become CEO of a Fortune 500 company. It doesn't work that way. So, if his goal is to have groups that do mentorship, that's one thing, but that's as far as the group effort goes. Yeah, you can mentor, but even mentoring is more or less one on one. So we'll go ahead and hear him out.
Contained. You got guys like nigga Jim Clyburn, that old South Carolina
That's funny.
politician. He's about 85 years old. You got some young ones coming up. I don't know how they're gonna do, when they get older, like Congress people like Jasmine Crockett and all of them. They full of piss and vinegar now, but let's see what happens 10 years down the road.
Jasmine Crockett doesn't strike me as someone who's trying to be a black leader as much as a leader in the Democratic Party. Maybe it's my weakness in not noticing, but I don't think she speaks for black people in particular. Now, I don't watch a lot of her, but I've watched enough of her. And it's usually been more like Democratic policies that she's going after. Not so much. I don't know. Maybe it's maybe it's my lack of perceptiveness.
Not on the political front, but grassroots, that's what we need to be doing. Now, the good part about it is that is happening. You ain't hearing about it because it's being done quietly and without a lot of fanfare. But groups and organizations are being formed. You just got to know where to look. That will help you with your business, help you with your, with counseling, help you through situations that you need advice on. Yeah, you just got to be able to find them. And when you find them, you lock in. You dig me? Because there's all kind of opportunity out there now. It really is. There's all kind of...
One kind of side note here. I appreciate this guy, TC, and others like HB who can do monologues, 15, 20-minute monologues. I guess I could do it, but I just tend to ramble. So hats off to guys and gals who can do this sort of stuff. I can't. Um, or maybe I just need practice, but I don't have the kind of voice to do it. I tend to be a little bit of a monotone. So I'm sad that I don't have the ability, but I appreciate it when I see it.
An opportunity out there now. I said this like some months ago when Trump first started deporting people. And it's so much opportunity down here now for like a young man who wants to start a construction company, or for 2 or 3 young cats, all with different skills, to kind of contract together and form a small.
I would like to. I've heard the opposite, at least in the Atlanta area. Um, as far as the construction piece goes, I've heard that that's not so much the case. So I'm not sure where this guy lives. I'll go back and see if I can figure out where he's broadcasting from. But this kind of touches on a point I made a while back, talking about ADOS, the group, ADOS, um, black jobs. Black jobs should be all jobs at all levels in the meritocracy. That we, after 400 years, are still competing with immigrants for these uh, lower level wage type, low skill jobs, um, is troubling. We should be competing with the H-1B folks, the higher level, upper end type of jobs. That, black jobs are not being, the term is not being used when we talk H-1B level, highly skilled jobs. And that concerns me. That really ought to be our goal, not competing with low skill or unskilled labor type jobs that a lot of immigrants tend to take.
Small company. There's all kind of opportunity down here now, because the guys from South America, the construction workers from south of the border, those that ain't illegal, are scared to come to work. You dig? I'm retired. I don't do heavy work. I don't work like that anymore. But I did for decades. There is agricultural work. We'll go out there and do it, but you're going to have to pay us some good money. You can't pay us what you were paying them, and that's the problem. But there's opportunity. Somebody can get in there and negotiate some deals. Who knows? And for all I know, that's the type of shit that's really going on, because ain't nobody getting ready to let all of that money just flush down the toilet because you done ran off all the workers. Somebody gonna come in there and they ain't leaving that much money, unless of course, I could be wrong. Maybe they write it off. I don't know. But all I'm saying is there's a lot of opportunity now. Donald Trump is separating everybody and kicking people out the country. Somebody got to step in and do that work. And if you got organizations and networks and people working together, well, shit, somebody can get rich. So
I don't know that this is a correct metering of reality, to be honest.
Somebody with an entrepreneurial spirit can negotiate a fair contract and can organize some workers.
Um, I don't see this. He's talking about, a level above where a lot of these immigrants were working. I mean, maybe I'm missing something, but I don't think that a lot of business owners are being deported. So, um, I don't know.
Because goddamn it, I remember when we was little. We used to all meet at a spot cross town by the projects, get on the bean field truck, go pick the fucking beans, come right back to that spot in the afternoon. We was under contract. That's how we paid for our school clothes in the summertime. That type of work's still out there. It really is. That's that agricultural work. That's that harvesting that the so-called undocumented people do. You dig me? I had an uncle used to work in the chicken house. At a chicken processing plant in my town. And my uncle used to work there. There was a lot of black people there. But we started organizing and asking for a fair wage. And that's how all that work went to the undocumented workers. But I'm gonna digress from that point. The point I'm making is our old organizations are dead. Our old organizations are obsolete, and our old organizations have sold out. Time for new ones with black empowerment in mind. Time for new leadership, new ideas, but all just, quietly and efficiently. I would say like the Asian Americans do it. A lot of times you don't hear a lot of bad news coming out of their community.
Okay, well, I'm glad he's on board with the with realizing that our new Asian masters are to be emulated. However, I know couple South Asian origined folks through a Discord server of mine, um, or that I'm a member of, and there are no Asian organizations. I don't know that the Asians. Well, number one, there's several different types of Asians. They're not a monolith either, and there is dissension within the quote Asian the Asian community. You'll hear Get Crack talk about, there's a hierarchy within the Asian community. There are folks, at the top of that pyramid and folks at the base of that pyramid. So it is the Asian community is not a monolith. Um, but the main point I'm trying to make is that I don't know that there's an Asian version of the NAACP or BLM or anything like that. These folks basically, it's a lot of individual effort from, say, kids that are driven by their families. Um, a friend of mine, who's a pretty good friend of mine, he's got, you know, he babysits his nieces and nephews. They don't have to pay for babysitting because there's always someone in the family to do it. You've got uncles, and this is a specific example. You got uncles who have grown up childless, who are taking, whatever money they've made over their lives and paying for nieces and nephews' college educations. So a lot of Asian success is driven by by family dynamics, not an equivalent of an NAACP. And don't get me wrong, the NAACP back in the day was a major driver in Brown v. Board and civil rights legislation and that sort of thing. So there was a time before 1964, or let's just say before 1975, that these organizations that have, I agree, they're kind of retro now. They served a purpose. So all due respect to the job they did. I think times change, and we don't need new organizations. We don't need organizations in the Black community that are necessarily geared towards uplift, community uplift. In a lot of ways, it's really up to individuals. And I do certain aspects of what we think is Asian culture is family driven. The success of the kids is driven by expectations of the family, not necessarily an organization that represents the demographic. So we got about, let's see, roughly a minute left. So we'll let him finish up.
I mean, I know a lot of bad shit go on in their community just like everybody else's, but you don't hear about it that much. All you hear about them doing is making money. We need to set our mind to making money. We need a whole new mindset, because that's all this country.
And I'm gonna talk a bit on we need to set our minds to making money. I'm going to say we need to set our minds on achievement. The money will follow achievement. Um, now this is a personal thing, and I see John's in the audience. He'll just shake his head when I say this, but I don't want to spend my life chasing a dollar per se. I want to spend my life being the best I can be with whatever goals I set, and the money will follow. If you are good and work hard, the money will follow. The primary goal, and again, this is particular to me, there are probably 90% of people will disagree with me. Chasing a dollar is just déclassé. The achieving lofty goals, the money will follow. So there are many out there. John will beat me up for it, and probably rightly so, but that's just the way I think. I talk to my son, for instance, and now that he's in college, I do, I am like, hey, you know, um, you need to set the kind of goals that will, allow you to retire early if you choose to do so. That implies, making a lot of money. But to me, the achievement, the building a family, so we continue success within our family, um, the money will follow. It should not be, chasing a dollar. The dollars will flow if you achieve.
Understands blood and money. And if we're going to live here, we got to get into that fake money game just like everybody else. Otherwise, we would get reduced to second-class citizenship in the land that we fought for, like everybody the fuck else. Anyway, that's it for now, y'all. That's my time. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button on your way out. Thanks for coming by and listening to me talk my shit. TC, and I'm out. Peace.
I'm going to subscribe to this guy. You know, he sounds like an interesting fellow, and I'll contact him. Maybe we can get him on a panel to chat. And I don't totally disagree. I just kind of think a different way. And speaking of that, y'all, please make sure you hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel if you're new over here, and share the wealth. Sometimes it gets spicy around here, but sometimes we learn things. So share the benefits of being a part of the John Galt Urban Landlord community. Let's see what's next. Okay, now this next thing, it's going to be a little boring. Don't know that we'll do the whole thing, but it interests me. Maybe it'll interest you. This is the guy who forget his name, who's head of the Heritage Foundation, or is it? Yeah, it's the Heritage Foundation, talking about Project 2025. And this podcast is one that I don't always listen to whole shows, but occasionally there's a topic that interests me, like this one. The podcast is called Dad Saves America, which is a little, frankly, gay, but he does what he does. He's more or less, fair. Well, I mean, I don't know that he's MAGA, but he's conservative, and I don't always disagree with him. That's the best I'm going to be able to do. But again, I don't pre-listen to these things, so I will be discovering what they're talking about in real time along with you.
Evan Roberts, welcome to Dad Saves America.
I've been wanting to do this. Thanks for having me.
I don't know why you would be wanting to do this, because
I don't either.
You're going to get grilled.
It's a strange motivation. So maybe I'll change my answer by the end.
You are the now 3 years in president of the Heritage Foundation, the largest and arguably, although I think you would not argue, most influential right of center conservative think tank in Washington, D.C.
Right of
used to
center?
Be in the town I now call
The
home,
Heritage
Austin, Texas,
Foundation?
the Texas Public Policy
The
Foundation. So
hell?
first question, real quick, before we get into all things 2025. Why come to DC? Why would you leave Texas? Texas is like America 2.0. And now you come to Pan Am, to the Eye of Sauron.
Okay, now we know the tenor of this. Texas is America 2.0. The fuck are you talking about? Texas is America with cowboy boots on and good barbecue. And Juneteenth. One thing I do want to ask of you, if this starts getting boring, because I'm into politics, I could listen to the whole thing without a problem. But if this starts drifting away from, interesting, just let me know in the chat. I'm willing to watch the rest of it on my own if y'all get bored. But this is kind of my thing. I like knowing about policy. And anyway.
Why?
Because as a serious Roman Catholic, I believe in purgatory. And I think I'm going to spend a lot of time in purgatory, and thought that maybe I could shave off some of those days and come to the Imperial
Jesus
City.
Christ.
It's actually partially true. But the real answer, professionally and somewhat spiritually, if I may, and I think this would be true for anyone of any faith, it was a calling. It was literally a phone call I wasn't expecting. Heritage called me up and said, would you entertain applying for this job? And this very short version of a long story was, my first answer was no. not because of heritage, which is awesome,
Yeah.
but because of the very thing you mentioned, which is DC. And then my wife and I prayed about it, and we realized, I've been going around telling people, this is after the election of 2020, that they needed to remain encouraged. They needed to lean into the present and future of America. They needed to dig a little bit deeper. And she said, Kevin, you might need to take your own advice. And although we don't want to leave Texas, and we were having this conversation, by the way, Liberty Hill, Texas, we had a great view of the Texas sunset, drinking some Spanish red wine. We said, this is what we have to do. And I will say, to conclude this response, that we've been very blessed as a result. The people at Heritage are awesome. There are many people inside DC who are awesome. There are many people who aren't. But that's what we're called to do, is to be loving. And this public square in DC, I think the most important in the world, obviously, we get an opportunity to play a tiny role in that.
One of the things that was so strange about this past election cycle is, and I'm 47, so it's like I've been through as like a paying attention adult only so many elections, but I don't remember like the totally expected, this is what think tanks do, it's their job, essentially white paper called Project 2025.
Never heard of it.
To become the kind of thing where even in my own comments, people who I think were like,
Okay, that he's 47, maybe he's just into politics. Think tanks literally write draft legislation at the state and federal level. A lot of these bills, especially at the state level, will come from think tanks, maybe with modification in committee. So think tanks are a layer. I think think tanks are the fucking deep state, to be honest. They want to talk about the administrative state being the deep state. Think tanks are the deep state. And I don't know why more people don't know this.
like supportive of President Trump, or at least liked our show. Like, our show's definitely got a right of center audience. We're like, what about Project 2025? Like, the Democrats failed in making it something that would win, but they succeeded in making Project 2025 like a demon on the trail, like a buzzword, a thing that people put on signs, stop Project 2025. And of course, you'd ask people, what is Project 25? I don't know, something bad, something not democracy. What is or was Project 2025 for people who only heard the buzzword and are like, you're sitting next to the man behind Project 2025.
Oh, the architect. And you still call me a friend.
You wrote it. You wrote all of it, all like 100,000 words or whatever it
Oh,
is.
God damn
Part
it,
of this is so
fanboy,
bizarre
move
because,
on.
to your point, this is what policy organizations do. And this policy organization in particular, since 1980, has been doing this fairly boring work. It's very important, but it's fairly boring if you're not an academic or policy person, as I am, of writing policy suggestions, recommendations, never, ever with the sense of entitlement that any president, however aligned he or she would be, would implement all of them, right? This is like a menu. But the thing that I think really set off the radical left this time is a component of this transition project that we've never done on scale. And that is the personnel database. Never before has a group of organizations, 110 right of center organizations based in DC and around the country, come together and said, we're going to try to cultivate, curate, and train the next generation or two of public officials. And not just for the president of the United States, I should probably say plural, because our transition project was, is, and will be for forever, but also for governors, for mayors, for county commissioners. I mean, we're just getting started with this part of the project. And I think the left said,
the one thing that honestly has impressed me is how organized and how persistent right of center in the the Heritage Foundation is not right of center. It is it's generally MAGA, and MAGA to me is not right of center. It's extremist. At least, the Steve Bannon wing of it. Those are extremists. I basically think that America does not understand. And I guess what I want to say is there's Heritage Foundation, there's AEI, there's Manhattan Institute, there's Hoover Institute, and I could probably think of a couple more right center, excuse me, or far right think tanks. Left wing think tanks, they certainly exist, um, you know, but for some reason or another, they are not as prominent or at least as well known by the public, but they do exist. And the right is persistent, they are organized. And, the theory is they tend to be organized because they tend to be more um, homogenous in their politics. Um, on the left, it's a lot more chaotic um, and not as homogenous. That's why, um, you know, um, that's why they don't achieve long term goals. And it could be that the left has no long term goals. I can't think of anything on the left other than maybe um, right to choose as a consistently pursued goal. The left is way more organized, and I just don't. Sometimes I don't understand why. The chaos theory seems to, kind of satisfy it, but I think it's something deeper than that. I think the left um, doesn't like the taste of blood, and the right does. And the left, um, they weren't able, like, the only people that have a taste for blood, maybe the only person that I can think of in the Democratic Party that had a taste for blood was Nancy Pelosi. She basically tamed AOC and defanged the left progressives. We need more people like Nancy Pelosi who don't mind, the taste of. They don't. I bet she eats her steak rare. Um, and John made a point the other day, and I agree with that point about the what's his name? He was Bill Clinton's advisor. I'll think of the name in a minute. The chaotic left. Um, we need more Nancy Pelosi's, and agree or disagree with her politics. She knew how to run um, her caucus. There aren't a lot of Democrats who know how to whip people into shape, make people toe the line. And there's clamor on the left, and it's a purr, not so much a clamor, I guess. We do need a left wing Trump, and I don't know that I disagree with that. We need someone who doesn't mind, um, the kill them all and let God sort them sort of attitude. We are too sissified.
We've never seen the political right be this organized. We've never seen them this be coalesced. So let's see if we can drive a wedge in the middle of this political campaign and use it as a cudgel against Trump, because they couldn't run on their own record. And obviously in the political season, as I said at the time, and I told President Trump firsthand, look, do what you got to do, because we're just doing our work. But once we get into the policymaking season, all of this is still going to be there. And so ultimately it's rather boring but very important work, and it's up to the elected officials to decide which of those policies, if any, who among those people, if any, they want to adopt.
Okay, I'll keep this quick. Be sure to hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and ring the bell so that you won't miss more Dad Saves America as our videos come
out. And actually, believe it or not, I do recommend this podcast. The topics won't always interest you, but every now and again, and I would actually say quite often, there are things, if you are right of center, as most people, the large majority of people on this platform tend to be, you need to keep up with this guy and the people he talks to and the topics he talks to. One point that nobody seems to understand that I understand is that to argue opposite politics, you have to know what the other side is thinking, and hopefully in detail. You got to know what your political counterparts or your political opposites are thinking in detail. Because sometimes you'll find that the point isn't worth arguing. You agree with them. And if you're not talking bullshit online off the top of your head, sometimes it's cool and amusing, but sometimes it's baloney. So know your enemy is the military term.
out each week. And it also really helps us because when we reach out to guests, they look at how many subscribers there are to decide if they want to come on and share their ideas. So please subscribe to the channel. It really helps us out. And thanks for watching. Now, back to the show.
One of the things that has struck me as I've paid more attention to politics and become more wonky is I know that the president of the United States has the same 24 hours in a day that I have because he's a human on the earth. And you come in to this organization that is the executive branch and all of these agencies that all ladder up to you as the boss of the executive branch, none of which, by the way, seem to be like really clearly authorized by the Constitution. Really? Like, I don't know, where does it say we can have a Department of Education in the Constitution?
Article 2. It actually, and I can't remember the exact language, but yes, departments are allowed by the Constitution. Do better, sir.
And I want to get to that, but it's so hard to hire people. It takes so much time to hire someone, have them come into a new job as an entrepreneur. I know this firsthand very, very well, for good and for ill. See them get on their feet, see them learn their team, know what to do and how to do it, and just getting set up with your tools takes a couple weeks. So, how much of what Project 2025 was about was trying to make that process as fast as possible, because you only have like 2 years before the midterms, and then you start to get into the next election season, and just there's not that large of a window for a president to act with the wind at his or her back. It pretty quickly becomes just political season again, the midterms and then the next election and all the nonsense and the unforeseen crises that happen. So
given your experience and success as an entrepreneur, I think you will apprehend better than most what I'm about to say. 100% of the motivation of doing our transition project on such scale was because of the urgency of the moment. We have, even with what I would say is the tremendous, almost perfect success of the second Trump term thus far, still a very limited window to save this country. That's not an overstatement. We've had the radical left march through almost every institution. We've had center-right people, including myself sometimes, not fight hard enough to resist that. We have to rebuild and refound institutions. But as it relates to public policy and government, we thought as a conservative movement, we need to learn the lesson of 2017, when we had this great creative disruptor, Donald Trump, come into the office with the best of intentions, and our movement wasn't prepared to support him. And so when we sat down in 2021 and 2022 at Heritage, we said, we're going to do a couple things differently. The first is we're going to do this personnel database we were just talking about. But the second thing is we're going to invite every right of center political policy organization in this country into this project, because one of the things we can't handle, we can't do again because of the urgency of the moment, is to have this fractiousness in the movement. And so at Heritage, we operate with this motto of adding and multiplying. Don't subtract and divide. Try to make the movement bigger. We're obviously very keen on this realignment. Trump has, of course, succeeded in doing. And therefore, if you can do that, if you can eliminate most of that fractiousness, and the president has his great motivation, he's got great people, great policies, you can move quickly. And when you move quickly, you're sustaining the popular will that's so important to making this movement, this realignment.
Okay, two things that are baloney here. The popular will is not, Trump did not get 50% of the vote or 51% of the vote. The problem in moving quickly sometimes, and I think in this case, means moving sloppily. And, maybe it's just the nature of the beast, but Trump is, there are a lot of feathers flying, but Trump is not making the headway that people thinks he is. If you wind up with half of what you're doing in court, that's a problem. And executive orders do not have the force of law. He's got a Congress that is aligned with him, at least in the majority. And maybe the legislative process is too slow, and he plans on going back and having some of these the successful executive orders, run through Congress, to become laws. But I had a story yesterday of Republican senators basically begging Trump for money for their districts. He's got them by the balls. And that part you have to admire. He has senators like doing press conferences to ask him for money. It's becoming, this sounds like the formulation of, let's just call it a unitary executive, where, the president has more power than the other two branches of government. That is problematic. The Constitution and the founders wanted checks and balances. And if you read the Federalist Papers, if you read Madison's notes, if you read a lot of, James Madison's writings, they were worried about the checks and balances part, probably as much as any other big issue. So these guys are not being as constitutional as they let on. And Article 2 of the Constitution defines the executive branch, and you are allowed to have an education department.
This moment we're in lasts more than just a couple of years. I actually think if things continue to go as they're going, the American people will continue to be convinced that this pace, the substance of the pace, are reasons that they should continue to elect common sense people to all offices. And we might be at the beginning of a generation of conservative dominance.
I've heard these words before.
The title of yesterday's show, and pretty much the title of today's show, Conservative Ideas Should Not Carry the Day, but Should Be Studied. That's what I'm doing. Conservatives should not dominate. If domination is what you want instead of consensus, then you will crash and burn. American history pretty much is full of crash and burns when people try and dominate. Um, you don't have the majority of Americans buying into this. These guys are full of hubris, and we all know what happens when you're full of hubris.
I feel like it was a 20 after George W. Bush won in 2004. There was a lot from probably a friend of yours, Karl Rove, was pretty confident about this.
I've heard the name.
I want to get into the pace, but before I do, the right of center, let's say, includes a pretty broad range of perspectives, just like the left does. If you start, I don't know what the center would be exactly. I don't know who would be like the avatar for the center in American politics. Probably somebody that nobody likes, but the left's got a whole range of stuff from just downright communists to sort of late 90s Clintonians who just want to preserve the welfare state but make changes at the margins and maybe increase marginal tax rates a little bit to pay for XY. The right has the same thing, from like radical, like anarcho-libertarians who believe in capitalism, but otherwise that's that, to, Christian conservatives, to constitutionalists, to, sort of populist, you could say Christian nationalists. How do you get all these different people that are often really in a lot of conflict with each other?
Bullshit. They are not that conflicted. There are so many intersections, or let's just do overlaps. These guys are pretending that there's a lot of conflict within right of the right. There's not that much. I think the only thing that the right really differs on is how extreme they are. You got some people who want monarchs. They basically just want a king, to people who are constitutionalists. That's the range, but they all want the same thing. They want dominance. It's just the degree of how they want to achieve dominance. Some more extreme than others. That is the only difference. Now, I'm being hyperbolic, but not that much.
To come to the table for this kind of project. And did that actually succeed ultimately?
It did succeed. Bottom line up front, it succeeded so well. The left probably gave us $1 billion in earned media trying to demonize the project, which certainly complicated for a couple of weeks President Trump's election campaign. But then all of us realized this isn't working. And so what they did was create this brand recognition, which we couldn't care less about. That's not why we exist. We want the American people to win. But it worked because people realized, all of those people in those different camps on the center right of the United States, the urgency of the moment. And they realized that if the radical left won this presidential election, if they won both chambers of Congress, that America was probably done. Even for those of us who have a supernatural optimism about the future, that all of us who have been active in conservative politics probably would have had the FBI knocking at our doors the next morning. And we're not alone at Heritage in saying that, but I can tell you at Heritage, we were prepared for that. There were hundreds, if not thousands, of conservatives, anarcho-libertarians, Christian kind of conservatives who thought that they might be in the crosshairs.
I want you to
quick point. Just within the Christian conservative faction on the right, the Catholics, there are Christians or Protestant Christians who think Catholics aren't Christian at all. Even within the quote Christian right, there is not unity. So these guys, it's a pretty slick production. I enjoy watching this guy. He is, Really, he does a good podcast. But you got to be able to see past the bullshit. This is what I mean about knowing the opposite politics in detail. Um,
Fine first, who or what sort of worldview is the radical left? It's an easy phrase, but what do you mean? Who's the radical left, or what is the radical left?
It may be easy, but I mean it very intentionally, very purposefully. The radical left is an ideology that originates, or at least is exemplified well in modern history by the Jacobins and others in the French Revolution. It is to be sort of unintentionally pedantic here. Certainly left of center, but beyond that, the logical the logical outcome of the radical left is anarchy. It is that there is such a hyper individualistic sense of freedom, which they define as the freedom ultimately to do whatever the heck you want. It runs roughshod over any of us who have some sense of morality in the public square. And by morality, I just mean sort of governing natural law of how you behave, how you sustain and perpetuate institutions. And therefore, it is an ideology.
okay, these guys are pretending to be Burkeans. They're not. Natural law is basically, well, let me just be kind and say it's old fashioned. Governing by natural law is essentially survival of the fittest. That's what these guys don't tell you.
That is eventually is exemplified by the screeds you see just in the last weeks of members of Congress who can't argue on the substance against what Trump is doing, even though someone may posit for the sake of argument, there's some legitimate argument to be made there. There's some different philosophy. They have to say the only way to fight this is to fight these people. This does lead to violence, and it's something that I've talked about in the last year. That's not something that comes from us on the right because of our belief in order, but it is something that is very much inherent, I would say, in the radical left.
One of the things about American politics in particular, but I think American politics today especially, is that we have these words left and right. As I understand, they ultimately like go back to the French Revolution, right? So for those that aren't familiar, like where did we get this notion of the left and the right?
When you walked into the French National Assembly in 1789, the political parties, the members of the assembly on the left, the Jacobin, and even more radical at the time, were there on the left. Those were the ones who eventually, by the early 1790s, wanted to separate the king's head from the king's body. That's what I mean by not just a radicalism, but a radicalism that creates disorder. This is not the left of the days of Daniel Patrick Moynihan in the 60s and 70s, actually a political hero of mine. Someone who's very thoughtful about the role of the state and government. And while I might disagree with that, he wouldn't be a member of the radical left. In fact, he'd likely be a member of this Trump realignment today. But going back to 1789, when you walked into the French National Assembly, on the right were the Girondins, and even more ultra-monarchists who believe so much in order. And so we've kept that sense, particularly in Western Europe and the United States, of left of center folks being the liberals, the political liberals, and right of center being conservative, even though in the United States, as conservatives, I'm not sure of anyone who is a monarchist.
The part that gets interesting for the US in particular is that in Europe,
Au contraire. Dude, have you heard of there's a whole monarchist wing of the right. Look at people like Peter Thiel. These guys, oh my lord, this guy, maybe he's not aware of them.
you had monarchy, you have blood and soil. And I know your actual trade before all this is as a historian, isn't that right?
That's right.
So that you know what you're talking about more than I do. But when you go to Europe, you have a different character, it seems like to me, of what being conservative means, partly because, for example, in the UK, you're talking about thousands of years of people. They are the indigenous people. You can be conservative, and your conservatism goes straight back to the Magna Carta and before there was even like civilization. But in America, typically when you say you're conservative, you are fundamentally conserving something that was part of the classical liberal enlightenment, which is the Declaration of Independence, which has a very individualistic underpinning, a sense of all men are created equal and endowed by our creator with unalienable rights to life.
Okay, pretending that the Declaration of Independence did not have its flaws. These guys are basically living a fantasy. If people don't know this, Thomas Jefferson, who is considered the principal author of the Declaration of Independence, wanted to include a section that talked about slavery. And basically, it was an anti slavery piece that he wanted to include, and it was struck down. Okay. The Constitution, I don't know that much about the Articles of Confederation, and I need to probably do some homework on that. But the Constitution, they spent quite a considerable amount of time talking about slavery, essentially all men created equal. These are not perfect documents, and the Enlightenment as a movement, especially the Scottish Enlightenment, and the French Enlightenment too, but the Scottish Enlightenment, and I'm thinking of John Locke here, they invented slavery. They invented race, okay, and wanting to go back. Now, maybe they mean, hey, we want to go back to the good parts, but they need to be saying that because these generalizations about the Enlightenment, being great, parts of it were, but parts of it were disastrous. And these guys, I just appreciate a lot more specificity when they talk about the Enlightenment. If there's specificity that's required, I personally think they just want to go back, make America, 1789 again.
Liberty and the pursuit of happiness. And so there's this, like, what we want to conserve, I think, historically as American conservatives, and I'll roll libertarians into that, is a certain kind of classical liberal conception of the role of the individual, the civil society, and a very, very limited government. Is that how you understand what conservatism's foundation is?
Yeah, roughly speaking. Although I would add to that, it's not really a quibble as much as just an addition that whatever label you want to use, I prefer conservative. Friends who have the same identical worldview as I do say classical liberal, that's fine. Whatever label you want to ascribe to it, that what we are conserving are what Russell Kirk argued were the permanent things. I might call the natural law. And so it really comes down to one's conception of freedom. Take the radical leftists we were just talking about. Their conception of freedom is the freedom to do whatever the heck you want. Our conception of freedom, the conception of freedom that our founders understood, whether they were someone who's more libertarian like Jefferson, or someone who's more,
Jefferson was not a libertarian any more than anyone else was. Again, they are making shit up. Jefferson was not a libertarian.
You would recognize to be, really conservative. They understand it as the freedom to do what one ought. And that confers, it speaks of.
That is literally bullshit. The freedom to do what one ought. Dude, go back and read an American history book. It is full of doing the exact opposite of that. God damn, I hate these fucking ideologues.
A moral duty, not just to be a virtuous citizen, which all of these founders.
Again, the founders as moral men? The fuck?
Even Jefferson, the deist, believed in, but that there exists that moral obligation in the public square. By the way, that's what the radical left disagrees with. I mean, this is a very fundamental understanding. And so one of the reasons, just to kind of go back to an earlier thread, if I may, John, that Heritage is so comfortable with this adding and multiplying idea, even though we've got differences of opinion across all of those groups in this realignment, is that we are all bound, or I think all of us, almost all of us are bound by that concept of what freedom is. And it doesn't mean that we're going to dictate, you go to a particular church. This is America, after all. But it does require that you believe there's a moral order, and we have an obligation to that, not just as individuals, but to society.
I had a really you've articulated something that I heard and dealt with really in some case actually for the first time last year. So last October, I should say the October 2023, my son Mateo was finishing high school, having shopped around for schools. He hadn't spent much of his time in Catholic school. We're both Catholic, we're both papists. And so he was finishing out high school at San Juan Diego on First Street. And I said, okay, Mateo, we're talking about maybe going to Italy next year. I have a requirement. You're going to be confirmed. I made a vow with your baptism that I would raise you Catholic, and we have in a lot of ways, but you haven't gotten Eucharist or the things the sacraments that make you a full participant in the church. And he also had this and still does, this Catholic girlfriend, which was a great thing from my perspective. So I took him to RCIA, the adult right, where, because he was an adult legally. And this conception of freedom that you just articulated, exactly how you articulated it, was brought up, that the freedom to do what one ought. And I asked the deacon, how is that freedom exactly? Because if I am free, but only free to do what I am supposed to do by some that presupposes there's a right choice and a wrong choice, and that I'm only free to do that right choice, which doesn't sound like freedom as I've thought about it as a very classical liberal libertarian type. And this table reminds me of his answer. He said, okay, well, let's imagine, he gave me a couple answers, but this table's reminding me of my favorite. Let's imagine that this table is the top of a cliff, the edges of which are so far down that your death is guaranteed if you go off the edge. Now let's imagine you're going to play a game of soccer, and one goal is here and one goal is here. Are you going to play that game more freely or more cautiously if there's a fence or if there's no fence at all? And it was striking to me it was true that a guardrail around catastrophe.
This is the weakness of religion, or at least, religion mixed with politics. I like freedom defined as freedom to set a goal. Well, freedom is to be able to set a goal and achieve it. That's it. That's freedom. Set a goal and be allowed to achieve it.
actually was an enabler of your freedom to play the game at hand with gusto, to dive at the ball, to go for that big kick, to try to block the goal, all that stuff. You could play that game on the top of that mountain with the guardrails. You take them away and it looks like 5-year-olds gently tapping the ball, staying somewhere in the middle and hoping that you don't lose it over the edge and not getting too close enough to even try. How
Shit,
does
might
that
get
strike you
bored
as a
with
way
this.
of thinking about this?
Oh man, that's truly the best analogy I've ever heard about this
Jesus
pretty high-minded concept, right? And a couple of things about that. One, I love adding on to these analogies. Not only can you play the game with gusto, like with real freedom, but I would also submit to you, you also develop you can play that game with gusto and really challenge your opponent, the other soccer team, but you also care for them because you share something, which is you don't want to fall off the cliff. I mean, even if you kind of get an elbow, you don't really wish the guy death. But the second thing I would say is it's for you who often will define yourself as a libertarian leaning Catholic. There are a lot of people in your audience, no doubt, who do. This is a very natural evolution of thinking, particularly as we get older. And I went through that as well when I was early in my career as a history professor at a big state university in the Southwest. It was easier for me professionally just to let people think I was a libertarian. And I kind of was more than I am today. But when the light bulb went off, it was when I read Russell Kirk's The Roots of American Order, which I had never done in graduate school. And I realized, man, I've been missing something. I've actually, to use this analogy, I've been playing in the center of this field like kiddie soccer.
I want to make the point that this guy's a former history professor who is now head of a think tank. There are many in our audience who would call this history degree, his history degrees, basket weaving degrees. Now he's weaving a basket to put us all in. Um, I think any degree, if you are talented and you work hard, your basket can be useful.
Now I get to play the whole thing. And so to just be somewhat religious here for a moment, there's so many blessings that come from that. And for someone who's agnostic, someone who doesn't have a real passion for organized faith, you can still feel it because it's the natural law.
Natural law.
The thing that it raises, that's a countervailing argument would be, that's a great analogy. Who drew this circle? Who decided that this is the bounds? And is that not sort of where our politics are? Like we are in a constant debate about what is right and wrong. And, you're presuming you've got this nice, tidy, clear line of the natural order, but I disagree with your view of the natural order and who's the final say on the matter. So and I want to move on to more practical things, but how do you respond to someone who's an individualist, who, like whether they're an objectivist or sort of someone who's more radically pushing back against the particular order, or the sense that there is an order that we know to be the order, and this is where the lines should be drawn, and say, no, that's the debate. I want to tear up Chesterton's fence because I don't feel this is freedom for me. In fact, I don't even think there's a cliff over there. I think that's the wild blue yonder. That's where the new world is. What's your answer?
Well, first of all, I would say that's a thoughtful question. I've had this conversation with a lot of folks, friends, good friends in that scenario. And so to ask that question is to be thoughtful. But I would say the right question is not who created that fence, but taking a lesson from Thomas Aquinas, who didn't create it. And for that thoughtful person, who no doubt is someone of good intellect, and obviously we're ascribing great intentions here, they're willing to think, if you go through the process of who it isn't, who it couldn't be, then it's someone or something that's so much greater than us. Even if it is this, as agnostic friends still claim to me, some like a Big Bang theory that there's some order that happened there. It's not an absence of order. It's a very real thing that we've seen across history that we can prove, and that usually creates at least a very friendly agreement to disagree. But I will also say that in every case, all of my friends in that category, all the people I know in that category, eventually move closer to embracing the concept of being on that soccer field with Chesterton's fence because of the apparent truth of it. I don't mean that at all in any sort of condescending way, like have some magic power to possess the truth. No, I go through these same intellectual conversations in my own mind. It's good to do this.
The last sort of thought.
Essentially, what they're dreaming, and actually, Trump will be a buffer against this. These guys want to create a form of theocracy. And in a diverse population, that's just a recipe for disaster. G.K. Chesterton, St. Augustine, they should not be running governments. Their theology should not be running a government. It should not be running a democracy in particular. If you look just beneath the surface, these guys talking about Chesterton and natural law and all that stuff, democracy should not be run with religion in mind. There's nothing wrong with being religious, but having a government run along religious principles, natural law, no.
On this point, before I want to get into the past couple weeks,
I can tell
is
And by the way, Thomas Jefferson, they say he was a deist. A deist basically means that Christ is not considered divine. These guys someone needs to ask these guys what a deist is. Thomas Jefferson would be perfectly comfortable with no religion involved in government. Madison, who was, Thomas Jefferson's mentee, basically, politically anyway, they were expressly against this sort of, religious influence on government. These guys, good guys, I'm sure they're perfectly fun to hang out with. We don't want G.K. Chesterton as like any sort of like influence on government.
At different times in American history, just to keep it on American history, there's been obvious cases where Chesterton's fence has been on the wrong in the wrong spot. Slavery being the most obvious. And that wasn't uniquely American, no matter what, bozos at the New York Times try to say. That was a universal practice that actually America led the world in abolishing. And all you have to do is go back and look at the northern states that instantly abolished slavery the second the Declaration.
Guys like this depend on people not knowing American history. America was one of the last countries to abolish slavery, and it took a war to do it. These people don't fucking understand this shit, and this is what pisses me off. America was not a leader in abolishing slavery. As a matter of fact, before the Confederacy and definitely during the Confederacy, they were looking to expand America into Mexico and South America. There's a whole colony, and I don't know the history of it. I just happen to remember seeing it in a news article or something. There are descendants of Confederate United States / Confederate aristocracy in Brazil or Argentina, somewhere in South America, where, they basically wanted to form a state down there. These guys depend on people not knowing American history. Hey, Uncle Fatty, how you doing?
Was put out into the world. But we do sometimes have orders which are bad.
Oh boy, we got
and
a
they are
bunch of
believed
people
to be
flooding
good
in.
until there
folks.
is something akin to a revolutionary moment. You could say the birth of Christ is one of those revolutionary moments. The claim in Rome that actually, no, you can't treat other people like they're below you. In fact, the people you're treating like they are below you are my favorite people. And
Yeah, you know what, DiCapriono, you're right about that. I'll look it up, and maybe we'll do a show on that, or at least a segment of a show on that, because it's actually an interesting history. Hey, Flow State, all you guys, welcome aboard. Please hit the like button and subscribe. So I'm basically doing this podcast is called Dad Save America. It's a right of center podcast that I do listen to. I'd even say frequently. And I actually don't hate watch it. I like the guy, but it does get the blood flowing.
you are going to be waiting in line. That is revolution. That is radical. So how do you think about when
Thank
that
you, Caleb.
fence, or maybe
Caleb.
how do you approach understanding when the fence might actually be in the wrong spot?
First, with an understanding of, I guess, the philosophical foundation of that, and that is human nature is flawed. We're sinful by our nature, and while there might be disagreement on that, if you start with that agreement or that understanding, then it makes perfect sense that something as evil and tragic as slavery in the United States, which was my academic expertise, as you know, could exist, because men and women are flawed. And ultimately, yet, God still put on earth someone like William Wilberforce, who at great personal cost and sacrifice led the effort to end the slave trade and then slavery in the British Empire, so much so that the British Empire purchased the freedom of slaves. So that's, you can take that example. It's an excellent example, by the way, and you can look in each generation of history. God gives us the free will to, our nature, if someone prefers, to make good choices or bad choices. And sometimes enough men and women make enough bad choices that something like that outside of the order can happen. So the problem really isn't that Chesterton's fence idea is wrong. It's that man's application of that to particular circumstances is flawed.
One of the things that's happening right now, and this will be my transition, is that there are a lot of fences getting uprooted in Washington, D.C. right now.
There sure are.
Elon and a group of 20-something, probably on the autism spectrum, super brains, are taking a digital wrecking ball to the executive branch, or at least shining the brightest light the damn thing's ever seen. And I think last night, saw a video that was really off-putting to me, although not surprising. But one of the participants I was kind of surprised to see. Kara Swisher and Scott Galloway were bemoaning that Elon and his cadre put in place by the elected president. What they're doing, they said literally, we need to dox these young people and have governors throw them in prison. Scott Galloway of NYU, who I've actually wanted to have on this show, and I'd still welcome him to come. But I found this utterly outrageous. Like, how dare the executive have appointees look at the activities of the branch that he runs, was what I'm hearing. So how do you understand? Let's start with what Trump's power to let Elon run around shining a light on everything and like taking letters off buildings like USAID. Like, how much power legitimately does the president have to do this?
I'll answer that after a very brief response to Scott Galloway as an example. What an excellent example of the radical left. Can't argue on substance. So let's dox these people and take them out of the game. Having been doxed during all the Project 2025 stuff, at some threat to personal and family security, which persists, I can tell you that that's the radical left. And I'm not alone in that regard.
It's just
But
bullying. It's just we're gonna scare you into, we're gonna try to scare you out of doing this thing that you've been asked by the elected president to do.
Yes, that's right. And I mean, think about Donald Trump is the best example of this in modern American history. But to your point, which is a very good question about the appropriate authority or the amount of authority the president has. It's an immense amount of authority. So let's just take a step back from Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And let me just answer as a historian. I'm a Trump guy. And so people say, well, Roberts is
You're just a toady.
Yeah, that's right. No. Well, before Trump, I would have given you this answer. And it is that what has happened, starting particularly with Woodrow Wilson's presidency 100 years ago, amplified during the New Deal, obvious to your audience, amplified further by the Great Society and by Republican and Democrat administrations since, is the creation of an extra constitutional branch of government, the administrative state. When Thomas Jefferson was president, there were just a couple hundred employees in the federal government. As we sit here, there are 2.5 million. That on its face should tell you that something has changed. And what's changed is not just the number of federal employees, and it ought to suggest that there are.
Oh my Lord, something has changed like 240 years. These people are surprised that things changed? Jesus.
Intrusive on our lives. But even more importantly, regarding the extra constitutionality of this, there's nothing in law that gives them the authority they have. Why, for example, should the Environmental Protection Agency have law enforcement agents?
Yeah, why does the Health and Human Service?
Okay, again, dude, the reason that the EPA has so much authority is Congress delegated it. Now, were they right or wrong to do it? The right move is to put the authority back on Congress to exercise, not to abolish the agency.
This is by bullets.
Yes,
It's the same. It's
yes,
insane.
we could spend an entire episode talking about these examples, but rather than argue from the detail, argue from the general and say that what has happened is that members of Congress have frankly abdicated their authority to legislate. And because over many decades, both Republicans and Democrats didn't want to make hard decisions, they transferred those decisions to unelected bureaucrats who maybe many did with the best of intentions, but certainly in the last administration, some of them were not with the best of intentions. And so all Trump is doing is returning us to constitutional order. And he has
No, he's not.
to appoint whoever the hell he wants to appoint to analyze government. And furthermore, when it comes down to the potential firing, early retirements of federal.
Okay, the constitutional thing to do would be what the Supreme Court did, neutralize the Chevron doctrine, and have a Republican Congress, both houses are Republican, go back and take the authority back from the administrative state. It is not the answer. The constitutional thing to do is not do a unitary executive. These guys claim to be constitutionalists, but can't think constitutionally.
Employees, depending upon their classification, that might need legislation. But a lot of them, of course, can be made.
Oh, by the way, I won't mention the actual hard thing to do would be to amend the Constitution. And the reason that route is not being taken is because the majority of the country does not agree with them. At best, it's 50-50. They're taking the easy way out and presenting it as constitutional. Democracy dies in dumbness. They depend on people not knowing their civics, etc.
Made this offer, which Trump has done for an early retirement. And best as we can tell at Heritage, the administration has gone through this with 100% legal and constitutional authority. And there needs to be a couple years of this in order to right-size the government.
I'm going to make an analogy that I think you'll appreciate.
Is it a soccer field?
It's
DeFreak, you make up, or you actually make a point. Yes, the president, if you read Article 2, his job is to execute the legislation that Congress passes if he approves it. If it's approved, the veto, if he approves, signs the legislation, yes, they legislate what the president should be doing. That is the Constitution.
not, but it is a Catholic one because I've become more interested in what it means to be Catholic, and so I've been going down all these like weird apologet. My YouTube feed is increasingly like Apple News, Toyota cars, politics, and apologetics. It's like it is actually amazing how successful.
Mine's similar, although I've got one channel. I love dogs. I raise hunting dogs, and but it's very similar.
One argument that Catholics make versus Protestants is that Protestants have this concept, as I understand it, and I can get in deep water that I can't swim in real fast here, but sola scriptura, that all you need is the Bible itself, the words of the Bible, and I can just read it for myself. I don't need the church fathers.
Okay, so here we are. There is the guy who's responsible for Project 2025, which is a blueprint for Trump or any president to follow. Now they're talking Bible. Coincidence? Ridiculous.
Are all this stuff that got architected and built over a couple thousand years, coming out of Peter and Paul, that's all a power structure. I have the word of God. I can just read it. I think to some extent in American politics, we do treat, and for obvious reasons, because it is the law of the land, the Constitution and its amendments as a kind of political sola scriptura. And so what the Catholic might say is, look, Roberts, it's not just the Constitution, which is a very small document that you can fit in your pocket. It's the full body of precedent of the Supreme Court's rulings over time that constitutes truly what the law of the land is. It's not just, hey, show me where USAID is authorized to be created by the Congress, because I don't see it in the Constitution. But no. We're in a common law. We've inherited a kind of British common law, and that's the law of the land. So what's your response to that? Because that's what the Catholic Church, just to close the loop on the analogy, those of us that are Catholic say it's not just the Bible, it's the Bible and all these interpretations. I think it's really useful to turn to Thomas Aquinas and not just read this old text with no help. And so how do you respond to that idea that there's a, if the Brandeis court ruled X, Y, and Z, that is part of the law of the land, and et cetera, et cetera. I think that's I want to try to steel man the argument for this monumentally complex superstructure where people can be told.
And I hate the term steel man. Hey, folks in the chat, the JGHB channel is the backup channel for the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. So if you're over there liking, if I could get you to come over to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel and like us there, that's kind of like the tip of the spear. And there's a Stanley Cross 6000 channel. That's my channel that we also simulcast the show onto. The Stanley Cross channel is kind of my personal channel that I do, it's fairly recent that I started using it, but, I intend to do more essay type stuff, kind of solo essays that I upload. So, but we appreciate y'all being here. Sorry, I'm being a little, hopefully not too histrionic, but it really annoys me when guys like this guy's a history professor, so he actually understands the history behind all this. Now, whether he's misinterpreting it, I don't know, but I doubt it. It bugs me that these guys will throw out stuff like Thomas Jefferson was a libertarian. There weren't libertarians, at least in nominally, back in Jefferson's time. So claiming him as a libertarian, I guess every political party or political persuasion claims Jefferson. The problem is he was not very easily definable. And, he's kind of like Frederick Douglass. I think Jefferson tended to pick and choose ideas, not dogmatically. Same thing with Frederick Douglass. And, I don't want to confuse the two, but people who aren't dogmatic tend to pick good ideas no matter who has them, and it makes them hard to define. In a historical sense, anyone can claim them to be one of theirs. A little bit of a problem, but maybe that's a virtue as well.
Well, they're not allowed to grow wheat on their own property, like Wickford v. Filburn, which was manifestly insane, but it was a ruling, so I guess we have to take it seriously.
Yeah, look, I follow you. We steel man arguments of the other side at Heritage, both out of respect for other people in the public square, but also because we want our arguments to be as persuasive as possible. So I follow you. And it's with that caveat that I say it's a very imperfect analogy, respectfully. It's not totally imperfect, but somewhat imperfect, because the world of theology and the world of politics are not the same. Having said that, I'll play along. Ultimately, let me now, just to show you, I'm going to steel man this, or at least attempt to. Maybe I will be imperfect in doing this. Let me just posit I accept everything you say. Then
I hate the term steel man. Well, I'm going to let them finish, and then I'll go on a diatribe about debates in Debate Bros.
Her claim has made my argument because of the Chevron doctrine being overturned. So I happen to disagree as a constitutional originalist, like strict. with Justice Alito and Justice Thomas, that the Constitution is the guide. Doesn't mean that other law and other precedent are unimportant, but let's at least start with that. But even if I want to accept your judicial worldview, then the argument still is in favor of what Trump is doing. Because what the Supreme Court said in the last months was this interpretation for several years, couple of decades, that the administrative state had this power to issue law. I mean, basically, this is a layman, I'm not a lawyer, is wrong. The court was wrong. Is going back to our earlier thread about sometimes getting the parameters of the debate wrong. And so on those grounds, Trump actually should be moving even faster and bolder, because much, if not most, of the administrative state is extra constitutional.
One of the things that I'm curious how to think about, because I don't have an understanding of this, is like USAID. So this seems to be
Okay. Well, Doge is extra constitutional. And Doge dodged Congress. They took over the U.S. Digital Service, which I guess had congressional approval to exist. They basically just moved in or squatted in that structure, and they literally came into existence by skirting the Constitution. Doge is not congressionally approved in a congressionally approved department, and Elon is not working with the advice and consent of Congress. There is a Doge committee in both houses, but Elon wasn't confirmed as secretary of the Doge. These guys are using extra constitutional processes and calling out other people or other types of extra constitutional processes. These guys are just disingenuous. How about just say what you're doing, and people might at least call you honest.
be the worst thing ever.
At least pretty close.
I mean, it's like, let's, okay, in the best possible light, it's, this seems like it's mostly a tool for foreign policy to buy favor in the best possible light by doing arguably good things for people in other countries so that they like us and will do what we want them to do when we need them to do something that's in our interest. That, I think, is maybe the best argument.
It's very fair
for what that was trying to do. Like, of course, do I want you to teach atheism to people in foreign lands or subsidize transsexual stuff in other lands that are based that the local people will probably find absolutely satanic? It seems like a bad idea to me. But as I understand it, the Congress did create this thing and fund it. So is it really part of the executive power to say, I don't think so, I'm taking the letters off the wall, you're all fired, I'm not spending any of that, we're done? Like, help me understand where that, just as that particular example, that's what's in the news right now for the next 48 hours until the next thing happens.
USAID was created by executive order under President Kennedy, and it's funded by Congress. And so
even that one's not
legally, the president can do both of these things. And the first is obvious, he can undo it by executive order, which he's done. But even on the funding component, my great friend and collaborator on the transition project, Russ Vogt, director of Office and Management and Budget, can say and has said that we're not going to allocate that money because it's extra constitutional that Congress, just to be technical here, has funded something that the president says doesn't create. What you're seeing here, just to take a step back from this, although I think the president's on 100% solid ground on the USAID stuff, what you're seeing here is the first presidency in a long time reclaim the authority as it's articulated in the Constitution and in precedent from the judicial and legislative branches. And because this is the first time in a long time that's happened, even for people who voted for Trump
Donald Trump negotiates directly like a man, but he does not negotiate like a president. That is the problem. Donald Trump is the president, not just some businessman. He doesn't seem to understand that, and neither do his his uh, his voters.
Trump and like Trump, it might seem a little weird. I mean, maybe he's doing something wrong. He's just doing something that's right that hasn't been done in a long time.
One of the things that strikes me as being right, as I understand the spirit of the separation of powers, is that the founders understood that power corrupts absolutely. And so they set these three branches against each other. And one of the things that that assumes is that they're gonna grab power. The Congress is gonna, well, the Congress has managed to not do this very well, but the courts, the president and the Congress, the legislative branches, will vie for supremacy, and that even Supreme Court rulings ultimately will then get kicked back into the legislative process. And so there is no final answer. But the assumption is, I would think, more or less what President Trump is doing, which is to say, no, I'm going to push this to the limit, and it's up to you guys to push back on me. But the notion that this is some supreme violation of the norms of our republic, or democratic, but our Republican order, small r, I don't understand where that's coming from, if you're being honest.
Yeah, it couldn't be further from the truth, although I think I know where it's coming from, and I'll try to steelman that in a minute. But if you read or reread the Federalist Papers, which are the greatest, most, I think, convincing essays that explain what you just did, which is that the three branches don't just coexist, they're vying for as much authority as possible for the express purpose of diffusing power so effectively, but rather inefficiently, that the people can go about their lives. And if Hamilton and Madison were sitting here today, and admittedly, I am very fond of both of their political philosophies, they would say the system relies on, as Hamilton said, a vigorous executive who would challenge not the norms, the custom, the law, but challenge all of those members of Congress, challenge all of those members of the judicial branch from saying, we're more numerous than you, and so we outweigh you. No, he's or she the only elected person on a national level.
Right.
The founders meant something by that. Where does the analysis come from, the opposition come from? It comes from a century of American left of center folks trying to change that, starting with capital P progressivism and continuing all the way through, today, where the radical left, I think, does not even want sovereign states to exist within the United States.
I mean, I think about this, it's become not just a philosophy, it has become a culture. Trust the experts, trust the science TM, which is, of course, like a fundamentally anti-scientific. It's like you're instantly a crank if you say trust the science. If you even just say the science without trust, you're not really in the realm of science anymore. But I think about Woodrow Wilson. He was sort of the original Claudine Gay. He was an Ivy League professor who had a real disdain for the public. He also happened to be like a racial essentialist that resegregated the federal.
One of the worst ever.
So he sucked real bad. He comes in, and this seems like this is the, talk about the capital P progressive movement. This notion that we have betters who are the experts, who should get deference and can design the way, the structures in which all the rest of us will live. And how dare we elect someone that says, what are you talking about? No, none of that stuff. That seems like the battlefront. I mean, that seems like what that, the like horror of Kara Swisher and Steve and Scott Galloway is rooted in. Like, we're Ivy League types. We're smart. we're smarter. And I know Scott came from humble beginnings, but he's lost the plot. He's in Aspen Ideas Fest land now.
It's always a bad sign. Yeah, this is personified by Anthony Fauci, who would be so comfortable in Woodrow Wilson's administration. And
including the eugenics
yes,
favoritism.
I mean, the whole thing. I mean, Fauci and this whole group, they really are traitors to self-governance because they're holding out their credentials, they're holding out their supposed expertise, they're holding out what they see as a fact, which isn't, and that is that technocrats are more important than common sense, or just more important than people with degrees from other places who happen to understand the scientific method and therefore know when you say trust the science and it doesn't include challenging a hypothesis that you're, of course, not doing science.
One of the things that this points to is the question of what in a civilized society our relationship with expertise should be, because I think there is a little bit of a danger. I can feel it in myself, because at the end of the day, if I wasn't doing this and being all hoity-toity with history talk, I would probably be happy swinging a hammer on a construction site personally. That's like the other route I would take. To do things well, you need to have people who know how to do them well. The government has been charged by we the people with doing a bunch of things, some of which involve a fair amount of expertise, like running half of spending on all of healthcare. I don't like that, but that's the reality we're in. So how do you have a federal government that is charged with doing a bunch of stuff that requires expertise, but all of the people in it turn over every 2 to 4 years because of the political power that I think we're agreeing is justified to say, no, fire all these people. They're a bunch of lefties, fire them. And then at some point we'll get some left winger back in the office and it'll be like, all right, academia, give me your unwashed masses to fill these agencies back up. How do you think about what is like justifiable long-term expertise in the federal government?
Well, the first step is to recognize there is a huge difference between expertise and technocracy. And so we want expertise. We want professional competence. But technocrats are people like Fauci, I mean, really personified in this generation.
Once again, disingenuousness. DeFreak, to your point, I agree. Someone like you know what? Actually, I don't know that I agree that much. I think that Heritage Project 25 has basically a foundational influence on this new Trump administration. And Zuckerberg and the other, tech billionaires are basically a next strata above it. It's almost like a TCP IP stack. There are layers upon layers. And the oligarchs, and that's what I'm calling them, my framing for this new Trump administration is Trump rode populism, the back of populism. Trump and the other oligarchs rode the back of populism to establish this budding oligarchy. And I actually think oligarchy is pretty much an apt description of the Trump administration so far. And as far as these guys are talking technocrats like Fauci, you got tech billionaires, basically a tech billionaire running the government or deciding what stays and what goes. Elon Musk is the ultimate technocrat. So I don't know. Um, this guy talking about Fauci being a technocrat, while a technocrat, it seems to actually be running the government, laughable.
By Fauci, who say that they don't just have expertise, which he clearly has. We're not challenging that, but that his expertise is of such a special realm, and he's been given sort of a magic ring to tell us how to completely live our lives. And as if that weren't bad enough, if that weren't arrogant enough, this is the real telltale about the difference. A technocrat doesn't want to be challenged. They're not comfortable, ironically, being engaged in the scientific method. Whereas the nature of developing expertise, whether in your field or mine, is not just a level of comfort, but rather embracing being challenged so that you can test the scientific method so often that you finally get to the point. Think about the Manhattan Project, where you've got scientific perfection or near perfection. All of that to say that if you think about what Trump and Vance are doing with the administration, they're not getting rid of expertise or competence in the government. They're getting rid of radical left ideology, which is, when combined with expertise, creates this technocracy. I should say, though, to be fair, that technocracy can and does exist on the center right as well, for the same motivations. And so again,
Give me an example of that. What do you mean?
I don't think
I
these
remember
guys are
during
center
COVID
right.
days, I was back in Texas. I was asked by Governor Abbott to serve on his task.
Okay, these guys want to portray themselves as center right. They are not center right. MAGA is not center right. I won't say it's far right, but it is not center. It's to the right of center. If you start talking or bringing in natural law and, start talking about, um, religious texts, um, no, the Christian right is not center right. It's the Christian right, which is to the right of center.
Force to reopen Texas, and one of the people, I'll just name names, I constantly butted up against was Scott Gottlieb, who's FDA director, total statist.
Isn't he a Pfizer board member now?
Yeah, I mean it says I don't ever intentionally want to engage in ad hominem. I don't mean it this way, but substantively, this man is conflicted and compromised and a technocratic jerk, who I can tell you firsthand in these conversations didn't like being challenged by a lowly historian. Now, he's forgotten more about his area of science than I will ever know, but I'm not a dummy. And I was asked to be on this task force to ask questions, and he didn't like it. And it's because it's all about power. It's not about actual competence. And so actually, I think what you're going to see is not only the continuation of career employees over 10, 20, 30, 35 years. There's not going to be this turnover, 2 or 4 years of all federal employees, but you're going to see those whose expertise has been suffocated by the technocrats actually blossom.
The area that I am most radical is education. And what I mean by that is, if you ask me, and I know this would be unpopular even with most of the people here, I would abolish public school. I don't think
It's so funny. I'm a radical on education. This guy's a radical on education. I thought I was to the right of most everybody in the John Galt urban landlord space. But this guy manages to be ridiculous. I wouldn't call him radical, I would call him ridiculous. Getting rid of public schools, bad idea.
government in any level has any role to play positively. I think it is a force for bad. So I will say that to set the
There's the libertarian coming out.
We didn't have public school in this country in any meaningful sense for quite a long time. Churches and communities in one-room schoolhouses created a highly literate public. And then along comes Prussian and
A highly literate public? The fuck is he talking about? Dude, back in the one room schoolhouse days, America was not highly literate. The hell is he talking about? The rich people back in the days of Thomas Jefferson had private tutors. There were no public schools. There were people who could not read. A lot of them couldn't. If they were not elites, what these guys depend, democracy dies in dumbness. Ugh.
inspired technocrats like Horace Mann and the like, and the Rockefellers and all this stuff, and erect a structure that has now been captured by the scariest people I can possibly imagine. Confusing our kids about the nature of their sexual reality, thrusting them into a world in which they are
Sexual
more depressed,
reality and
more
thrusting them
anxious,
into
more
the
prone
world.
to suicidality
Interesting
than we have
analogies.
ever seen. So I would take a blowtorch to all of it tomorrow. I would push the button for it to vanish in a puff tomorrow. That's I will say it loud and clear every time I can. It's my show. I get to say it. But one area that you might not agree with all of that, but one area that I think we do agree is
I agree with a lot of it.
the Department of Education in particular is just a cancer that needs to be cut out and then heavily chemoed in the surrounding area for a long time.
It's a stage 4 cancer. It's metastasized throughout education, throughout government. It's actually made your argument about abolishing all of public education very convincing. And two things. The first is the Department of Education needs to go away, root and branch. Actually, I think that it will. I was asked, by the way, how long has Heritage been arguing for the elimination of the Department of Education? I said, since the press release when it was created in 1979. This is a long held position of ours and a lot of people. But to your point about the structure of public schools, I actually argue that the most noble promise we make in the United States, given our pluralism, given some checkered chapters in our past, is guaranteeing equal opportunity to the finest education in the history of the world to every American. You don't disagree with that, I don't think. Where we might slightly have a difference of opinion is what's the implementation of that? And it need not look anything like what we have done for the last 150 years. And really, to the extent that the states and local governments, through their taxpayers' money, are funding this government-funded education, it needs to be total freedom where parents and students can make their decisions.
Yeah, I think, the second best is definitely, and it's a strong second best, is universal school choice, which, by the way, the Swedes have. The Swedes have universal school choice.
The Swedes of all people.
They were good on COVID, too. I mean,
they were.
There's a lot of realms in which if we were more like Scandinavia, we would actually be even more despised by the American radical left, because they don't have any clue the way these.
Now, these guys sitting here extolling the virtues of a country that is more socialist than we are is a hoot. Oh, these guys. This basically, hopefully reinforces my point about knowing in detail what the opposite politics is thinking. Your political opposition, you should be as well versed in what they think as what you think. That's how you engage at an ideological level and basically cut them off at the knees. Okay, these guys will on one hand talk about socialists and how bad the European countries are, but then they'll sit over coffee and talk about how great they are. They pick and choose what they like and what they don't like as much as the other side. People need to get out of their echo chambers. Okay, I'm left of center and I'm listening to a supposedly right of center podcast. I follow this podcast. The topics that I'm interested in, I listen intently so I can shit on their politics when people bring it up, on this channel. And I encourage everyone, get out of your echo chambers, start listening to, the quote, intellectuals in the opposite party, just so you know what's going on and you become more effective in your personal politics. And I know I sound like a school marm here. Sorry for the pedantry.
These societies are actually structured. They're higher than us in many cases on freedom indexes. but go at the Department of Ed. Lay out for the listener who thinks, Popola, I watch you, but this is where I think you sound like a lunatic. Why was the Department of Ed created? Why should it be excised? And why do you think that that's actually going to happen, since every Republican president, except maybe, George W. Bush, who empowered it with No Child Left Behind and kind of made it worse, has been saying this? Reagan said it. Reagan couldn't do it, and it was young. He could have killed it in the cradle. So explain your enthusiasm and why it's justified.
I'll steel man the motivation for creating the department so that people who are a little apprehensive about eliminating it understand where we're coming from. President Carter thought that if the United States continued to be challenged, if not fall behind the Soviets, not just in the Cold War generally, but in science and in education, that it would be terrible for the Republic. And so he thought the answer, being a political liberal, was to create this federal department and place a priority on funding those schools. That was in 1979. Although correlation is not causation, all that's happened since 1979, after spending $1 trillion, with a T, $1 trillion at the federal level, that doesn't count state and local money, $1 trillion in the Department of Education, is that educational attainment in this country has declined in every single demographic group. White guys like you and me, Black women, Asian Americans, it does not matter. It's gone down. Something is broken.
I'm Italian
with
by the way,
education.
so I'm white with an asterisk.
All right, yeah, I triggered you. Thanks for not being a snowflake. And I'm a Cajun, so I'm lucky just to speak English.
That I can understand you is an accomplishment.
That's right. Not all of my relatives would you be able to. You need a translator. But what has happened is that in that over-centralization of dollars, we've also over-centralized power. And what has happened in every educational unit in this country is that about 3/4 of every dollar, 75 cents of every dollar we spend on education, goes not to students, not to teachers, not to instruction, but to administrators.
Yeah.
And so it's not about education. It's actually about creating a system. And so our motivation for wanting to eliminate the department is actually to improve education. It's, sometimes the left they're not steel manning our argument. They're actually straw manning it, say, oh, they hate public education. I'm a dirt poor kid from Louisiana, only went to public schools. And so perhaps that's, my lingering passion for getting them right. The Department of Education stands in the way of that project. Block grant this money to the states, let them figure it out, let them be laboratories of democracy. And when California gets it terribly wrong and Texas and Florida get it mostly right, California eventually will have to compete, and every.
Okay, that point that he's making about Texas and California competing, these are kids and their education, which impacts directly their success in life. We want to compete like a business, like our kids are in an education market. Bullshit. I don't get this point. Now, every agency has its inefficiencies. Agencies should be broken up or broken down and rebuilt to fit the current needs. But in my opinion, the education department is needed, if in no other for no other reason, to be a clearinghouse for what California is doing right and Texas is doing right, and kind of like coming up with a game plan. The education department does not run local education. School boards do. The state superintendent for, education runs the day-to-day education in any given state or locality. The education department is just there to kind of, standardize some stuff. Okay. 50 different ways of educating kids is fucking chaotic. Education should be left to localities, but there needs to be some commonality, some, a baseline that is national. We aren't 50 different countries. We're one nation with 50 states. And these guys basically want their conservative education, their patriotic education, to be enforced. They want their way of educating to be dominant. That's why they want to get rid of the Department of Education. It should not be gotten rid of. And the good thing is, an executive order cannot eliminate a congressionally mandated agency. You can defund it. You can, pretty much de facto neuter it. But the agency does not go away unless Congress gets rid of it. That's what these guys are pissed off about. The country is divided roughly 50-50, and there's no way the Senate can get rid of the Department of Education, because they're not going to get 60 votes to do it, at least currently. So the education department is not going away. That's why Linda McMahon is now, or I can't remember if she's been approved or not, but she's going to be Secretary of Education, because the education department is not going away. It should be rebuilt. It should be streamlined. No argument with that, but getting rid of it is not what should be done. And 50% of the country does not want it gotten rid of. These guys need to be consensus builders instead of dictators.
The American child will succeed.
The one of the things that is a very deep challenge to our inclination towards something like voucher style programs, and I worry about this for real. And you were in Texas, you were at Texas Public Policy Foundation fighting for school choice. So you know this at the state level very, very well. I know that. Is money, it seems to almost inevitably bring an increasing number of strings attached to it, even if it starts off fairly constrained. And that is because, let's take, I will attack my policy, my favored policy and yours for a minute. At the state level, okay, you get school vouchers or education savings accounts, and now every parent won't have to go to the local zip code school that is in the neighborhood they happen to be able to afford, which is the most segregationist social policy in the history of all imagination, but is defended by so-called progressives for some reason, because I don't know why. But you can say, okay, I can't afford nice, ritzy neighborhood, but I now am getting essentially something like the GI Bill and a check that I can take to a different school. And then Joe Blow in area code 78704, let's say, which I know you will understand that reference, says, how dare you? How dare you send your child on my taxpayer dollars to some dogmatic Christian school, you troglodyte? And thus the demand to say, no, if I'm going to give you taxpayer money, there needs to be strings attached. I need to make sure that the school is certified. And who are these certifiers? Oh, they're the worst of the worst kind of bureaucrat scum you could possibly conceive. They're basically swamp creatures born out of like the mutant lair. And I say that with total lack of concern for how horrible it is, because they are. Having dealt with
It's like two little sissies discussing education over cups of herbal tea. DeFree, the U.S. funds universities, but it doesn't sponsor them. You know, if they they give funds to universities for, say, ROTC units, but that doesn't mean that they just outright fund it. Um, so you should be more precise with that sort of thing. We don't need echo chambers to know the left is no good. Yeah, I don't think we need echo chambers at all. So, my point about even if you are on the right, you should know the left's arguments, preferably in detail. We don't get echo chambers if you listen to what your political opposition is saying. And you know what? I'm not mad at these guys. It's a good podcast. And I sometimes enjoy just disagreeing with them. It's kind of a go-to podcast, for, to hear people like Kevin Roberts. I'm sure he's talked on other podcasts, but hey, it humanizes them if for no other reason. Can't hate, uh, you know, can't hate a former history professor um, with manicured fingernails talking about religious right politics. Can't hate him.
The creditors, I can vouch for that.
Like, this is what these people are. It's like, why aren't there more universities? Because literally, like, the accreditation of existing universities is controlled by the existing universities. And if you want to get government-backed student loans, you have to go to an accredited university controlled by the existing universities, and that is why it is so darn hard to start a new one. And it's also why, like, places like Hillsdale just say we don't take any of that, so that we don't. Hillsdale's the perfect example. I know I'm rambling a little bit.
I'm following you.
But Hillsdale stands as my example of the warning sign. So Hillsdale, conservative university, great education. They're like, we're not taking any government money, student loans backed by the government, because we don't want the strings attached. And as a result, they're not subject to Title IX with all of its whack job psychopathy. And they can run their school the way they want. Are you worried that school choice might have this poison pill in it, and basically maybe it will be 2 steps forward and 1 step back? But to speak to this concern, because there's a lot of conservatives who are worried about school choice on these grounds, and I'm sure you know about this.
Oh, very well. I mean, and it's a legitimate concern. And let me just say up front, though, when I was president of Wyoming Catholic College, as the second president, led us through the second phase of accreditation, and that allowed us to be eligible for federal student loans and grants. And very much to the basis of your question, we said, hell no, we don't want these loans and grants. And so many presidents of other colleges of faith came to me and said, y'all made the right decision early in your history not to get used to that money. Now looking
DeFreak, public school is good for socialization. However, there are some great public schools out there. The job of our politicians and our politics should be figuring out how to make public schools better. I happen to live in a small town in Georgia, and my son went to public school. He got an excellent education. Um, dude earned his way into an elite school, an engineering school, with a full ride. He did well in his public school. Um, Public schools aren't the problem. Parenting is the problem. We look at schools as babysitting services, and that was made evident during COVID, where parents were upset that they had to have their kids at home. Parents had to parent, and they got all up in arms about it. um, Good students are hatched at home. Schools don't make good students. Schools are there to educate. The good kids will be educated and know to take advantage of it because their parents raised them the right way. Blaming schools for poor educational results, that's only half the problem, if that. Stop blaming schools for poor parenting. They are not there to parent the kids.
At the K-12 question and school choice, it is a very legitimate, it's actually a real problem in some state-based universal school choice bills, as my colleagues often write about, that these poison pills exist, that there isn't just some accountability of the money, that, you know, there isn't some just modicum of making sure that it was used in a school as opposed to being used at the grocery store, but that actually there are such strings, not just on the parents, on the family, but on the schools who are receiving the funds as well. That's why Heritage stands for universal school choice, period. The best people to determine if the money is being used well are parents. And if in fact,
flawed as we might be,
we're a hell of a lot less flawed than government bureaucrats and accreditors. And that, my colleague, Dr. Jay Green, is the greatest education reform researcher on the planet, has written about this. It is absolutely, bar none, a law like that has a lot less waste and fraud than, say, Medicaid or Medicare. Not that those need to be the standards, right? And so we need to be very vigilant about disallowing these poison pills. In particular, as we sit here, this is being debated in the Texas legislature. And there are well-meaning conservatives from the George W. Bush statist tradition who say that we're going to have all this accountability, all of these tests. It's hogwash. Give the parent the education savings account. Make sure that, yes, it went to a school, not to, you know, CVS or something. And let the people pick the schools of their choice. Education quality will go through the roof, as we've proven here time and time again as we have researched these programs.
As you're looking out at the possibility of the Department of Ed going away or really being downsized, but hopefully just going away, you know, what is the path towards that? Do you think, you know, the president has a very slim majority in the House of Representatives? I mean, I assume he does need the Congress to act to shut the thing down. You know,
entirely.
It's not for good, because it can just be recreated, just like the National Bank, going further back into U.S. history.
Look at these motherfuckers talking about the Andrew Jackson administration and national banks going away. We have a national banking system for a reason. The good old days, Andrew Jackson, anti-national bank, the good old days. Democracy dies in dumbness. depending on the people listening, not knowing the details of American history. And by the way, speaking on that sort of thing, high schools can't teach everything. So, unless you're interested in this sort of stuff, you won't know it in detail. But, speaking on these topics, speaking on American history, just like from third hand knowledge, if you talk with someone who actually knows at least a little bit of history, you'll be shredded. I think another problem America has is people will come off half cocked and, you know what, not really know what they're talking about. And the other problem America has is intellectuals, public intellectuals getting over their skis on talking about topics that they actually aren't expert in. And, I can understand how, that might happen. So I'm not fussing to a large degree. But I think someone, and I hope I offend a lot of people by saying this, someone like a Thomas Sowell. Thomas Sowell, good economist, lousy cultural critic, cultural historian. He just wasn't a historian. Running history through a conservative, a political conservative filter just makes bad history.
Andrew Jackson, which is maybe the most Trumpy former president, killed the National
Well,
Bank.
of course, Andrew Jackson, the most Trumpy.
Why do you think why are you confident that can happen?
That's fucking idiotic. So Andrew Jackson was Trumpy? How about Trump is Andrew Jackson-y? Jesus Christ. The 1830s, we want to go back to the 1830s? Ugh, these guys.
Well, it's apparently going to happen. The first steps of this will happen through executive order. We subscribe at Heritage to an idea of reform that I call radical incrementalism. And so go get done what you can get done with your eye on the prize. I think by the end of the 2020s, the Department of Education can be gone, maybe sooner. But the reason, and look, I want it to be gone. I mean, someone should not misread my comments that I want to move that slowly. I would get rid of it yesterday. I've been calling for this my entire career in public policy. But realistically, you have to use some legislative vehicles. The House and Senate have to pass some laws in order to take those steps. And so in the meantime, what Trump and the secretary, soon to be secretary, Linda McMahon can do is unwind some of these programs. And there is a very clear plan of how you do that. It's possible that some of the funding mechanisms could be housed in the U.S. Department of Treasury, which is not going away almost by definition.
Yeah.
But the Department of Education can certainly go away. If there are legitimate civil service duties of the Department of Education, civil rights duties of the Department of Education, that can be housed in the Department of Justice, which needs to be reformed too. The point is, you don't need this whole department, but Congress is going to have to act.
One of the things that I found in myself that has been a shift.
Let's stop right there.
JD.
Congress is going to have to act. So why did the Project 2025 folks not have legislation prepared to run through Congress? Because this bullshit would not survive the legislative process is why. So they want to jam it through with executive orders. Temporary orders that don't have the force of law. Flood the zone is what Steve Bannon said. Flood the zone with bullshit. Great way to govern, folks.
Vance talked about this, and even if it was a talking point, it was a good one, because he was asked in a New York Times podcast, you said some pretty harsh things about President Trump going not that far back, and now here you are, like super Trumper, pretty vociferous critic, like through like Nazi talk around about comparing President Trump to whatever. And his response resonated with me, which was in 2016, I thought Trump's brash, sort of loose-lipped approach and was irresponsible because I had more trust in the American institutional structure and essentially American elite than I do. And what's happened since 2016, and I think COVID was a crux of this for a lot of people, myself included. It was like, oh no, you want to talk about bad hombres? We're in the town of bad hombres. We had essentially communism instituted in the United States during COVID, with the government telling us we can't leave our house. We had
Hyperbole, anyone?
our intelligence community, a euphemism that I find ridiculous.
It is.
Actively lying to the public about its programs while it spied on us illegally, and then actively intervening to try to depose a president on false pretenses with Russiagate, which sure sounds like an actual coup attempt. And then strong-arming our digital publishing sector into censoring people, which is basically the violation of the highest and first law of the land, all of which sounds like treasonous criminality. And I'm supposed to feel good that the institutions and the norms are fine. And so, like, you can hear from the tone of my voice, I'm with JD now. I'm like, nah, I don't know what you're talking about, but we are in a different ballgame now. Is that how you think about where our politics has come to? Because it does seem like one of the things that's happened is right-wingers like you and I have gotten more shaggy and wily, and how do you think about the political transformation that represents?
It's remarkable. Trump knew what time it was before the rest of us did. And he's like that pharmacist who's been popping red pills for years, now giving them out, right? and the vice president got them. We at Heritage did. It doesn't mean that someone's bad if they've gone through that evolution, because it's a good thing to trust institutions. But God bless Trump for recognizing early on that the institutions, the things that are described as norms, which really aren't norms, they're a bastardization of the norms, all had to be upended. What's glorious with this electoral victory they have isn't just the politics of that. It isn't just that Republicans control the White House and both chambers. It's that an increasing percentage of people who call themselves conservatives or on the center right are aligned with this notion that this really is the refounding of this country. I've called this in the last year the Second American Revolution. Liberals can't understand metaphor, and so they think that there's some call to violence. Is quite the opposite. It's that the most important part of the revolution was what came after Yorktown, which was the refounding of these British institutions as distinctly American ones. And what's going to happen as a result of the Trump-Vance realignment isn't just great policy, as important as that is, not just electoral victories, as important as they are. It's that we are going to refound, we're going to revitalize so many institutions in the image of everyday working Americans, and those that stand in the way will cease to exist because of their growing irrelevance.
The thing that I find so striking, and I have plenty of areas where I disagree with the president's impulses, especially on trade and tariffs, and I don't think we have time to talk about that in this conversation, so I'll have to do it another time. So the thing that I find so shocking now that it's not a one-off, because 2016, you could have said, hey, Hillary got the popular vote, and she just was a uniquely horrendous candidate, and the popular vote itself is because of California and New York. But now this is different. And one of the things that's so strikingly different is that the right, the Republican Party under Trump, the coalition of people who have come to him, you look at the RNC and you got Hulk Hogan and Dana White. We are a working class movement now. And that's pretty weird, because we also have like the richest guy in the world, and we and being broadly speaking pro business. There is another, there's a little like snuggling up with unions, which I also don't like. So it's a motley crew, but
Kinda pro business. Don't like snuggling up with unions. I'd rather snuggle up with tech billionaires. These motherfuckers are idiots.
it doesn't seem like there's ever been quite this kind of coalition politically that is the working class, middle class people, and I mean the education.
Okay, there was a coalition to get Trump into office. Trump rode the back of populism to install Elon Musk as government czar. This motherfucker still thinks that Trump is pro working class. Oh, oh my lord. The blindness.
Educational divide sort of says it all. College educated, college credentialed, voted for Kamala Harris to defend democracy through appointment, and life educated voted for Trump. How do you understand what's going on there? And do you think it will survive him eventually exiting the stage, or is it some strange force of his personality that has brought this about?
It's a cult of
History doesn't repeat
personality.
itself, but it does rhyme. And so this Trump Vance realignment, which is unique in certain ways from the three examples I'm about to mention, also has some similarities. Obviously, most recently, Reagan. Before
No,
that, the McKinley,
it
Teddy
does
Roosevelt
not have a
realignment,
similarity
rather
to
similar to
Reagan.
this. It's interesting that it happened in contrast
This
to Wilsonian
motherfucker's a
progressivism,
former
and then the very
history
obvious
professor.
example of Andrew Jackson, perhaps the closest, I would say, particularly as it related to the
Andrew
education
Jackson is
credential
not recent
elites
history.
just despising Jackson. But it is an open question about whether this political realignment can endure past the man himself. But if history is a guide, it likely can. If those of us on the outside who run and work at important institutions, whether they be policy organizations like Heritage or media kind of institutions like yours, K-12 schools, whatever it is, understand.
Okay, these guys are pretending to be outsiders. The Heritage Institution is not outside. It is the deep state currently. Oh, the pretense.
That our job is, if we agree with this, and we certainly do at Heritage, is to make this permanent, to make the arguments now, which are basically reminders about the constitutionality of diminishing the administrative state, but also never, ever, ever again to trust someone who says, I'm an expert, so listen to me, especially if they have an office in Washington, D.C. That is such a quintessential
I love it. Never trust anyone who says he's an expert. Oh, oh shit. Never trust anyone who says he's an expert. Okay. Never trust experts. I understand there's a difference in that sentiment. The problem is the only way to be an expert or be recognized as an expert is either by popular opinion or by certifications. And you guys are basically saying, don't trust the people with certifications. Never trust experts is literally dumb.
American understanding of our politics. Wilmore Kendall got this right, is known as the most famous populist conservative philosopher, political philosopher I'm someone who I think is very much in that vein of what I call the new fusionism of populism and conservatism. This is part of our political inheritance as conservatives. Trump has reminded us of it. He's amplified it. He has enlarged it. No one else in this generation will be capable of that. And God bless him for it. I just see it as our duty now, because of the political and policy success we've seen as a result of him, to institutionalize this for the next couple of generations.
It does seem very uniquely American, going all the way back to the founding, that our cultural, on average, relationship with credentialed elites has always been very different. Whether it's Alexis de Tocqueville coming and seeing the way we just roll up our sleeves and get things done, while in France and Europe, they would wait for the king's court, and they would wait for the aristocratic class to deliver a solution while everyone just waits around. Thank you, sir. Can I have enough? That seems very profoundly American. As a historian, how do you understand the root of that? Because the country's inheritance began as Europeans and then expanded with waves of immigration throughout our history. And yet the fact that seed, first of all, was planted here and survives to this day, I find incredibly interesting and strange. Like, how do you understand where that came from and why it survives?
Because most channels of migration, voluntary migration to the United States in the 16 and 1700s, were people who you and I would recognize as middle class. There were certainly very well-heeled, highly propertied, high net worth people, particularly on the coast and in the South. But the preponderance of people who migrated here were somewhere between what today we would call lower middle class or upper middle class. And what that meant was, the reason they migrated, the very reason they left their homelands, was because they didn't have access to the class structure of the old world, or they couldn't benefit fully from that. Doesn't mean that there weren't class.
I'm gonna have to replay that because this dude's a history professor. Ugh. Middle class immigrants built the new world elite. Oh, might as well say small hats.
Phil coming and seeing the way we just roll up our sleeves and get things done, while in
Which
France
is a pejorative.
and Europe, they would wait for the king's court, and they would wait for the aristocratic class to deliver a solution while everyone just waits around. Thank you, sir. Can I have enough? That seems very profoundly American. As a historian, how do you understand the root of that? Because the country's inheritance began as Europeans and then expanded with waves of immigration throughout our history. And yet the fact that seed, first of all, was planted here and survives to this day, I find incredibly interesting and strange. Like, how do you understand where that came from and why it survives?
Because most channels of migration, voluntary migration to the United States in the 16 and 1700s, were people who you and I would recognize as middle class. There were certainly very well-heeled, highly propertied, high net worth people, particularly on the coast and in the South. But the preponderance of people who migrated here were somewhere between what today we would call lower middle class or upper middle class. And what that meant was, the reason they migrated, the very reason they left their homelands, was because they didn't have access to the class structure of the old world, or they couldn't benefit fully from that. Doesn't mean that there weren't class systems in the United States, but even to this day, as we sit here, so much less so than in Great Britain. And as a result, the institutions that were created, whether they were churches, political, professional, were institutions that almost always had the perspective of the everyday man. Even think about the Ivy League colleges that we were decrying, rightfully so, earlier in our conversation. When they were created in the 16 and 1700s, though there were plenty of rich people who went there, you could be a poor person and go there. And so therefore it reflected not this old world.
Okay, these people are consistently, these two, going back and talking about the 16 and 1700s, talking about um, Andrew Jackson, talking about Wilson. These people, when they want to make America great again, to me, the underlying theme of all this is basically make America regressive. They want to take the country back to a time that it wasn't as great as they remember it. And the bottom line is they don't remember it. They know the history of it, but they're picking and choosing the good stuff without realizing you cannot live back in 1730 and have a great country. We progressed, we improved, we changed as a country. Today is the best day in American history. Tomorrow will be even better. If you need to know the past, you don't have to repeat it. Essentially, they want to go back to when white people dominated the country. That's when America was great. These folks are regressive.
World elite, but this emerging new world elite. Now, a couple hundred years into our experiment, we get to create new institutions like the University of Austin, like other institutions in its mold that will continue to challenge that. It is not only distinctly American in history, maybe uniquely so. I can't think of another society with that profound sense of looking at these institutions, using common sense, as the president likes to say, and institutionalizing that so much in our politics.
The next time we get together, we can dive into some of the other issues at hand where there's maybe even more disagreement on in our team, like trade and immigration and other stuff. But as we wrap up, I know your time is limited. I ask this question of every guest. The show is called Dad Saves America because first of all, it originated with a concern for my son's generation, Gen Z, and this closing down, this anxiety, these signs of mental health distress, which they are very, very clearly under, and a worry. How can we preserve a free society if the next generation doesn't understand what to do with freedom or why it needs to be preserved? So I think that's where Dad can come in a big way. That is a role we get to play that's heroic, and it filters all the way out to the country. How do you think about your role in the American story?
The most important thing we can do as dads, if we want to save this country, is to do the small things in excellence. Wake up with a heroic minute. Get up, get going. Bring your wife coffee. Pray. If you're not a praying type, start. And what that does is develop in us, particularly as men, because we can be arrogant jerks by our nature, a sense of gratitude, a gratitude for our wife and children, or for younger men or unmarried men, a gratitude for wanting that, but also a gratitude for the people around us, the people we work with, the people who serve us at a restaurant. That might seem kind of hokey, but doing the small things in excellence, being on time, being precise in what we mean, also having the spine to stand up for what's right, especially when elites say that we're wrong. That's not a political difference. They hate us. And perhaps we ought to summon the spirit of knights to be willing, not every day, not every hour, to go out and fight. You can't do that all the time. You got to hit some bunt singles, to use a baseball metaphor. But every once in a while, we're going to be called to come to the plate with the game on the line. And we damn well better be ready.
Kevin Roberts, thanks for being on Dad Saves America.
This is awesome. Thanks, John.
Pretty good podcast. A lot of problems in this conversation. But so we go. These guys, a lot of what they talk about is just sheer, like, I don't even know what to call it. So much wrong with their historical points. My take on it is they want to make America 1830 again, when when it was cool to be when it was cool to be white. You could be white unencumbered. That's what these folks want. So I'm sure I'm being hyperbolic. I am kind of making a joke, but I'm not totally off the reservation in thinking that. And Palomino, as usual, you make half-assed points. A lot of good happened in the past. A lot of bad happened in the past. You cannot have the past and just cherry pick the good out of it. Good and bad coexist. If you really want to take, what would it be, a ontological sort of take on it, you can't have good without bad and vice versa. So cherry picking the good is not always the wrong thing to do. It's the wrong thing to do when you want to force people into only thinking the past was good, only good. There weren't consequences. Even good actions have consequences. The the aphorism that no good deed goes unpunished, that aphorism exists for a reason. You can't have good without bad. So we move on to a few news articles. This first one here, which is kind of churning, is Kash Patel being approved as FBI director yesterday. Let's see if I can get this to play.
The only thing that will matter if I'm confirmed as a director of the FBI is a de-weaponized, depoliticized system of law enforcement completely devoted to rigorous obedience of the Constitution and a singular standard of justice.
And he's full of bullshit. ASAP Rocky, OJ Simpson, justice has never been something that has been evenly applied. Every lawyer would work for free, and even then, justice wouldn't be equal. Sounds good, Cash, but that would be a superhuman effort. I'm even willing to give Kash Patel a chance to fuck up. So that's that. Kash Patel, he's in. Next story is Trump expected to take control of the U.S. Postal Service. Now, this is kind of a surprise. I don't even know that I have thoughts on it other than to play the story. What's up,
Hey,
HB?
good morning, Stanley. I'm not feeling too well, but I have been listening to that pretty much a circle jerker to white historians where they just want to pick and choose the great parts of American history, and there were a lot of really great parts. But my 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 biggest issue with guys like that, they like to kind of glamorize it, make it seem like it's way better than it is, and then they want to like vilify the kind of the intellectual left when they do the same shit. That whole involuntary migrant thing, the voluntary migrant. Like, bro, don't try to book word what it was. You talking about slaves, nigga. You know what the fuck you talking about.
Well, that's a thing. But they also came up with you know, what was it? Self-deporting.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah.
the involuntary immigrants can self-deport.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, bro, you guys are doing the same shit that the left does. They try to, you know, use these words to kind of not make it seem like what it is, like body or queer theories or gender affirming. You know what you're doing. You know what
Right.
you're doing.
Well, the only, like, again, in several things I want to point out to you specifically, and it not bad things, but um I honestly do listen to the right. Okay, Kevin Roberts is the author, or was the responsible for Project 2025. He
Yeah.
runs the Heritage Foundation. Okay, there is no reason, if I'm so liberal, if I'm so far left, there's no reason for me to be listening to this podcast. I listen to a lot of stuff on the right. You cannot effectively argue political points if you don't know what the other side is thinking at the intellectual level. So, for fuckers who think that I'm all left all the time, nope, I'm center left, and I listen to what the right has to say because they're not always wrong.
Yeah, nah. They're not. The more I listen to shit like this, I just kind of realize I'm just not that political, Stanley. They're all full of shit to me, honestly. They're
Well, but
both
see, I
sides.
am that political. It's
Yeah,
my
yeah, yeah, yeah.
my
No, I get
hobby.
it. I get it. It's just oh yeah, that's a great word, Uncle Fatty. Soft language. That's what they use. A lot of soft
Right.
language. And I don't like that. If you're gonna talk about history, talk about the good and the bad. Talk about the
Or
brutality of
just
it.
recommend a book. Say, this is my take on the history. Here's a book to read about it. Make your own decision.
And I think too with a lot of these conservative they're they're basically realizing that, Trump only has 4 years. And
Well,
what's gonna
there's
happen
already
afterwards?
there's already a bill and it'll go nowhere, to basically amend the Constitution.
To let him
And yeah, so he can do a third or more terms. But here's the deal, HB, and this is um kind of my take on Trump's executive orders. They are basically doing workarounds the Constitution. They want to say, hey, this is constitutional, but what they're doing is working around it. Okay, if you want a certain thing, like a unitary executive, do the hard work. These motherfuckers are as lazy as the left
Yeah.
because they know they won't get what they want, so they want to subvert the Constitution. If you want a third term, do what can't remember the congressman's name think he's from Tennessee. Um, Try and change the Constitution.
Yeah.
That is literally what the founders intended. And if in 2025 you find that that's too cumbersome or a damn near impossible thing to do, and it is, then you need to go in there and you need to figure out how to amend it to do what you think it's going to do. Trump did not win a majority of the popular vote. He won more of it. He didn't get 51%. He didn't get 50%. And this ridiculous idea that the American people, they're doing the same thing that happens on this channel. Black people, American people, they are assuming that or implying that the American people, like most American people or a large majority of the American people, just not the case.
Yeah.
So, and I want to address Deacon Dave right quick. You know what? I have a love-hate relationship with Clarence Thomas because he's from my hometown. I literally, the parish he grew up in, St. Benedict's in Savannah, I literally was born into it. I know people who knew him. At least
Oh, sure.
some of them are dead now, unfortunately. But if you read Thomas's autobiography, you'll hear about a guy called W.W. Law. I knew him as a kid. Fuck, he knew my parents. He knew my name. He was a member of St. Benedict's Parish. So I don't agree with Clarence Thomas's politics or even his worldview, but to be very crass and very inwardish, he's a homeboy. So, I can't disrespect him in good conscience. I just disagree with him. So I think Clarence Thomas will make the best decision for Clarence Thomas. I hope he stays. If he decides not to stay, I hope he comes back to Savannah. So that's my take.
Yeah, that's also another good question, Deacon Dave. Hey, Gary, good morning, man.
Morning. Can y'all hear me?
Did I say I hated?
Yeah.
When did I use the word hate?
I think
What's
he just
the
meant
hate?
like
Oh, well, there's nothing to hate about. Shit, I don't hate. There might be one or two people that I can think of that I actually hate, and I just pretend to hate them. I have to know you to hate you, and I know when I know I hate. So sorry, Garion, I cut you off.
Hey, Gary.
Oh no, it's fine.
Hey, Garion, what's that channel that I got invited to? BAE wanted me to hop up on the panel for some reason. Do you have any idea?
You're talking about Orthodox's panel, right?
Yeah,
Is that
who
the
is
one?
Orthodox?
He's a friend of Jay Rillo, right?
Oh, yeah.
He's a friend of his.
Okay, well that definitely isn't encouragement to hop up on that panel.
Honestly, I don't know why EAE wanted you to hop up. He doesn't really talk
Well,
about
he said
much.
something about they needed a liberal perspective.
Oh, he's just using you for content. Okay.
Oh, well, you know what? 60-year-old men know a crock when they encounter it. And I actually did listen to the panel, but that was a young person's panel.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, why shit, I didn't know half of what they were talking about, so. thank God for being an old man, and it was late, and I had to sleep for this show. So,
Hey, HB, did you hear about the Lizzo drama?
don't care
Wait,
about the Lizzo drama.
Ah, come
Talk,
on,
wait.
Stanley.
talk.
It's not.
Nope. I literally mean it. I won't have my show derailed by Lizzo drama. So
Whoa.
tell us
Put
what
it
it
in the back
is, and
chat
then
because I
All right.
saw.
move on.
I'm proud of her. Honestly, I'm very
Yeah,
proud of her.
yeah. It's just about the comments of people making fun of her for losing weight.
Oh man, listen, she's a black woman in America. They gonna make fun of her whether she fat or
Regardless,
she
yeah.
thin. Yeah, they gonna shit on her regardless. Who
Yeah,
cares?
that's basically it.
Does she look better?
Yeah, she does.
Oh,
And what is
way
she
better.
doing? What is she doing with the their stretch marks when you lose that much weight so fast? And I don't know that
Well,
she lost it fast, actually.
no, she didn't lose it fast. I think that's what makes it look so good. It's like
Well, put a link in the back. Let's have a look at her, Gary.
well,
All right.
I'll pull it up. I'll pull up a picture.
Oh, okay. I was going to say people were talking about how I think she reviewed
Wait,
her
hold it.
routine.
Can I address this? Palomino, there are 14 people here, yet I'm seeing 41. Believe it or not, we have 3 channels. I don't just look at the John Galt channel. They're 41.
Yeah, we're
So
not just streaming at this channel.
thanks for your concern.
All right, so Stanley, this is a picture of Lizzo, recent picture of Lizzo. Here, let me show you real quick.
Oh,
yeah.
damn.
Now, mind you, she still
Now
has
she's still thick, but
yeah.
She
She still
at
has
her
a long way to.
face.
I know, Stanley.
Yeah,
But
she
she
looks.
was,
Yeah, she
wait,
looks
hold
way
it.
better. She looks
She
way
was
better.
pretty. She was pretty in the first place. She always had a pleasant looking face.
Always had a pretty face, but you could see, like, bro, another year and a half, maybe 2
No,
years.
she should lose. She should pretty much stay near this.
No, I think she still
Yeah,
has
she
some ways
can.
to go.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah,
know
yeah.
the exact numbers of her weight. She shouldn't lose much more of it, though.
I would just looking at her. I'm not sure how tall she is. If I knew how tall she was, I could guess her weight a little bit better.
Okay,
But
but here's the deal. I hope she's doing it for her. No, she looks that shit. I'd be okay with where she is now.
that's most. A lot of guys probably would be. Honestly, I mean, This is, but I do think she is doing it
Look
for.
at Uncle Fatty. It's thick of 30.
Fatty cannot talk about anybody's weight, man. He cannot.
But all I have to say, that's funny, Uncle Fatty.
Yo, Deacon Dave, and that's what I was trying to say too, because Stanley, people are really trying to slander this woman, and that's what I
Wait,
was.
hold it. I want to slander her.
No. I'm not talking about you.
No,
I'm talking
other
about,
people online. Other people online have been.
people online.
Who
Yeah,
cares how she lost it? As
And that
long as
and that
it's healthy.
Because
and
people
that-
don't
and
think
that's
it's
what
healthy. That's the problem.
Yeah, and
Right.
and what Deacon Dave is saying is 100%. Like, if she was using Ozempic, first of all, she would have had way more rolls and fat. Her face wouldn't have got skinny like it is. This is all natural. I think she really is doing it the natural way.
And it must be difficult. I mean, shit.
It's gotta be. It's gotta be. It's gotta be.
And by the way, Deacon Dave, you know I love you, friend, but you are so anti-black woman. Can I really take you seriously in your critique?
No, I think
No,
even the
Deacon Dave's gonna put a foot up my ass.
But
At
I
least
think
theoretically. But dude, stop being so negative about black people.
I think even the
Oh wait,
anti-black
hold it.
women.
John is live with Brave. So what? Is that supposed to
I gotta go up there or something.
well, no, he thinks that, you know what? We might just look at it for you, Deacon Dave,
Yeah.
but probably not. I'll end the show. Y'all can do what you want to do.
Is he live?
Yeah, John's. It was like a preview or something.
They're probably
Okay.
just gonna do. They're probably gonna do like an hour's worth, and then they're gonna do the full show, which is gonna be about 3 hours. So they're gonna get about 4 hours in it.
Yeah,
Okay.
they need to get their they need to get a little bit of a hit of anti-blackness, ahead of time.
Stanley.
You wake
Even
up Jones in for that anti-black.
I think even the guys like Deacon Dave who don't really like
That's funny,
black
Dave.
women.
Oh, Dave. That's funny.
I think even those guys though, Stanley, that don't really like black women, you gotta be happy for a woman like Lizzo losing weight.
No, you know what? I'm happy that she's doing well, but I mean it's just another brick in the wall.
Yeah.
Brick in the wall.
But I tell you what, damn.
Yeah, she's not. Man, listen,
Oh, she was never ugly.
Stanley, that's all her real hair too. That's hers.
Oh yeah, I know.
That's all her real hair. I'm telling you, man, give it another year and a half. Lizzo might be a straight baddie, man. This could be.
I don't want her to get much skinnier than this.
Nah, she still got some ways to go.
Nope, I'm okay with where she is currently.
Come on,
But
Stanley. You telling me you don't want her at least a little bit skinnier?
I don't really care. Whatever she decides. Now, I have to tell you young men that I'm 60. There is a sea change between like 20 and 60.
Yeah,
I'll never fuck her, so I don't really care what she does.
Yeah, that is true.
It's nice to see, in a broader perspective. Now, if she came knocking at my door, I'd have a little bit more opinion about her.
You never
But
know, man.
she's not coming to knock on my door.
Yeah, she got that California stripper body.
Yeah.
Now, I hope she knocks on my son's door. I would be happy to have her as a daughter-in-law.
Yeah, she could sing too. She'll sing.
I wouldn't
sing
even
for
ask her
Christmas.
for money.
Oh, now all we need is Dave Blunts to get something like this.
Yeah, congratulations to Lizzo, man.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Congratulations, man.
Well, let's see. How long has this been? 4 hours. I was thinking about the news is pretty much in the middle of this format, and I moved it back to 3. Oh, by the way, I hope Portia. I emailed Portia. We had a bunch of people hit the JGHB backup channel.
Really?
Yeah, so at one point there were like 75 viewers, but they were all on the backup channel. So
something's. Were they commenting?
Oh no! It makes sense. Probably,
Y'all got rated.
Portia about it. We probably need to turn off the chat for the backup channel.
Yeah.
But it's her decision. I don't, I don't control any of that. So, to Palomino's point, he's only seeing 14 or 15. There were way more than that.
Yeah, I don't even understand pointing that out when you're one of the 14. I don't get it. Is that a diss one?
You know what? That's a good point.
I don't. Just makes you look like a loser, not us.
I was going to say, yeah,
Well, I get his point. That's a common thing in these YouTube streets. It's like, well, motherfucker, you only have 2 people watching you. You know what? I hope there's only one. Me. I'm the one who should be watching me. Y'all aren't responsible for this content.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. Fucking weirdos. See,
Oh, that's funny. Let me play this news story because this actually is the Postal Service is the only way you can get live chicks delivered to you. It's something actually I learned from 12th Man, I think, or maybe I knew it before then, but he mentioned it a while ago. You know, if you are out in the boonies and you need more chickens to fill your coop, the only way to get them delivered is the U.S. Postal Service. So Trump is taking control of it, and I don't know whether that's a good thing or a bad thing. I think his point it will be to make it profitable. And you know what? The Postal Service is one of those things I'm willing to just, pay taxes to keep.
Yeah, yeah.
This news story was written by Jacob Bogage. Trump expected to take control of USPS, Fire Postal Board officials say. The move threatens to upend trillions of dollars in e-commerce business and the 250-year-old Postal Service.
250.
President Donald Trump is preparing to dissolve the leadership of the U.S. Postal Service and absorb the independent mail agency into his administration, potentially throwing the 250-year-old mail provider and trillions of dollars of e-commerce transactions into turmoil. Trump is expected to issue an executive order as soon as this week to fire the members of the Postal Service's governing board and place the agency under the control of the Commerce Department and Secretary Howard Lutnick, according to 6 people familiar with the plans, who spoke on the condition of anonymity out of fear of reprisals. The board is planning to fight Trump's order, 3 of those people told the Washington Post. In an emergency meeting Thursday, the board retained outside counsel and gave instructions to sue the White House if the president were to remove members of the board or attempt to alter the agency's independent status. 2 of the group's GOP members, Derek Kahn, a former Trump administration official, and Mike Duncan, a former chair of the Republican National Committee, were not in attendance, according to a person familiar with the gathering. The 2 did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Trump's order to place the Commerce Department in charge of the Postal Service would probably violate federal law, according to postal experts. Another executive order earlier this week instructed independent agencies to align more closely with the White House, though that order is likely to prompt court challenges, and the Postal Service by law is generally exempt from executive orders. Members of the Postal Service's bipartisan board are appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. Trump, at Lutnick's urging, has mused about privatizing the Postal Service, and Trump's presidential transition team vetted candidates to replace Postmaster General Louis DeJoy, a retired logistics executive and GOP fundraising official who took office in 2020 during Trump's first term. There is a lot of talk about the Postal Service being taken private, Trump said in December. It's a lot different today between Amazon and UPS and FedEx and all the things that you didn't have. But there is talk about that. It's an idea that a lot of people have liked for a long time. DeJoy earlier this week announced plans to resign. This is a somewhat regal approach that says the king knows better than his subjects, and he will do his best for them. But it also removes any sense that there's oversight, impartiality, and fairness, and that some states wouldn't be treated better than other states or cities better than other cities, said James O'Rourke, who studies the Postal Service at the University of Notre Dame's Mendoza College of Business. The anxiety over the Postal Service is not only 750,000 workers, it's that this is something that does not belong to the president or the White House. It belongs to the American people. After this story was published, a White House spokesperson said no such executive order was planned. A representative for Postal Service did not respond to a request for comment. The immediate effects of moving the Postal Service into the Commerce Department are uncertain. The Postal Regulatory Commission has direct oversight of the mail system and closely watches for geographic discrimination in delivery service and prices. It is unclear if Trump's order will affect that group as well. From its founding in 1775 until 1970, The U.S. mail system was a political organ of the White House. Presidents were known to appoint their political allies or campaign leaders as Postmaster General, and the mail chief was often a key White House negotiator with Congress. But the Postal Reorganization Act of 1970, the product of a crippling nationwide mail strike, led Congress to split the agency off into a freestanding organization, purposefully walling it off from political tinkering. Americans consistently rank the Postal Service among their most beloved government agencies, second only to the National Park Service. A 2024 study by the Pew Research Center found more than 70% of Americans had a favorable view of the agency, a view that was similar among Democrats and Republicans. Trump's first administration sought to test the agency's independence. Steven Mnuchin, Trump's first-term Treasury Secretary, attempted to control the 2020 hiring process that brought DeJoy to the Postal Service, and a task force run out of Mnuchin's department recommended dramatically shrinking the scope of the agency and preparing it for privatization via an initial public offering. The president's pending moves elicited immediate criticism from congressional Democrats. Privatizing the Postal Service is an attack on Americans' access to critical information, benefits, and life-saving medical care. Representative Jerry Connolly, Virginia, the top Democrat on the House Oversight and Government Accountability Committee, told the Post, "It is clear that Trump and his cronies value lining their own pockets more than the lives and connection of the American public. Trump has long had a tense relationship with the mail agency. He once derided it from the Oval Office as a joke, and in a social media post as Amazon's delivery boy. In the early days of the coronavirus pandemic, Trump threatened to withhold emergency assistance from the Postal Service unless it quadrupled package prices, and Mnuchin authorized a loan for the mail agency only in exchange for access to its confidential contracts with top customers. Amazon founder Jeff Bezos owns the Post. Ahead of the 2020 election, Trump said the Postal Service was incapable of facilitating mail-in voting because the agency could not access the emergency funding he was blocking. The Postal Service ultimately delivered 97.9% of ballots from voters to election officials within 3 days.
I'm gonna pause the article. Maybe we don't need to go on with it. That alone is why you don't want this agency rolled up into the executive. Mail-in voting. You do not want this to be a political part of the political, infrastructure of the company, of the country. Do not do this. If he is going to roll it up into the Commerce Department to basically either control or eliminate mail-in votes, that's about as unconstitutional as you can get, because the voting process is controlled by the states. The federal, it's one of the few governmental processes, democratic processes, that is literally controlled by the states. Federal government just kind of, does some stuff. So, Donald Trump, this move with the U.S. Postal Service, it's troubling.
The successful delivery of ballots turned Trump's opinion of DeJoy, the Post has previously reported. The postmaster is in the midst of a 10-year cost-cutting and modernization plan for the agency that last month bore its most promising results. It posted a profit, excluding expenses on pension and healthcare payments, in the quarter that ended December 31st, its first profitable period since the height of the pandemic. But on-time delivery service has struggled under DeJoy's tenure, and the rocky rollout of his Delivering for America plan has cost him and Postal Service allies on Capitol Hill. Senator Josh Hawley, Republican Missouri, pledged to do everything I can to kill DeJoy's plan during a December hearing. The same month, House Oversight Committee Chairman James Comer, Republican Kentucky, warned DeJoy of significant changes afoot for the Postal Service. There are lots of ideas. I don't know if they'll be advantageous or not to the Postal Service, Comer said. Republicans have grown wary of DeJoy and the Postal Service's close ties to the Biden administration. The two partnered to deliver nearly 1 billion coronavirus test kits, the largest expansion of postal capabilities in a generation, and to fund a fleet of more than 60,000 electric mail delivery vehicles, though those were plagued by delivery delays.
All right. And speaking of Jeff Bezos, this is interesting. Amazon is taking control of the James Bond franchise.
Why? Does he just want to own the property, or is it just the
Founder
owning the property.
Bezos has taken to social media to ask his followers who they'd cast as the next James Bond. The post came minutes after the surprise news broke that Amazon MGM has taken full creative control of the 007 franchise after striking a deal with longtime James Bond producers Michael G. Wilson and Barbara Broccoli. On X, Bezos wrote, "Who'd you pick as the next Bond?" alongside a screenshot of the BBC News headline, "James Bond's long-serving producers give control to Amazon." His followers replied with a wide variety of options, including plenty of support for Henry Cavill, James McAvoy, Tom Cruise, and Theo James. Cavill previously auditioned for the role before Daniel Craig landed the gig in 2005. Last year, Casino Royale director Martin Campbell told the Daily Express that Cavill came close to landing the part, saying, "He looked great in the audition. His acting was tremendous. And look, if Daniel didn't exist, Henry would have made an excellent Bond. He looked terrific. He was in great physical shape, very handsome, very chiseled. He just looked a little young at that time back then." Campbell suggested Cavill's time may now have passed, adding, "Henry's 40, so by the time he's done the third one he's going to be 50, and anything beyond that's 3 years per Bond. He's in good shape, Henry. He's a good guy." He did very well in the audition, but ironically he was too young. Albert Broccoli and Harry Saltzman launched the Bond films in 1962 before Broccoli's daughter and stepson took over. The Broccoli dynasty, cemented in the family's UK-based production company EN, has been responsible for the franchise since. It was announced on Thursday that Broccoli and Wilson have forged a new joint venture with Amazon to hand over the James Bond intellectual property rights. While the pair will remain co-owners of the franchise, the transaction leaves creative control of all future productions in the hands of Amazon. The new deal comes amid mounting speculation over the fate of the British spy franchise after Daniel Craig made his final appearance as Bond in 2021's No Time to Die almost 4 years ago. The franchise has gone silent in recent years, with no formal plans for the next movie or any recruitment of the next Bond actor. Wilson said in a statement, "With my 007 career spanning nearly 60 incredible years, I am stepping back from producing the James Bond films to focus on art and charitable projects. Therefore, Barbara and I agree, it is time for our trusted partner, Amazon MGM Studios, to lead James Bond into the future." Broccoli added, "My life has been dedicated to maintaining and building upon the extraordinary legacy that was handed to Michael and me by our father, producer Cubby Broccoli. I have had the honor of working closely with 4 of the tremendously talented actors who have played 007 and thousands of wonderful artists within the industry. With the conclusion of No Time to Die and Michael retiring from the films, I feel it is time to focus on my other projects." With no plans in place, the gap between No Time to Die and the next Bond film could beat the record for the longest break between Bond installments, which currently stands at 6 years and 4 months for the wait between 1989's License to Kill and 1995's GoldenEye. The Independent is the world's most free-thinking news brand, providing global news, commentary,
So there's that. Any thoughts on that? Anyone? Uh, I don't know what to think about this. If anything, it just means that Bond will be around longer. It'll be interesting to see if they can improve on it. I actually think that Sean Connery was generally my favorite. I think Daniel Craig was probably the best of all of them. Somewhere between gritty and, he tended to be earthier. He approached, well, actually, I think exceeded Sean Connery's earthy approach. Bond with a Bruise was something Roger Moore never really did. So,
Oh, okay. So how do you think this is going to go well for the rest of the Bond fans?
well, I don't care.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I hope they like it. I'm pretty sure that most Bond fans will be hopeful. Now, you also have to understand, I'm fond of the franchise. I'm not necessarily a fan. The last few Bonds I watched on Amazon. I didn't go to the movie theaters. So, an enthusiast might be a better word for me anyway. What do you think?
I'm not too fond of the Bond franchise.
Really?
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, to be fair,
Does it not
I think
now
they've been boring.
expand on that point?
I think they have been boring to me. I don't know what about it.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know what about it. It just whenever I tried watching the first ever James Bond movie,
Yeah, the one with George Lazenby.
I never. I don't know. I kind of dozed off in like the first 15 minutes.
Really?
I don't know what's about it. It's just not interesting. And yet, when I watch like let's say a Mission Impossible film, I can watch that all the way through. But James Bond, for some reason, is something I've never gotten to.
Well, maybe it's the British accent.
Maybe, I don't know.
And this will probably be the last news story, unless someone comes up with something amazing to talk about. And Garion, um, I don't know. This was very interesting to me. And let me take this off. This becomes problematic. I use that fair use during videos. Shouldn't use it during news articles. So this is a New York Times thing about why people are arming up. So the way they did the article's fascinating. It is like the best multimedia news article I've seen maybe ever. So, so there's several different people involved in it. It's almost cinematic. So I guess each of these people have their own little video. So indulge me. We'll go through the videos. If I can figure out how to work the volume.
I'm Anna Kolonowski.
My name is John Cien.
I'm Dr. Ken Green.
John Alvarado.
I was actually 28 years old when I purchased my first firearm.
My first gun I purchased 2 years ago now. It was shortly after I moved to Davenport.
Mid to late 2020, I bought my first firearm, and now I have 6 with intentions to own many more. I bought my first pistol in September of 2020. I own probably more guns than I would consider reasonable.
I actually never thought I would be a gun owner after the military.
I never thought I would be a firearm owner. I was always scared of them.
There was a period of my life where I would have said that I was anti-gun.
I was uncomfortable with the idea. Even if I have a belief that I'm not going to go out and commit a terrible crime. I'm supporting the firearms industry. Am I part of the problem?
I'm Anna Cohen.
You know, the reason that I decided to become a gun owner was not to protect myself against the Sinaloa cartel. You know, I don't have Walter White living next door to me, but to protect against the potential of this growing wave of anti-Semitism, ultra-right, white nationalism.
I am like unabashedly queer. Especially when I was earlier on in my transition, I was worried of getting clocked and just like being recognized visibly as a trans person. If something had happened and I wasn't able to run, like what would I do to defend myself?
You know, we have this family history of surviving wars. On both my mother and father's side, we have families that lost everything. There's something about that that breeds this idea of self-reliance.
So the end of 2022, I actually was separated from my spouse. I haven't lived on my own for years. It gave me a lot of anxiety, honestly. So I knew I wanted to make sure I was protected.
2016, my first son was born. In 2018, my second son was born. It wasn't until right around 2021 when I really took on the role of protector for my wife and kids. I feel like I'm not doing my job if I don't have a firearm on my person ready to take care of something that may or may not happen. Bad guys, they exist everywhere. If I'm ready, always, I never have to get ready.
Even like a few years ago, I did not think that I would own a gun. Given that my parents had firearms when I was younger, and I wasn't really a huge fan of them, I did have this sort of, I don't know, scared respect of firearms, I would say. Why do we have these in our home? And like, what is the benefit of like constantly keeping a loaded gun on you at all times? My idea was that like no one really needs to have a gun, with the exceptions for hunting, as like is the usual like liberal kind of position. Slowly over time, my like views started shifting as like, I don't know, I started becoming more and more of a leftist, detaching firearm ownership from like being a sort of like political signifier. So it's been a perspective shift for me that's like kind of been born out of experiences that I've had.
I mean, oh, my bad, Stanley.
No, go ahead.
I was going to ask how many of these videos are there?
Don't know. Are you bored with them?
Oh, no, I think they're actually interesting.
Well, the interesting thing is I've never seen, now, you know, I subscribe to the digital New York Times. I've never seen an article presented this way. Kind of like it.
In this weird little interview format.
Well, I mean, you can read the words of the interviews, or you can read or you can hear them. I don't know. It's good interactive. You get to choose. You can read the words or watch them.
When I first made my purchase, I was a lot more left-leaning. I openly called myself a bleeding heart liberal because I felt really good about that. Different things like the BLM movement that I totally backed because it made sense to me. I was openly okay with the idea of homosexuality, and even homosexuality in younger people, and the idea of transgenderism and the idea of transgenderism in younger children as well. Those things, now in my older age, I realize don't align with the Bible for many different reasons. I can get fully conspiracy theory on a lot of those things. I won't for your sake, but
he's a flat earther.
Yeah, there's a lot of
that shit has to align with the Bible is troubling.
misinformation, and there's a lot of pimping of emotions that happens on that side
Pimping
of the
of
spectrum.
emotions.
I feel
Stanley, you gotta make that the
calling
next.
myself
You
conservative.
gotta make that the next stream name, dude. Pimping of emotions.
Way more right leaning.
I'm sorry, what?
Make that one of your stream names.
What's that?
Pimping of emotions.
Okay. Pimping of emotions?
I think that's what he said. Yeah.
Conservative. Way more right leaning than ever before.
Oh, pimping of emotions. Yeah. I don't know. I respect this guy for being a thinking man. Changing your politics doesn't trouble me that much. You know, pendulum swing. Just hopefully it doesn't go too far right.
I grew up, in a neighborhood in the Bronx where we were virtually the only Jewish family in our neighborhood. There was maybe one or two other Jewish families that I knew of. One of these families, I remember the father at one point rolled up his sleeve and showed me the number that was burned into his forearm from a concentration camp. And it was obviously left an indelible impression upon me. When I hear adults saying things like Jews will not replace us, my blood starts to boil.
Let's see. Probably not too many videos left. But I like hearing the perspectives of why these people bought guns. That's excellent stuff.
I never thought it was necessary to own a firearm. But then the question becomes, what makes it necessary to own a firearm? My father was on the last seat on the last flight out of Shanghai. As he took off, the artillery was incoming on the airport. My mother, she remembers being evacuated at night with, men in trucks. Both parents essentially were war refugees, from good families and good educations, but they were war refugees. For a lot of immigrants, we have incidences and experiences and memories of trauma, of being victims of something. It feels presumptuous for someone who's grown up in Connecticut their whole life to tell me that I have nothing to fear. And so 2020, COVID, everybody's home from school, and we're starting to see, people call it Asian hate, but anti-Asian violence, because COVID had come from the place where I have roots. So that was when I started thinking seriously about it.
What's up, CK? What's going on? You there, CK?
Yeah, it was connected. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Good morning.
Morning. How long you been on for, Stanley?
For 4 hours and 37 minutes.
It's like a new job for you, huh?
More a commitment or something. Who knows? I'm not getting paid. By the way, the occasional cash app would be welcome. Support your hosts and the channel, and my cash app is ready for donations. And by the way, thank you, CK.
Oh, no problem.
And also subscribe to the channel, John Galt channel. Please also subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. Uncle Fatty and his crew are in the chat, and thank y'all for being here. Really feels good to have a bunch of folks who care about this sort of stuff. CK, I'm glad you were here. You're actually an unofficial advisor. I decided, originally I used to do the show at 2, mainly because, being, more left of center than most folks on this channel, I could kind of do what I want to do without too much pushback. So um, then, I've been doing the show, kind of experimenting with times because Portia's been indisposed. But I went back over the past couple nights to 2 o'clock, which is kind of where I want to be. And then I was thinking last night, push it back to 3 and make it more a morning show. Fox News, I think it was, used to do the red eye um, or red eye type of show.
Yeah. You talk about 3 in the morning.
Yeah, about three in the morning, and you know that's kind of like my sweet spot. It's not too early, not too late, and push on. It's I don't know, 4 hours in. Um, you know, I'm also going to stop doing these marathon shows because I get cranky at the end of it. I noticed that yesterday. I just get busy.
4 hours.
You're breaking up. Hold on, what's that? Let me see if I can fix this. You're roboting, but let me see. Try it now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, I was saying. So you trying to do like a 4 hour show?
No, I'd want to do less than an 8 hour show.
Oh, okay.
Because you know how it was in the Navy. You just go until you can't.
Yeah, 12 on, 12 off.
Yeah, you go until you can't, and then you go get some rest and do it again. And I don't have to do this.
Stanley, I was so good at what I did, right? And
Right.
person, tell me what I need to do, get out my way, and I'm just gonna do it, finish it.
Man, you and I are alike in that way.
So I work nights, right?
Mm-hmm.
Remember, I work nights by myself on both deployments. I work nights by myself, and so the morning crew, it's probably like 4 of them in the work center or whatever, 4 or 5 of them. These people will purposely leave, they want to do the work that I know they could put out, and I'm just like, okay, it'll keep me busy. I gotta be here for 12 hours, but it's just like, god damn, my work ethic.
No, you know what?
That
is so typical.
I got a flock for it though. I got like 2 flocks on both deployments from the Admiral, so I can't complain. So at least somebody.
All I have to say is it is typical. I remember I changed careers after my son was born, or actually, it was while he was on the way. I just got tired of doing distribution, and I finally decided I'm tired of being the boss. The only person I want to manage is me. So I did a boot camp, like a Windows boot camp, because I'm always good at computers. So, I did the boot camp just to brush up on, the most current Windows. And I got picked up by a Fortune 500 company. You want to know how I got picked up? My boot camp instructor recommended me. And one of the things that impressed him was after my son was born, like that same June, I showed up, not the day he was born, but like a couple days after he was born, I showed up to class. And he was like, well, you just had a baby born. I'm like, well, the class is only a couple hours. It was like a 15-minute ride from my house. So why wouldn't I be here? My wife's okay. It's 2 hours. I'll be back. And that came up, because the company I went to work for went, to this school looking for candidates to hire. And I was like, you need to hire him dude showed up after his wife just had a baby. He's committed.
Yeah, that goes a long.
You fucking commit to doing a good job. And you know what? If you don't like the job, go commit somewhere else. But if you're gonna do a damn job, do it to the best of your ability. Every day you can't give 100%, but most of the time you should. That's how you raise your effing kids.
Stanley, you know what? You just hit something. I just had a long conversation with my daughter this morning. And oh my gosh, man. Her and my, I'm seeing it. Now my daughter, she just turned 10. And it's like the teenage years is coming. And I see it. Wife is seeing, but she doesn't notice it. I notice it. She's looking in the mirror of her reflection.
Mm-hmm.
And when I'm telling you, like at night, in the morning, I'm always hearing like her, repeating the same things to my daughter. Like, do this, do that, do this, do that, do that, do that. So this morning I'm like, so I think I told you before, I bought her a phone. She wanted a phone. All her friends got a phone. So my wife took the phone from her. And so I'm talking to her this morning and I'm like, why do you think your mother took the phone from you? Now me, I don't like to yell. I don't like to, I'm not going back and forth.
Right.
I like to have my daughter think, so
yes.
I her to answering the question that the response that I want her to, think through it. Like just think through why your mother.
Yeah, don't baby talk them.
Yeah. Why do you think your mother took the phone from you? So she, she'll go and she first Stanley, she's talking real low to me, and I'm like, dude, I hear you talk loud all day. I know you can speak up. I want to answer. So I said, so why do you make it so hard? Like I said, you don't have no responsibilities. Like it's so easy for you. I said, all you have school, do good in school. You got your activity, your gymnastics, do good at gymnastics. And I got her going to it's a place called Kumon where they do it's like a tutoring place. So to keep her like ahead of the game.
Yeah.
So and I said that's she does that every day. I said that's all you have to do. I said, and you have to do this. I said, so you could just after school, you have to do Kumon. You should just go get your tablet and do the work, and then we check it. You have to do this. It's the same routine every day. Your routine doesn't change. I said, you're not even at the point where you got to do chores.
Mm-hmm.
Not it good. then I said, man, you got an $800 phone. You 10 years old.
Oh my Lord.
Hold on, what?
You know what? You are the type of father I am. I swear my son has more like ready cash and iPhones and shit than I do. The fuck?
I said, you know what I had when I was like 10? Like, pager. What's a pager, Dad? What's a pager?
That's funny.
I said, but you got it so good, man. You just got it so good. I said, you just make things so you make it harder. I said, you know what you need to do. Just do it.
Well, let me make one suggestion, and it's a suggestion. It's not advice. Break up her routine every now and again, though. Don't make it so.
Well, Stanley, kind of hard because she's on a higher level with gymnastics, so they practice every day.
I gotcha.
It's the level that she's on that it's the commitment because of how advanced she is. So, she go to school.
But CK, you probably had this in the Navy. I know I did. You can go so hard, you burn out.
Yeah.
And something you love can you start loving it less. So all I'm saying is, I don't know that 10-year-olds can burn out, but I know 25-year-olds can.
Yeah. But Stanley, to your point, I did ask her this morning. I'm like, is it too much for you?
Mhm.
Because if it's too much,
Good for you. Okay, well, I
it's
shouldn't have
too
said
much.
shit.
We could cut back on gymnastics. We not come back on school. That's guaranteed. You're gonna have to do that. You got to do your
Right.
reading. You got to do your math every day. That's you're not come back on that. But gymnastics, if it's too much, you don't have to
Gotcha.
do gymnastics no more. You have
Good
to
for
do
you.
school, but gymnastics it's a it's extra. So if that's
Mhm.
too much for you, then we don't have to do it. We don't have to do gymnastics. But she loves gymnastics. But I'm just telling her, like, if it's too much, let me know and we'll
CKJ,
some
No,
stuff I'm not.
motherfucker. Yeah. Hey, CK, you're on target. Oh, you're fuck it. You know what you're doing. I'm, dude. You are a good father. You are balanced. You talk to your kids. You give them options. God damn it. I wish I were. I'm not sure I'm as good a parent as you are.
And you know, Stanley,
Woman.
I try to talk to her. You know what I'm saying? I want to
Oh, keep talking to her. You're,
talk
dude.
to her, walk her through it, and like, yo, you know, the stuff that you get in trouble for, you know what you need to do. Just do it. I said,
You
don't
sound
you get
like you
don't you
you
get tired
you
of hearing
are
your
you are Fletcher Cross level parenting, and I think my father's a good parent. You're on his level, so I can't give a better compliment than that.
but I just see like the difference of yo, she's getting older, the teenager
Oh, it's
years is
gonna
coming
happen.
in.
But
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I know.
now. I didn't have daughters, so you're in undiscovered territory for me. But teenagers, they're just a little bit more, I don't know, adult.
Let me ask you this question, Stanley. If you've seen it with your sister and your mother, did you see like a
Oh
kind
yeah,
of
yeah,
like a
yes.
reflection
I
of
already know where you're going.
your mother seeing her younger self, and she's trying to like, because
Yep.
I'm seeing it with my wife and my daughter, and I'm just like, man,
Hey,
she
all I can say, and I didn't have daughters, but my father is you are a lot like my father, a little bit above the fray. Remain above the fray. You are gonna have to find a way to support both your daughters and your wife.
Oh yeah, I know.
And I
Yeah,
don't know how you do it,
yeah,
but
yeah,
I saw my father do it.
yeah. Yeah, I see it now.
You have to remain above the fray.
But you know what I told her before she went into school? I said, because my son is 3.
Mhm.
I said, you know what? He's not gonna have it as easy as you do. I said, you know why? Like, because he's a boy. I said, you damn right. I said, you got it easy. You're a woman. I'm not going to do the things that I'm gonna do to him to you.
Good.
You know what I'm saying? I'm letting her know, like, yo, I know he may be small now, and you may think, oh, he's the baby. Nah, he's gonna have it because I can't allow him to go into this world as a man to be weak. And I'm telling her, like,
I'm
not
telling you right now,
saying that
your
he's weak,
son
but
is going to be, it's going to be
he's not
easier for him
gonna have it
because,
as comfortable as you have it.
okay, your son is going to have it easier. And the reason he's going to have it easier is, you know, people will be surprised to hear me say this, but a good man like yourself is the better parent because you are just your personality, and you are not like all men. It is not a trait that all men share. Most don't. You know how to look at things objectively. You know how to be above the fray. And I think the Navy probably either reinforced or taught you that. Sometimes you have to be cold, calculating. The one thing the Navy taught the both of us, You cannot be emotional when the shit hits the fan. That is the worst time. Being emotional when the shit hits the fan, you're going to lose the bubble. You have to be. You have to look at like difficult situations very objectively, try and be as little emotional as you can. And sometimes it'll come off cold, but you will be effective. You will make more right decisions being detached from an emergency. Don't fucking cry, don't fucking scream, make decisions.
Yeah.
And family life can be like that. I've seen it, when I was a kid. My mother and my sister had their moments. And me, my brother, and my father, we go out and do yard work.
Right.
We'll see. We'll but you're the type of guy you'll ride this and all your family's going to come out the better for it. You just need to realize who you are, CK. You are CKJ3. You are the engine of this family, or the heart. So I'm done with my old man,
Yeah, I ain't mean to.
routine.
It was just a conversation we were just having this morning before I got on the panel.
So did she leave happy? Because I interrupted
Oh yeah,
that.
yeah. She did. Yeah, she loves school, so she loves going to school. So
And I hope
today, do the
I
right.
hope when she gets back home, she has a good weekend.
Oh, she.
There is nothing like having a child. And my son was one of, like your daughter, in that you could sit him down and reason with him. You don't talk to kids. You talk to them like you would, don't use the big words. Sometimes I'd tell them to find a dictionary if you don't understand, but treat them like they have brains.
Yeah.
Hey, John.
Hey, what's up? How's everyone going?
Pretty good.
John, are you get the same dynamic with your kid?
Man, my two kids are different. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do a stream about that. Man, one of my daughter, man, woof, she's a pistol, bro, in school. And she's easy to manage, kind of outside. I don't think she likes school like that, to be honest with you. But my son, you take him to the bookstore and shit like that, he want to read books and books and books. But then I take my daughter around with me to do chores, getting rooms ready. She's all into it. Some said to me, why don't you see if she's interested in like picking out colors for bathrooms and something like that? And she jumped all into it. She was on my phone looking for colors, not to play cartoons or anything. And it took a little guidance for me, like, hey, what color? What about this color? What about this? What kind of accessories? And maybe I had found something that piques her interest more than say just book learning. So,
yeah.
You ever thought about homeschooling her?
Yeah, man. I much prefer to do it. I don't know if I told you guys the story, man. There's a guy years ago. He's a Hispanic guy. He's not that good of a worker. Every now and then I have him come over. I had him do some work in the studio here. And one day he was over doing some work for me. He had his son, maybe boy 12, 13, maybe probably younger than that. I said, damn, that boy's not in school. He said, he don't want to go to school. He won't work with me every day. I said, okay. What am I to say? He was a Hispanic guy. And the young guy now is like a foreman on a construction site. School just wasn't for him. And, he was in a family that allowed him to rebel against it. And, clearly his father was able to take him out on jobs as opposed to leaving him at home playing video games all day. So I think every child is different. My daughter probably be better served homeschooling than send her to school, but I'm not, we're not at that point yet.
John, you ever take her to to the store, like to pick it out to see it like hands on?
Not yet. Well, yeah. I think not in a teaching moment. That I'll do that. But the thought hit me when I had her helping me around. So that's a good suggestion.
You should I don't know if you've tried it before, but give her a room and take it to the store and have her pick out everything, like pick out the color, the tile, or whatever you want to do. Have her like, this is your project. This is your room. Go do it. Just
Sorry, go ahead.
CKJ, you still there?
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. I was saying, like give her like a room and take it to the Lowe's or Home Depot, whatever y'all got up there in Menards, and just have her go in there and just pick out everything for that room. Like give her like a project. I think that'd be something.
Yeah. I played that Donald Trump speech where he said, just listen to his dad. He said by the time he felt like he was 8 years old, he could build a house just by listening to his dad. So I think there is some value in that. Yeah, a lot of value actually. Yeah.
John, how old are your kids?
8
if you don't mind. Yeah, if you don't mind me asking. 8 and 6. I'm surprised. Dang, I'm surprised you haven't done that already.
Well, I have a little bit, but not like in a teaching.
Donald Trump tell people they can build a house or kids, and not oh no, I'll go where I want to. I hope he level set, like one day you'll be able to build a house. You can't do it now.
Yeah, well, he was speaking to a building trade union.
Right. So, well, probably a bunch of children.
Yeah, and so there is that,
Basically, my point is he was speaking to a specific audience, not necessarily advising parents on kids.
Oh yeah, no. I'm, just kind of trying to apply it. One generation, as I always say, one generation cuts down the trees, the next generation comes along and build a house on the, on that land, and you lay the foundation, or elders can, take off from there. Yeah. In whatever endeavors they choose, we want to make it as easy as possible. And,
Donald Trump is definitely a generation.
Yeah. Indeed. What is what was I going to tell you guys? We went live on Kick this morning for the first time, and so I added. Let me see.
You got Kick?
Added Kick, my friend. Let me see if I can go ahead and go live on Kick right now. Let's see if it'll say, "Yep, now we're live on Kick." Let's see. Yep, we're live on Kick. So anyone wants to watch Kick?
Anybody? How many viewers you got currently?
There's 37 viewers total. Let's see where the viewers are. 2 on Stanley Cross, 21 on John Galt, and 14 on our main channel, well, on our backup channel, I guess you could call it JGHB.
Yeah.
So 7 people total. Let's see. I don't know if we can tell who.
Oh, yeah. Hey, actually, I'm glad you're here. Once you're done with this point, you, me, and we're going to have to do a management meeting about the JGHB thing, or, we can do it on Slack or something.
Yeah, what we need to do?
I'm thinking we need to disable the chat.
Why is that?
On JGHB.
Oh yeah, why is that?
We had what do you call them when a bunch of people
a raid? A raid.
Okay.
Yeah, but they did it on the backup channel.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
So might be a good idea.
Let's see. Man, what did I do wrong with Kick? We're having trouble. It's possible streams ended or deleted. on the destination is also created. Okay, the key is incorrect. Did I put the wrong key in there? Kick.
Well, it's always good to experiment on this channel.
Well, I'm not experimenting. Nothing should be happening on this channel, honestly. It shouldn't affect people
What
watching.
is Kick? I have
It's
no
like
idea what it is.
it's like Twitch, but objectively worse.
Is it?
Yeah, it's real bad. It's got
bad.
The quality of life features kind of suck. It has a very slow restreaming service. Like whenever you stream something and you try to play it back, there's a lot of glitches and sometimes it just cuts out.
Really?
Yeah. Also, from what I've been told, it's got a shit ton of pedos on there.
What? What?
Yeah. I
Samuel-
never got into it.
That's an interesting point. The thing is you don't necessarily want people in the backup channels chat unless there's something I'm missing on that. Maybe there's a reason.
I mean, not to mention, wouldn't they just unsubscribe once they're done posting or streaming or whatever the heck they're planning on doing?
I have no idea. I don't understand it as well as you do. Maybe there's no problem at all. Just leave it as it is. But
All right, we're live on Kick, I think. Let's see.
you know,
Are we
I
live
don't know how.
Damn.
I mean, whatever good is happening with all those subscribers going to the backup channel, it may benefit the John Galt channel overall. I guess maybe it does.
I mean, you could. Actually having the chat subscribers only wouldn't be too bad of an idea. You would just have to knock it up to, because I think Portia has it set on this channel that it has to be like a minute or something. But I would knock it up to at least an hour or at least 30 minutes. This way.
Okay, well maybe you're a better person to talk to Portia.
Oh yeah, I can email her if you want me to.
Yeah, just tell her, we had, a bunch of people go into the backup channel, which could have been on John Galt's main channel. It got up to like 75 at some point.
Oh dang! What, you wanted to try to reroute some of those people to the main channel, or you just didn't
No,
want them streaming?
Well, whatever y'all decide.
Okay.
Maybe it's a you and Portia discussion. I'm just saying, having everyone, like a large number of people on the backup channel doesn't necessarily help the main channel. Does that make sense? Or maybe I'm just.
That makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense. And plus, you said it was like, what's the average for the backup channel when it comes to viewers? Like 20 people?
I never paid attention.
I don't know. I don't know.
Damn.
To be honest, I don't. Every time I've ever thought to look at it, it was 0.
Oh, okay. I was going to say if the average is like,
Most
let's say
people-
10. Yeah, I was going to say if the average is like, let's say 10 people, and you got a rate of like that made it up the way to 75 people, you can at least get like 20, maybe 30% of those people to become subscribers.
Well, I did ask them to subscribe. I think the JGHB channel has subscribers now.
Yeah, I didn't even know. I thought it
And
was
that's
just a
fine.
backup for most of our streams.
Well, you know what? Maybe that's a good thing. It is a backup channel. Might have to be used one day.
Yeah.
And speaking of that, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button wherever you are, and subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. And if you would, for more boring content, subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. Occasionally, I'll put out, some political screed. So that's the benefit of subscribing to the Stanley Cross channel.
Oh, okay. Come on, Stanley. You gotta promote your channel better than that.
And don't forget. Go ahead, Stanley. Sorry about that.
No, it'll be okay.
Okay.
It'll survive.
And don't forget, we'll be going live. John Galt, Be Brave. We did a little preview this morning. Be Brave called in. We'll be doing that a little bit later today, this morning.
What's up, Juan?
Juan, what's up?
You're up early.
gentlemen. I had a quick question, real quick before I get my day started. Do you guys have a Cash App that's channel specific in addition to the 3 individuals? The reason why is because I tried sending a Cash App this morning and it didn't go through, and I tried sending a Stream Key or a Streamlabs donation, and it also didn't go through. But it was general on your guys' side, so that's why I was up here to ask.
Damn, I don't know what's going on with Streamlabs. Let me see what's up with Streamlabs.
I thought we fixed that when I had to donate. I thought we fixed that already.
Cause we got a donation just the other day from a roller skater girl. Roller skater girl. Let's see who tipped the other day.
Hey, Juan,
shout out to roller skater girl in Herman from the other day. Let me see if there's an issue with it.
Hey, Juan, did you have any weird characters in your name when you
Oh
donated?
yeah, you can't have spaces. Yeah, you can't have spaces.
You can't have spaces, and you can't have parentheses.
No, I didn't have any weird characters. It was just my government name, which I mean I dox it on here all the time, and my payment information.
Okay.
Let me see if I can
Well,
do it.
the only thing you have to fear is Elon himself.
Let's see. This is the test. Let's see if I can donate $5. If it works. PayPal. I mean, now let me donate to myself.
Well, is it PayPal or the Streamlabs you're looking at?
Well, I'm on
Or
Streamlabs.
thing? Oh,
Well,
I get you. My bad.
Maybe they let me do Venmo. I mean, maybe.
So the Streamlabs will let you do PayPal, because if that's the case, then I think that might actually be the workaround.
Yeah, they let you do PayPal. Once you click through, once you hit donate it, it prompts you to where you go from there. And then, PayPal comes up. Damn, I saw something say that you could pay in 4 payments. $5.
Damn.
But let me see if my screen didn't come up. Let's see. I could have swore it came up. Yeah, then it skipped over it. Let's see what happened. I got a generic error. You're logging into the account of the seller. Okay, that makes sense. All right.
John, you can't. You got to make a burner account or have a secondary account.
I think I can use a debit card or something. I think I can do that. Yeah, I can use a debit card. Let's see. What account do I have money in? 1, 5, 7. Let's see. Let me see if it's working. Oh shit! I don't even know the pin. I can't fucking figure all this shit out. Anyway, let me go back. Venmo, you have to fucking take a screenshot of the QR code. Let me see if that works. I've never done it that way before.
You shouldn't have to jump through all these hoops just to make a donation, damn it.
Well, I can't donate to myself by PayPal.
Okay.
Oh, you have your accounts linked. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah. And I'm probably logged into my account. Oh, Venmo. Okay. Let's see if we did Venmo. Since this is not my actual account. Okay, yeah, Venmo works.
Hey, Juan, how long have you used PayPal for?
I've had PayPal for over 10 years.
Did you hear about that little law or that agreement that they passed where if they find you using hate speech online, they'll lock your account?
Yes, that happened. That happened before I met you guys. That happened even before I met the other channel. That particular rule. In fact, I got that email in 2020 at the beginning of 2023, and my friend actually got his credit line with PayPal temporarily suspended because he said something on a note that they considered xenophobic, even though it wasn't. It was a troll to me.
Oh, okay. I haven't used PayPal ever since I got that alert, man.
Well, I don't send notes, and I don't have PayPal connected directly to anything. And if I have something directly connected to PayPal, I make the payment and then I disconnect it immediately to avoid their algorithms catching up on that type of stuff. The reason why is because with my profession, we have clients out of the country, and so the cheapest way for them to pay my boss is through PayPal sometimes.
Okay.
But it went through on your end, John, with no problem.
Yeah. And I'm gonna log out and test it again.
Okay.
Let me log out, test. I mean, I didn't complete the process. I was just sending it to myself. Let me do it. Let's see if I can do it with Venmo without being logged in and see if it works. Oh shit! Keeps telling me I'm logging into the seller. Okay, I can't do Venmo. I can't do PayPal. Maybe I do. Let me see if Venmo will go through. Shit. Let's see if Venmo goes through. Venmo. I guess I can log in. I can't do that either. Okay. I don't know if it went through or not. Send it, hit it back to finish your purchase.
Does it have a processing time?
I don't know.
While I'm waiting to see the results,
I'm trying to see
making a donation on credit is wild. You can make a $100 donation and make it in 4 monthly installments. That's wild.
Wait, what type of bullshit?
It's Venmo, Klarna, and all that kind of shit.
What the heck? For making a string donation, they got a.
Yeah.
That's some bullshit, man. That's some stuff that you do for like a car or a really expensive appliance. What type of?
Yeah, but Jerry, think about it. You know what organizations would pick that up?
Okay.
Churches. Churches. You
Yeah,
can make your tithes in monthly installments.
yeah. I ain't thinking about that shit.
Yeah,
You're sold on that 10% to God.
A monthly subscription to heaven. That's some bullshit right there.
The system of indulgences is coming back into play, ladies and gentlemen.
We're gonna need an exit. Your daughter's possessed by a ghost. You're gonna need an exorcist fee.
If you don't make the final payment of $300, your daughter's soul will be damned to hell.
You're going to hell. You gotta burn it. You go burn it.
One quick thing, everyone, make sure you hit the like button. So I don't know. We still have a few viewers around here.
Yeah, it went through.
Oh, it did go through? Okay, perfect. I'll go ahead and try again later on today then. Sounds good. Thank you guys.
Yeah,
$100 for each of us. $100 a day.
There you go. Let me see. If I can show. You know, this is the one thing about depending on how your point of view. Let's see.
Oh, this is funny.
What's that? Unlike say a super chat or something.
Good one, Uncle Fatty. That made me. Oh shit! That might be a show title.
What's that?
Bruh, you think Kenny Copeland only accepts cash?
Remember when they called Osteen with like 600,000 in his church? Remember that? Was it 600,000? I think
it was 600,000.
Yeah. Anyway, so here's the thing about Streamlabs is it kind of shows you. I guess you can watch it from here. Yeah, here's the thing about Streamlabs. Yeah, you can watch it from Streamlabs, which is interesting. You see that? I'm not sure if you guys can see that. Can you see
What type of streamception is this?
You see this? Yeah, you can watch it from Streamlabs.
Oh God.
And I think you can probably close this. But yeah, you can actually watch it from Streamlabs, and you can close this. All this. Open up the menu there. I don't think anybody's gonna watch it from there, or Twitter, or Kick. If I would add Kick here, Kick would be there. But it's something we pay for, so it is available. And here's the thing about Streamlabs is unlike say Super Chat, people can leave comments and stuff like it, and they don't necessarily go away. They're just here forever, or as long as we allow them to stay there. So, and there it is. So you kind of get a history as well. You can see a history as well. There. Anyway, interesting.
That is pretty nice. Well, John, since if you're planning on streaming on Kick, have you decided to still look into Rumble?
Yeah. Now that I know how to do it, shit, I probably could set up Rumble right now. Let's see. Let's see, just on a test it, see if Rumble would come through.
Now, I did find this out a couple days ago, but apparently you need to pay some type of. You either need to pay a fee or you need to have a certain amount of subscribers on Rumble in order to start streaming.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, there's that.
You can easily get it. Just tell people to get a Rumble and subscribe and all that, but it shouldn't be too hard. I just thought it was kind of weird that you need to have subscribers in order to stream in the first place.
Really? I didn't know that.
Well, you should have at least one subscriber, or there's no reason to stream.
I guess if you plan on getting them. Sign in.
And God is not an audience.
I forgot to put my password to Rumble. Sign in. Let's see. Live streaming. Live stream. Static stream keys. Static stream keys. No static stream keys found. Let me see if it'll work. How many people watch Rumble, by the way? You watch Rumble, Gary?
I mainly do it with Jay Rillos because we do watch parties for like TV and shows and stuff, but that's about it.
Oh, no shit. All right.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is the one good thing about Rumble. You never get penalized for watching something.
Oh, really? People say that. Yeah, I've heard that before.
Yeah.
You use Rumble, Stanley?
Nope, don't even have an account.
CKJ3, you use it? Anyone use Rumble in the audience? Rumble.
Watching for free. That's always a good thing.
The server was connected. You're all set. Okay, let me see if I can stream this to Rumble. Let's get ready to rumble. Rumble. And select a destination. Oh, you have to do it from right here. Okay. See if that works.
Well, Samuel Guru and Phoenix Fisher subscribe to Rumble. I bet they're Plank owners.
See if that works. Okay, damn. So it's live on Rumble. Let me see how I do that. We probably have multiple accounts though. Probably different things set up. Let me see. I don't know what I'm doing here. All right, anyway. Dashboard. Anyway, whatever. Oh, now it can be connected. I don't know why.
Yeah, one is on Rumble. You're right.
Garen, how the edits going? I saw a couple of them. Man, we'll talk about the clips. I like the.
Yeah, they're coming in. Oh yeah, Portia wanted me to do clips for the not the main channel, but the clip. She started a clip channel. I don't know if she told you about that yet or not. But
yep, she did.
Yeah, she wanted me to go through the older streams, like from the beginning, from all the way from the beginning, and go through some of the streams and find some clippable moments from there. She emailed me a spreadsheet that she wanted me to use for categorizing any of the clips that I make.
Yeah, you know, we have a clips channel out, and she may have been talking about this one. I'm not sure. Let me share my screen.
I mean, she already added me. I think
okay, that might be the same one. I think is it the Urban Landlord Clips or something?
Yeah,
like
that's it.
Yeah. I think I saw your name on there. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna start doing it next week. I already got the ones from the last Be Brave stream done, and those should be up already. And next week I'll start doing the ones for the John Urban Landlord Clips channel.
I think those Brave clips are gonna be interesting. I'm trying to call Brave.
what time does your racist roundtable start?
The circus. Oh, about 10, Stanley. We give everybody 10. Get up good.
But yeah, but
You should critique us, Stanley. You should, man. We would love you. I think it would be good content for you. You would get a hoot out of it.
Oh no, I've watched it, and I can start and go for a while, but it becomes I get the same reaction I got when Alfred Damas was on the panel.
Oh, come on.
And that's just not good for the show. So I just go read something else or listen to something else.
I think your commentary would be good. If you can restrain yourself, it'd probably be pretty good.
Yeah. Samuel, I make marinara from scratch. Usually I just use canned crushed tomatoes. But yeah, as a matter of fact, I don't buy spaghetti sauce. It's too easy to make. So I will find the recipe I use and put it into the chat. Maria Hassan is her name. She's like the queen, excuse me, of Italian cooking. And the secret to good homemade marinara is butter, believe it or not.
Butter?
It makes a monumental difference.
Really?
It's like you would never think so, but it does.
Wonder why is it?
Dairy has a kind of excuse me, I'm eating. Dairy adds a creamy texture to it and a slightly sweet, kind of creamy taste.
You all right with this, Stanley?
He probably wanted to go get some water or something. Oh.
No, I'm good. The funny thing about tomato sauce, even if you cook it, it always has that iron taste, which, that's the red color.
Mm-hmm.
The butter neutralizes it.
I did not know that. That's interesting. Who knew that?
Maria Hassan.
She have a YouTube channel or a book or anything?
Yeah, hold on one sec. I'll look it up. She has she's considered the queen of Italian cooking or something like that.
Oh.
Sorry, I said Maria Marcella. Hassan.
Maria Marcella.
No, her name's Marcella Hazan. And I'll just put the wiki page in there, but that's how I started making it with butter.
Really?
Her recipe.
Oh, Maria Hassan.
It's Marcella. I said Maria. It's Marcella.
I think I like Maria better.
Yeah.
Is HB going trucking this morning?
He was on a bit early.
Yeah, he was up here earlier, then he just dipped out.
Yeah, I know. He said the traffic was bad. The traffic was bad wherever you are.
Yeah, apparently where he's been driving, that part of the Midwest, it has just been like blizzardy, snowy, just bad weather in general. So he's had a time apparently.
Yeah, that's crazy.
So this is a long video. That's why I haven't played it. Well, I'll just play it later.
We better play Stanley.
Never run out of eggs. This lady's going to talk about how to preserve store-bought
But yeah, I really need to hear this. I've been eating a lot of eggs lately.
Because they're going out of style.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't know why, but North Carolina, at least my town anyway, has like so little eggs now.
Really?
Yeah, I can mainly only get them at the farmers market and like Aldi's. Walmart don't got them.
You don't have neighbors with eggs?
We do, but they're kind of stingy with their eggs. They don't really give them out to anyone.
Oh, you could offer to pay. Have you thought of that?
Yeah, that too. Not to mention, I mean, if I really want eggs this badly, I can always just go to Charlotte. My mom has a friend that goes to her church, and she has an entire coop to herself. But I'm not going all the way over there just to get
Damn.
eggs.
Is it really that much of a I don't eat eggs. Is it really that much of a shortage of eggs?
Yeah, at least where I'm at anyway.
It is. And, I paid, will pay $8 for 18.
Really?
Yeah, that's kind of bullshit.
It got better in January, then it got bad again.
Sheesh. I guess if you bake and shit, yeah, you gotta have eggs, huh?
Depends on what you're baking. Bread, you don't necessarily have to add eggs for bread. Biscuits, you don't use them. So, but anyway, this is the longest video, so if it gets boring, let me know.
All right.
Eggs. They are astronomical right now. And that being said, we need to know how to preserve them for the long haul. Now, there may be an occasion when you find some eggs on sale. That sale may not be as cheap as what we're used to being, but they may be cheaper than what they are right now. You may just have a little extra, say, you know what? I wish I could buy me an extra carton of eggs, but it'll take me too long to use them. So today, I'm going to do something a little bit different. I'm going to show you how you can preserve store-bought or farm fresh eggs, either one. The way I'm getting ready to show you how to preserve them, one way, they will last for 18 months to 2 years. The other way, if you store it right, they'll last for 5 years, okay? So let's preserve some eggs. Okay, so I have a lot of eggs already preserved in the manner I'm getting ready to show you right now. So I'm only going to show you a couple because I've already done them and I have plenty tucked away. So I don't want to just continue to do it just to be doing it, okay? So first of all, you're going to either need a muffin tin or some kind of
so she's
pan.
just going
It
to
can
cook
be
the eggs to preserve.
glass,
That's not
tin, it
fucking.
can be the
Wait,
foam,
hold on. Is she just gonna?
anything, okay? You're just going to
I thought she was gonna do something like putting them in like not plaster, but some sort of
Well,
sealant or something.
store-bought eggs, if you actually have chickens, eggs originally have like a membrane that does make them far more you can preserve them for a lot longer because you don't even need to refrigerate them. They wash the eggs to make them more presentable for grocery stores, and the actual eggshell is porous. So, it's prone to, just being infected. So, the way to actually store eggs for long term is get them fresh out of the chicken, fresh from the coop, and you can keep them on the counter. I don't know what the ultimate length you can keep them is, but she's just cooking them. I thought it was more original than that.
Okay.
So she just cooking them?
Well, yeah. She's saying you can preserve, the eggs. Here.
No shit, Sherlock. No shit, Sherlock. Is she gonna cook them and freeze them?
I mean, yeah, I just hard boil mine to make them last longer.
Maybe not cook them all the way.
the egg I just cracked. And here's the one that's still frozen. Now, because this is
Okay,
sitting
she's
for a
just.
while,
Oh, come
and it's
on.
just been frozen, I'm just going to gently Gently stir up that egg again, and we'll go ahead and scramble it.
My bad. I thought she was cooking them. She's freezing them. Nice pan.
See how nice that's scrambled up? Okay, there's your frozen preserved egg number 1. Okay, so the next method is dehydrating your eggs. Okay, I've got some that are in my dehydrator now, but I'll show you the process of dehydrating. First thing you're going to make sure you need are these little silicone trays that will come with your dehydrator. If it doesn't, then you'll need to get some for your dehydrator. Now, you probably can dehydrate these in the oven. I have never done that, but I would imagine if you do, you're going to put it on maybe about 250 and let her
Hold on, what you say,
until
Stanley?
it's dehydrated. The process to start it will probably be the same. So I'm going to bring you all up closer and get started. Now, so that I won't waste any of my eggs, the egg that I just cracked to show you all how to freeze the eggs, and I cracked it and put it in this muffin tin. This is what I'm going to show you because I have lots of powdered egg already, okay? So I'm going to go ahead and show you this process, and then I'm going to show you what the egg looks like once it's dehydrated and what you need to do from there. Okay, so I have the silicone sheet on top of the wire rack. Now, if you want long-term storage, and when eggs ever go on sale again, you might want to do this process at that point. Again, you would want to have your egg scrambled completely, okay? Beat it really well. Incorporate that white into that yellow as much as you can. And then go ahead and just pour it on. Now, you can spread it out all over the silicone tray as best you can. The thinner it is, the less time it will take to dehydrate. Either my counter or my dehydrator is not perfectly even, so it takes a little longer because it all moves to one side once I put it in there, no matter what I do. So, but I still try to spread it out as much as possible all over this whole sheet. Doesn't matter if you got just a little bit in an area or a lot, but you want to cover it because, like I said, the thinner it is, the least amount of time it'll take. Typically, when I'm dehydrating, it's going to take me at least 6 hours. But for the shelf life, it is well worth it. Well worth it. And I'm going to show you how to rehydrate it and how to cook it. So let's go over to the dehydrator. Okay, so this is my dehydrator, and I'm only using one tray, but I'm going to leave those inside of it. Because it's liquid, be careful. Again, that's what it looks like up close. Just slide it in. Now I'm going to be dehydrating this at a time. I'm going to start my time at about 6 hours. And my temperature, it's already there, but my temp is on 122 degrees Fahrenheit. All right? And it's going to take about 6 hours. However, let me show you what it looks like once it's done and what we need to do next. Now that it's all dehydrated, you just want to take it and we're going to grind it up. This is just the blender part of my coffee grinder, one of my coffee grinders. I'm just going to put it in here. We're going to grind it. After we grind it, we are going to then take the powdered form and dehydrate it again to make sure it is good and dry.
You know, by that time, shit, I don't want eggs. So I don't know why you would want to go through this whole process, because if you don't have a dehydrator, you have to buy a dehydrator. Then you have to buy the little silicone mats.
Man, and that little
Then you have to use electricity to dehydrate twice. No, it's not cost efficient.
Well, try the. How many other methods are there? She had like
I don't know.
3.
First was freezing. Kind of skipped over the first.
Hey Stanley, do you see those little peaks wherever right above the progress bar? Each one of those is actually a point of interest where a large amount of people view the channel or view the video. So just click to where it's right in the middle, and you should have where she starts the process of each suggestion that she has.
Okay, well let's go back to the first one then.
Right? So now, in order to preserve our eggs, what we're getting ready to do is to freeze them. There are two ways you can freeze them. You can freeze them.
Okay, we got
just by cracking them in here,
freezing, then
or you
cook.
can freeze them by
This
cracking
is
them in a separate
dehydrating.
bowl and beating your yolk just a little bit. The difference is now I have a very,
Let's see
very
what she
similar
does.
video like this on my gardening channel, and mix that in. You can see it's thickened up quite a bit. So now you want to add in just a tad bit more water, just a little bit, maybe a teaspoonful.
Okay, so she's
And mix that
rehydrating
in
here.
so that it can, I'm pretty sure. Or are you putting flavored coffee creamer in your coffee?
So basically, freezing and dehydrating are the two. I'm glad you showed me this. I can summarize a lot better.
Yeah.
Good for you. God damn it. Young people are good for something. So
to be
freezing and dehydrating is what she's doing.
Yeah,
Freezing is easier.
dehydrating.
Well, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know that I want to bother freezing them. Now you have to take up room in your freezer.
I mean, the way she dehydrates it, at least she could just chop it up and put it in a bag.
The future is now, Stanley. Really, Samuel? I guess it is. So, that does it for me, unless anyone who wants to come up and hit the link and kibitz a bit. CK, you've been muted.
Oh, I was cooking, Stanley.
Oh, really? What you cooking?
Yeah, I was cooking me some breakfast.
Oh, I was hoping it was eggs.
Yeah, you eating some dehydrated egg?
I get eggs from a couple people from my job. You know what I noticed, John? Can you hear me, John?
John's muted.
Yeah, I can hear you. Mm-hmm.
A lot of people at my job, man, they've been selling their homes and they've been like getting like land. They've going into like homestead. I don't know if you noticed that, but a lot of people, is getting into that, buying chickens and different things like that, goats and this one guy, he was telling me yesterday he was telling me that he got like 7 acres, I think, but he said he need more. He's looking to get about 15 and 20. I guess to do more stuff on his land and stuff like that. But I've been noticing that people getting into homestead.
Yeah, I was on T's channel when there's a black guy, young guy. He was talking about how I guess he had streamed him doing whatever you have to do with a chicken, and he would say he was raising like 6 or 7 chickens. So maybe onto something there.
Yeah, I didn't even know, man. It's a guy I work with, and I'm always talking to him on like, especially when I work on Saturdays because we don't got like a lot of crew there. But I think he got about 80 acres. He said he has about 37 cows, I think.
Oh wow, damn.
Yeah, he was telling me like I guess it takes 16 months, I guess, from the birth until you could be able to butcher it, I guess. I'm like, damn, I didn't even know that. I mean, you find out so much when you talk to these people that been doing it for so long, and I'm like, man. And then he was telling me like how much it costs. I'm like, God damn, I can fuck, I could do that. Like,
Does he resell? Does he resell any of the meat, or does he just butcher it for himself?
I think it's kind of both. I know he said he wants to do it like full time, but he said he needs more acres to do it like full time. But it's kind of like was like a family thing. I think his wife family owned it, and he just married into it, and he just take care of the cows, and he's been doing it. But it's amazing, like when you talk to some of these people, man, and the stuff they be doing is like, it doesn't really even, I mean, yeah, you gotta pay for it, but like, man, half a cow can feed a family of 4 for like what, a year and a half. Shit.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I'm looking into it now. I want to,
especially if he's planning on raising any of his cows to be dairy cows. He can definitely sell the milk.
Yeah, I think he does both probably. I can ask him tomorrow and let you guys know. But yeah, he I think it's the way to go, John. Like,
yeah, shit, you can never go wrong having your own food.
I think it's the way to go.
Hey, John, Fatty says Mike Rappaport is going off. Any idea?
Right. Yeah, he's the sports guy. He's going off about what?
Well, I don't know. He doesn't say.
No, you can.
Let me pull it. See.
Yeah, I was going to say, is he live now? Dang.
Did you? Speaking of Mike Rappaport, I'm sorry to interrupt you, CKJ. Did you hear what? And the only reason I mentioned it, Stanley, because we talked about this a while back. You hear what James Carville said? Did we talk about this? What he said about Stephen A. Smith?
No.
Ooh.
Did you talk about it? I know what you're talking about. The shit, where he roasted the shit out of him. I saw that on Twitter.
Commenting on Smith.
Well, he's coming on Stephen A. Smith's political aspirations. Basically telling him to stick to sports.
He sucks at it.
And it to me, this is my own opinion. Everyone have a different opinion. I'm looking for Michael Rappaport. He's that old guard, man, and he doesn't want to let go of that power or his influence that he has or he had, and he's taking it very difficult.
Okay, well, the thing is about the influence, you don't have control over who you influence.
That's true. I'm not saying he's right or wrong.
Carville commenting on Stephen A. I'm sure someone finds it amusing, but that's like, the pot calling the kettle black. Stephen A. will never win an office. He's an asshole and a stupid asshole besides.
Well,
so good luck. There are things in politics that actually don't change. Stephen A. is not a politician.
Yeah, and I think that is what Carville is saying to him. But I could see Stephen A. saying back to him, "Hey, bro, when the last time you won an election?" Right? It's a new generation in town, and that I think the old guard.
I could see that myself, but won't change who Stephen A. is.
Yeah. I don't follow him that much. I can't really comment on Stephen A. I just think more in the sports realm. But he is clearly ambitious toward politics. He's making friends, making the right friends. Westmore, Shapiro up in Pennsylvania. He's moderating his pitch a bit. He's going on Patrick Bet-David and other more conservative shows. So he's clearly making an effort. And I don't know if he has an audience or not, but
John, I think Stephen A. is the highest paid sports commentator. That's why he does have the followers. I mean, like I said, he's the highest paid, but I mean everybody's grifting now. Everybody's doing think they can do everything. I mean, I don't agree with it, but it is what it is.
I think in the media,
where would he run? Any idea?
Probably New York. That's where he lives.
So you talking about Stephen A?
Yeah, Stephen A. Yeah.
No, John. He making too much money.
Well, I think once he
don't want to deal with that. He's making too much money where he's at.
I mean, but once he gets enough money, he probably has enough now.
Man, we don't know if he can manage that money, John. You know,
Yeah, that's
you can
true.
make the money, but can you manage the money?
I don't think he's the kind of guy where he's just blowing money. That's my thoughts on him. I don't know much about him, but he's definitely desirous. So,
John, well, we know a lot of these guys behind doors, they got bad habits, man. I'm not saying that he does, but you never know, man. You never know.
Yeah, he doesn't seem like the type that has bad habits to me. You know, and I'm not a big fan of him.
No, I think he's cautioning like certain things. Like you never really hear him about like
women
and stuff like that. You know, he seems like he's the type that he's not going to mess up his bread and butter. But I don't think he's gonna get into. I don't think he's gonna run.
No, I don't think he's gonna win. I think he's a little late.
Got it too good over there at ESPN. You know what I'm saying?
Actually, I think he's on his way out the door over there. I mean, this is probably his last big check.
So?
Yeah, man. You know, I think the whole media scape is changing. If you ask me, Don Lemon, Tucker Carlson. You know,
he got his own. He got his own little sports podcast. So sponsorship.
I don't think he's going to be as good at that as some other people are. I don't think he's just that interesting. To be quite honest with you, I don't think he has any particularly, fascinating takes on anything. He wasn't a player, so he's out of his lane there. He can't talk basketball the way basketball players can talk and, add that jocular element of, I was playing with LeBron and, so he doesn't have that. So he's kind of a man in the middle. And, I was watching Don Lemon the other day, man, like social media is a whole lot different than being on the media where you're just talking to people. Someone's writing your script, you're more or less just reading. On social media, people are trolling you, and he has a lot of trolls. And so it's a different environment, I think.
Well, it seems actually Don Lemon is thriving.
Yeah, Don Lemon, and I haven't watched his show enough to really comment on him.
Well, I recently looked at his viewership.
Mm-hmm.
You'd be surprised. First off, he has enough money, to take a venture like that. So he's not floundering.
Yeah, let me see. Last time I was there, I think he had about 10,000 people or something like that. Again, he's going from talking to 10,000 people to, million, maybe, 800,000 people any given night to talking to, I didn't want to lose that tab. All right, to talking to, quite a few less than that. Let me see. Don Lemon. What's his numbers look like since you say you were looking at it?
He's got about 500,000.
Yeah, 500,000. That's his followers. I mean, like there are people that talking about rap music with.
Well, that's his subscribers.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Subscribers.
So that's how you usually measure success on YouTube.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that's not a lot. I'm saying relative to like other people in this genre. He
hasn't been doing it for long.
Right.
Longevity is key.
Right, and longevity is key indeed. And if he had a stronger following on CNN, I think it would be easier for him to transition. This is just my opinion, just one man's opinion. But I don't think that he had a strong following on CNN. I think he was just on CNN. And so, I just think it's a different environment for people that spent much of their career on TV. It's kind of like going from radio to TV. Probably be kind of difficult.
Yeah, Megyn Kelly, arguably, she's got almost 3.5 million.
Yeah, see.
And she's had her show longer. And the far right media, tends to have a lot more adherents. So
yeah, you never know how many, as Palomino is saying, a lot of people, I was watching the show one day and people were trolling him. And so on CNN, as an example, he would have production crew or staff, stuff like that. There are no super chats on CNN. So people were sending super chats, making him say things that are politically incorrect or things that he shouldn't say. And before he could recognize what he said, he's already read it. They've already clipped it. And they're going to run with it. That's a different element from being on television, you know, where you're not feeling obligated to read someone's super chat. You know, you're trying to balance what's on the screen, the super chat you're reading, and then it just slipped through that you said something that was more or less a troll. And yeah, it's a difficult environment, you know, for someone like him who's going to have a lot of that.
John, I think he does good with his little man on the streets. He lets people, you know, get their point of views. I've seen a couple of clips of that. He doesn't really like, he allow people to speak. You know what I'm saying? I give him credit for that. Like, he doesn't like, yeah, he got his own opinion, but he let people, you know. Say,
Did you see the one man on the street where he ran into the black guy?
No, I don't think I've seen that one.
It was an interesting man on the clip because, again, I think it shows his blind spot, or his requirement to keep up the narrative. And it was as if he didn't even, like, it was as if he didn't understand what's going on the street. You know, he's lived in the ivory towers and rubbed shoulders with the people in the ivory towers. He's never had to go out and do man on the street interviews like I done, right? He probably hasn't done that in 30 years, right? Going out on the street, talking to people, regular people. And so he's asking the guy something about Elon Musk being the president or something like that. Now, I'm not commenting on what Elon, I don't follow this shit, so I don't know enough if Elon is the president or not. But the guy was like, man, what the fuck, you know, basically, what are you talking about?
Let me ask you a question. Sorry to interrupt, but if you don't know that much about Elon Musk, how is this interview something you should even have an opinion on?
Well, if you let me finish, right? Let me finish the point.
Well, we're going to run into that territory again.
So the guy responds back, you know, I don't believe what you're trying to tell me.
Once again, I'm going to ask you, if you don't know whether this guy's making a good point or not, if you don't know what he's talking about.
Well, let me finish the point, then you can come in on the full, complete thought, right? So the black guy, just a regular black guy, Don Lemon starts quoting off mainstream media sources to the guy. And the guy says, I don't read that. Why are you telling me what the mainstream media is saying? And that right there showed to me a disconnect. There are a lot of people walking up and down the street that have more or less shunned mainstream media. Don Lemon takes his talking points. You kind of see it weaved into the show. And it's going to be very difficult to do man on the street interviews when what you're relying on is mainstream media news that many people have.
Let me know when I can respond.
Yeah, sure. Go right here.
Okay. You admittedly don't keep up with any of this. So your critique of this person commenting on something you don't know about seems to me quite ridiculous. Essentially, what you're criticizing is what I'm criticizing you for. You are disconnected from that news. Why are you commenting on it? And why should we take your critique seriously if you admittedly don't know what Elon Musk is doing? You don't keep up with politics.
You ready for me to answer? I don't want to interrupt you.
Oh, I'm anxious for you to answer. That's why I stopped talking.
Because I recognized that he had a disconnect with the people on the street. That's the
I recognize you have a disconnect.
Okay, but this is about Don Lemon. This is not about me.
Okay, and this is about John Galt commenting on Don Lemon.
Okay, so do you have anything to comment about what I come on, other than about me?
My only comment is that you have no clue what you're talking about. You're stabbing in the wind or stabbing in the dark.
Okay.
You're disconnected and commenting on someone who is disconnected.
It's fine.
So double disconnect. Why should I take that seriously?
Well, you don't have to. It's just my opinion, right? You're not going to make any decisions.
My opinion is your opinion is disconnected.
What about you, CKJ3? What do you think? Maybe we should pull it up. You want to see Stanley? You want to see that interview? The street
Why?
I personally, I think I think it'll work in his favor. I think people like to see that. If let's just say he still has the media narrative, I think that combination is, people will tune into it and want to see it. It can work.
Good. Let me comment right quick. No, I don't watch mainstream media at all. Joy Reid least of all. And you are disconnected from, dude, you get your ass beat by Be Brave on his panel. Stop trying to roast me.
Hey, what do you think about ASAP Rocky getting off it, CK?
John, I don't even listen to ASAP Rocky. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah,
I never really listened to ASAP Rocky. So,
I don't know one song of his, to be honest with you. If it came on, I wouldn't even know that someone told me that's ASAP Rocky. But what's interesting is, there was so much talk about Tory Lanez, and I don't know if he shot I didn't follow that case very closely. I don't know if he shot her or not, or whatever. Some people saying she stepped on glass. I don't know. But in this case, clearly he had a gun, right? And clearly it was discharged. Now, if he hit him or not, well, that's a matter of opinion or whatever. But you would think Tory Lanez in here like, damn, like he did more or less what I did, and he was on camera, 4K. And the jury see things different ways. Did Rihanna have a hand in this? Who knows? But he's a lucky man for sure. Anyway, I thought that was an interesting case. The ASAP Rocky. He said he's going to name his next child after the lawyer. Tacopina was the lawyer's name, I think. Stanley, has Portia been up lately? Is she how's she doing?
I know last night she was putting stories into the Discord. Into the Slack. So
yeah.
Oh, she's probably planning something.
No, you can never.
I want to comment again. If y'all don't know his music, then I just know him because he's married to Rihanna.
Yeah,
so
I think that's most people know.
I'm glad he gets to stay with Rihanna. I bet he's glad too.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he'll just fucking stay out of trouble. He looked like a really, he presented well in court. I mean, except for the hairstyle, he dressed well, talked well. I think, just stay out of trouble, young man, and enjoy your Rihanna.
The thing is, I think for him, from my understanding, I followed the case a little bit, just out of curiosity. The element that always interests me, I hate to see basically, these are 3 or 4 friends, and there were some hanger-ons of sort that were around him. And this was one of the guys that had the charges brought against him. And he, they mostly were just broke guys. And ASAP Rocky was the guy that made it for, financially. And there was some, kind of like what you say, Stanley, there is no community, but they thought that there was come on, man. Help us out, bro. We all in the struggle together. We all came up together. And I think that's how the one guy at least looked at it. And the other guy that testified in favor of Rocky, who was also a member of the ASAP group, well, he was still on the ends with ASAP. He wasn't on the outs with ASAP. So in some sense, he had to, he knew where his bread was buttered. And they talked about people that died of drug overdoses. People didn't have the money for funerals, and it's just really, really just it's an interesting backdrop to the story. regardless of if you know anything about it or not. It's a young man doing a lot of real stupid shit. And a lot of their resources are being captured in the legal system.
Hey, your super fan is calling on you. You are fearless leader, the man of the channel, the urban landlord, John fucking Galt, you SOB. Ooh.
Hey, John, you gotta.
I know you feel loved.
I hope Payload doesn't get pregnant from all that dick riding he's doing.
I think the ASAP issue is once again watch the company. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. These were people that he grew up with, childhood friends, and
I didn't cover it. Okay.
Yeah, they were childhood friends, and again, I think one overdosed. Again, the overdose, the drug addiction, people having how I took it was young men having a hard way to go. One makes it, can't really figure out a way to pull those guys along. And that's what he wants to do, right? That's what he wants.
I better familiarize myself. It's not your responsibility to go back.
Well,
do what you can, but that old saying, and my mother used to say it, you can be with them, but you don't have to be of them.
Mm-hmm.
Something like that.
Someone says ASAP Ferg, Kimmy K said ASAP Ferg made it too. The thing is, Stanley, and again, I'm just more or less describing the situation kind of as I see it, not giving an opinion more or less. I typically do that other times. The thing is, I think for this young man and for many young men, and I think it's something that really applies in the music industry, is the music industry picks winners and losers. They're not going to pick a group when there's one talent within the group. So they pick the one talent within the group. They pick Beyonce over Destiny's Child. They pick ASAP Rocky or Ferg as well, and kind of leave the rest of them as stragglers. And that, I think, creates that sense of dependency, between the ones that made it and the ones that didn't. I think it's just a matter of the music industry. I don't know if sports is the same way, because sports is more of a meritocracy, whereas music is a little bit more subjective. And I think that's kind of the story of it there, that they're being chosen at the end of the day, and the one that doesn't get chosen may not be very happy about that. Kind of sad turnout.
You know what I don't understand, John, is like you have a famous woman who clearly she's making all the money. You got, I think they have like 2 kids together.
Yeah, I think so.
When is, and they've been dating for a while now. When is it time to give the bullshit up and to be a man and to be a father and just focus on that? Why are you still putting yourself in these stupid situations? You got enough money. Your wife got enough money. Just go live that fatherly, husband. I don't know if they married or not, but go live that life.
Well,
get away from these dudes. If I have to be in a situation where I have to have a gun on me and I gotta discharge it, I'm just not gonna do it. I got enough money to where I don't even have to be around y'all no more.
Yeah, and that is to the point. You know what? If you move from a bad neighborhood to a good neighborhood, it's not being a race trader. It's protecting you. It's protecting your family. It's protecting a future. And motherfucker, if we all get successful and move out of the hood, they'll have to find something to do with the hood.
Well, I think the thing is, Stanley, these people, and I'm not being, casting any kind of aspersions. I'm just saying that imagine if you grew up poor and then let's just say overnight, right? You become financially successful. Well, you don't find new friends overnight. You're probably skeptical of everyone that comes your way. And I'm not making excuses for these people. I'm just trying to see it the way that they probably see it. He's a ghetto.
Let me
people.
ask you a question before you go too far with this. I'm assuming ASAP Rocky, didn't he marry Rihanna?
I'm not sure what the status
I
is.
don't.
Let's say yes.
That's what I was saying. Like she's
Maybe.
I'm pretty sure.
she's
I'm
quote
pretty
unquote a
sure they
billionaire.
actually married.
Yeah, let's say yeah, for
He's
the,
not.
let's say yes.
He's not fresh out the hood. Is my
Well,
point.
well, I guess what I'm saying is that when it's not like he went away to college, met new friends. He became successful when he had his childhood friends. And
Okay, you're not hearing my point.
well, I understand, but let me finish my point. And I think that for many people, for many young men coming of age, there's like a transition where the guys you hung out with in high school, by the time you get out of high school, y'all just kind of gradually drift away. In these cases, he hasn't transitioned to create new friends. He's bringing his hanger-ons with him.
Okay, you missed my point. My point is he must have been out of the hood for quite some time to marry Rihanna. He had a
brought them
child
with him.
with her. The
Well, he
bottom
brought them.
line is he's not fresh out the hood.
Okay, fair enough.
The
I'm
excuse
not
is
making excuses for
you from the hood and can't shed old friends. I don't think that bears any
But see,
similarity.
Stanley, I
to
didn't say
what's
he
going
can't do
on here.
anything. Stanley, I didn't say he can't do anything. I'm just looking at the situation for what it is, right?
I don't think I don't think that's what it is. Maybe
Okay.
that's what I
I
should
mean,
say.
right. It's a difference in opinion. But I mean, because what CKJ3 says, and I agree with him. What you say, I agree with him. But you see this over and over, this pattern, right? Where you say, damn, the guy's rich. I did a stream on Gilly the Kid. The guy moved his son.
I don't know who that is either.
I didn't fucking know who he was either. But apparently he's some pretty popular rapper, former, I don't know. But his son was killed.
That's another. He's a clown, man. He always been a clown, man.
I think so too, but I ain't want to call
John,
him
you
that.
know what? Listen to his cousin, Wallow. You know, Wallow did 20 years.
Yeah.
But listen to, I don't know if you've ever seen like the difference between him and Wallow when they speak and when they talk to like
I noticed
on his podcast.
Yeah.
Wallow don't want to do with none of it. You know, he did 20 years. He like, man, I'm getting money. I don't want to be around none of this stuff. Like he's a different, he's a different type of dude. He, coming from the same environment, he actually did what he did and did 20 years. It just seemed like, I don't know. I think Gilly is like, it's an act. To me, it just seemed like an act.
Clearly he's acting, but I think the bigger part is what I was going to say is, when I looked at where his son was killed and where, he had moved his son out of the ghetto, it's like, damn, what was the lure back into the ghetto? You're living in a nice neighborhood, blah, 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 blah. And again, when I say fresh, don't get hung up on the word fresh. I mean, relatively fresh. He's been out of the ghetto 10, 15 years, but that 20 years, the first 20 years of his life is ingrained in him, and he's had a hard time letting it go. All these guys are like that. The YSLs, all of them.
John, I have a perfect video for you. I don't know. Can you stream their podcast?
Who?
Wallow and Gilly the Kid, or you'll get a strike.
CKJ, if you have the channel popped up, you could leave it in the back chat, and I could check it for copyright.
Okay, I'm gonna try to find it, and I want you. So they did an interview with this guy. His name MGK. He's from Cleveland, but he's from Shaker, but he's from Cleveland. And I want you to see like how these guys like it's an act. Now MGK, he's a white kid or whatever from the suburbs, but just the act of pretending to be like that hood drill rap is crazy, John. It's just crazy to me. Like once you make it and you got money, like why do you want to? Are these people telling you to act this way, or is it just you just being this stupid?
Yeah,
act this way?
They are.
Like it's crazy. I'm gonna find it for you, Terry.
You need to keep being real.
It's stupid. It's stupid to me, Stanley. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, it's absolutely stupid, and it's bad advice. And let me make 2 quick points. Kimmy, yeah, he's been out of the hood enough to date supermodels and marry Rihanna. They had like a Vogue cover together. I think it was Vogue or one of those fashion magazines. And to Brian Nichols, you can't talk how great black people are and move away from them. Dumb statement, son. Put Brian Nichols back up there because he needs some heat. You don't have to move away from black people to talk about them. I literally grew up in a black neighborhood that wasn't the hood. It was a black middle class neighborhood. Son, do better.
With Kim Casey, she said Young Dolph, he went back to the hood to buy a cookie. That was a case, I'm not saying he shouldn't even buy cookies from the hood, but
he shouldn't go back.
He could have sent someone to buy.
Yeah, why didn't he send he could have sent someone to pick him up. What the hell?
You know what I mean? But again, his presence, Kimmy Cakes, she know better than anyway. You go in some of these pizza places in New York City, and it's famous people all over the wall. And I think, for whatever that cookie place was, I'm sure they were going to take some pictures of Dolph and put them up on the wall. Dolph came in here and bought a cookie, right? Maybe he becomes a super famous star, and he'll be talking about, I buy my cookies from whatever this lady is when I'm in Memphis. And it'll be good for her. But those type of things clearly didn't come to fruition there.
You know what? Why would you go to a place to buy a cookie?
Well, it was a famous cookie place or something in Memphis, a well-known cookie place. So there's maybe, I'm not saying, someone said a cookie, but he may have been going to buy a cake for all we know. But it was a black-owned pastry.
It would have been better if he was going to buy the business.
Well, I think he was celebrating something.
It would be a better thing to die for.
Yeah, I think he was celebrating something, and he just pulled up.
Yeah, no, CCAJ, you can't play this, man.
You can't play. Oh, it's copyrighted.
Look at this motherfucker, y'all. You know what?
Young boys.
Some people get into this audience and think that they're making sense. You can't move away from blacks because they're bad and say they're fine. Who the fuck is doing that, you idiot? Who said that? Palomino, maybe you need some oats or a good gallop in the paddock. But stop this shit.
Yeah, roll me up a couple joints. We got the Be Brave and John coming up in a few minutes.
Oh yeah, John. Speaking of,
you better roll up about 30.
Yeah, speaking of that,
You
John,
gonna watch this, Stanley? Stanley, you gonna stream us? You gonna watch us? Watch this, Stanley.
I'll be in the chat.
Your react would be hilarious.
I won't be able to compete with that spectacular.
I think people want to see your react. People like here for the tea would love to see your react. Yeah, you might have a panel full of people.
It would just be yelling at Be Brave. Actually, though, you know what? I should come up there because he says he won't. Shit, he's wanted to ban Tom Gully.
Man, what I would like, if I thought we could have a civil conversation.
Tried banning me yesterday.
If we could have a civil conversation, one day you're in the mood for it. I would love to hear you and Be Brave have a civil conversation again.
Won't be about race.
Well, about culture, you know what I'm saying?
Well, the problem is, the race part blends into the culture.
Yeah, but I mean, I think if you guys could pull it off, it would be very interesting.
Have Kimmy moderate it. She is a rational person who is kind and gentle, and no one's gonna overtalk her.
Yeah, you know what? But honestly, from a content standpoint, and I think something of value, I think that it would be very insightful if you guys could keep it civil, because Brave is 70 years old, I think. You're 60. I like to hear insight from, more experienced people, as I can say.
Well,
and
the thing is I actually have read books and am black and grew up in a black neighborhood. My black bona fides are flawless. Be Brave.
Well,
even his whiteness is stolen valor.
Well, it doesn't even have to be necessarily about, your pro-blackness. You guys could probably just discuss, because you have strong thoughts about culture. It's American culture. You profess Black culture, and I heard him this morning say Black culture is kind of deviated to the point where it's a variant of its own, where it took on some features of the Apple iPhone, but now it's his own phone. It has to get his own updates.
You know what? I will, if you can set it up. But the thing is when I actually bring books, texts, and evidence to support why I think this, I'm not going to hear him shit on books, and I will lose it when he says I don't need books. I go by what I see.
Well, I think that
that is his basis. He goes by what he sees. He lives in a little small podunk town somewhere. So what he sees is filtered through whatever media sources. He's not seeing it unfiltered. That is the fatal flaw in all of his arguments. It's what he sees, and what he sees is not firsthand.
Well,
it is a dumb position, and I will shit on it at will.
Yeah, I think again, I think it would be much more watchable if you guys.
You know what? Now that I just talked myself out of it. The guy who at least bases some of his thinking in what wiser people than him think, versus a guy that watches the media and has no understanding outside of that media. Is that really a good conversation?
Well, I mean, I think there is some value to a lived experience.
And he has not lived amongst Black people.
Oh, really?
Well,
I mean, it would be nice for you and Brave to at least.
He says he grew up in the hood, but he's not lived with Black people as an adult.
Well, I think he has a lived experience as a white man. You have a lived experience as a Black man.
Motherfucker, the difference is I grew up.
Yeah, this ain't gonna work at all.
Went to school with whites. The Navy is damn near all white. I have more experience among white elites than Be Brave does. I have probably as much experience with whites as Be Brave does, and I grew up with Black parents. My experience is broader.
Well, I think you're selling this show.
No, don't interrupt me. Broader, deeper, wiser, better studied than hee-haw fucking culture critique.
And there again, I think, you made a selling point.
Okay, well, John, your problem is you think they're equal. You think it's mano a mano, it's equal, all thoughts are good, it's a battle of wits. It's not.
Well, I don't like to have battles of wits. That's why I said more of a civil conversation.
Okay, you did not address. Do you think Be Brave's experiences is equal to mine?
No, I've never compared them, but you've had it.
Well, maybe you should start, and you wouldn't be making these ridiculous assumptions
I think
about something being watchable.
But again, I think that some of the things.
Okay, please answer my question.
Well, I'm going to answer.
Think my experiences are equal to Be Brave?
Well, I think, Stanley, here's the thing, Stanley. I think that many people may find it interesting content that here's a
I don't care about the interesting content.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
My question is your opinion. Just say you don't have an opinion, or yes or no.
I think you've experienced much more in life, successfully, financially.
I've experienced more whiteness than Be Brave.
Fair enough. If you want to
motherfucker, you don't hang out with naval officers,
right?
People that I know that are admirals now,
and that's what I'm saying, right?
Don't hang out with those fuckers and not I know more about being white than white ass B Brave does.
Right.
That's why I think he's stolen valor white.
I better,
The skin color is the only thing he has in common with successful white people.
Okay, here you go. Hey, I'm just sitting here and listening to you. As I say, I'm just pitching.
And you know what? I could go on another hour about how fake the hee-haw is.
Stanley, are you at least going to restream it?
Fuck no. Why would I do that?
You might be good for Stanley.
Oh, you mean on my channel?
Yeah,
No.
on your channel.
Oh, no. I won't have my channel polluted by anti-blackness.
Oh, pollute. Okay, that's go.
I don't blame you, Stanley.
Yeah, John, what time do you usually drop the link for people to go up on the panel during your show?
About halfway through.
Oh, you want to hurry on up there, right?
I mean, I want to go up there because B Brave dared me to do so.
Oh, really?
Stanley,
Well,
you were
that might
there,
be worth
remember?
watching.
This was yesterday. He said,
Well, actually, B Brave has said, he wouldn't talk race with me. Maybe I'll hop up there too.
I tell you, I'll be back in 1 minute.
But no, I'm not actually going to do that because it would be, believe me, I don't want to blow up, the goodness.
Ah, okay.
No. Because there's almost no way I could sit there and listen to B Brave go on and watch the body cam vids. I never show body cam vids. I try and be as positive as I can on my channel. Not being anti-black is not the same thing as being pro-black. If not shitting on black people all the time and in general is pro-black, then I'm pro-black. Oh, and then there's Tom Gully. Actually, I would love for Tom Gully to go up on that panel. I'd pay.
Yeah,
I'd pay
that'd be
money
real.
for that.
Yeah, I'd get. Oh, Brave's in the chat. Hold on. He said I'm gone the second you show up. Brave, you're not gonna leave. You're gonna come back next week like a bitch you are.
Well, what if I show up? Come on now.
Do you really want to go, Stanley? I mean, I'll go with you. I actually do want you to end him. I do remember you and his Navy conversation. I remember that. That was pretty good.
Yeah, well, I don't. Be Brave is fine with me. It's just his takes on American culture are odd and unsupported, unsubstantiated, and saying that you have seen it. Second, third hand, what people told you, what is it? The telephone can experiment or whatever it's called, coconut telegraph, whatever you want to call it. See, the problem is America dies in dumbness, and people like Be Brave depend on their audience being dumb and uneducated. So, and let's see, folks, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the Urban Landlord, John Galt, the Urban Landlord, share the wealth. Lots of good stuff happens on this channel, and it goes from very boring to very wild, kind of like the military. It's hurry up and wait until the shit hits the fan.
And very insightful too, Stanley. I mean, you can learn a bit here.
Right.
I think so. You get a lot of insight, different opinions. CK Theory, I think he would agree with that. He had a relative open up a store or something. Master Kim reached out to him and gave him some assistance there.
Speaking of Master Kim, how is he? He hasn't appeared in months.
I know I texted him the other day. He last time I thought he said he was a little busy, but we will see. Yeah.
Well, here's the deal. The best thing I've heard all damn day
What's that?
Is CKJ3 talking about his daughter in the talk they had? That's, and I'm not bullshitting. Best
You like that,
news I've heard all day.
Yeah, see, we bring you a lot of good news here, not just bashing people. There's no fun in that alone, is it?
Yeah,
John,
it
your
can be.
grin says otherwise.
Man, guys, I gotta get out of here. You know what I gotta do. Time to rock and
All
roll.
right. Well, I'm gonna end this. We will have to our branches will have to depend. Justice will bend towards the racial roundtable that's coming up. So CKJ3, salute to you. You know, anytime you want to come up here and talk about kids and fathering and parenting, I'm always open to hear that. I got the empty nest syndrome.
Will do.
Anytime you come up and talk about your kids, Neil Sedaka? Good morning yesterday. It seems like, times are far away or whatever. It's Kodak moments, man. So
Yeah.
I hope you know that. Hey, let me tell you something before I go. My father called me yesterday, and he knows that I've been doing this show at odd hours. So he's like, "Well, have you been getting enough sleep?" So I go, "Hey, Daddy, you remember when I was about 9, I asked you, well, Daddy, when do deer sleep? And your response was, well, they sleep when they need to sleep." So he didn't remember it. It made him laugh. And he goes, well, that sounds like good advice. So, 60-year-old son talking to 81-year-old father, um, you know, about something even he didn't remember. But I think the magic is I remembered that good advice.
Yeah. Yeah. Hopefully I could get something like that later on.
Oh,
I will.
bullshit.
Yeah.
You're already there. I heard that you and your daughter are having this level of conversation, man. You are doing it right and doing it very right. So salute to you. So with that, I'm going to end the show. I will be back on. I'm going to start doing 3 o'clock. Seems to work better.
You said it's 3 a.m.?
3 in the morning. Yeah.
Okay.
I've been doing 2 and, I've been doing it earlier because Portia's been out of commission. But I'm trying to do, I actually thought about it and, pushing it back to 3, maybe even 4, but let's see how 3 does. Um, you know, I get criticized a lot, or at least I notice the criticizing that I do a lot of pop the balloon because it's entertainment, you know, but I like doing the news stuff too. So, if I do the news at 12 or 2, I run out of news stories and then we wind up with all pop the balloon towards the end. So the advice is, kind of intermix it. Solid Snake gave me that advice. Then my, taking it farther is if I start at 3, the news stories, if they last a couple hours, get into more drive time where people want to hear, news, what's going on. Then we can intermix, the videos, be they pop the balloon or nature videos or, whatever I'm, thinking about. Just make it a little bit more interesting to a wider audience at a better time. So yeah, I think about my popularity, CK. Isn't it depressing? So salute to you. I'm going to end the
All right,
show.
Danny. I'll probably catch you in the morning on my way to work.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Y'all make sure you hit the like. Make sure if you're new, subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Possibly the best experience you can have. A wide range of attitudes and orientations in politics. Please subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000 channel. Just, I will try and do video essays, something that's a little bit more substantive. And I will see y'all in the morning. Gonna move it to 3 or so. And then there we go. So enjoyed it, y'all.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should. Feel like I should